Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Chaotic Genius? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Welcome to the world of quirks. Quirks are superpowers God created and shoved into humans, the dumbest creatures in existence. You know what he was looking for that day? Entertainment. Either that or he needed a way to bring the audience back to watch our dumbass. With the rise of quirks came the rise of villains and heroes. Villains are what you expect to see in a movie. Heroes are not. The word hero actually means a government job where people, preferably with more powerful quirks, protect civilians. Kind of. Honestly, the system is a mess, and we'll catch up on that later. I'm just giving you the rundown. Back on the topic of quirks, they can range from something you see in a comic book, like super strength, to something straight up bizarre like being the best twerker in the world. I can't exactly blame God as he has to come up with a lot of the beaches, but it is concerning what he does. Most people have a quirk. Notice how I said most. Deep breathe, Izuku. Some people are born without a quirk, quirkless, though that's rare nowadays. Most of the quirkless are elderly people. Once again, take note of the word most. The main thing you need to know about quirkless people is that they are discriminated against. Quirkless are seen as weak butt hoes that need to die. That leads you up to me, your protagonist. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, and I am a quirkless teenager. Imagine some broccoli hair, green eyes, and a scrawny body and you have me. I go to Aldra Junior School and plan to be a hero, which is next to impossible for a quirkless person, but oh well. I just want to help people because other heroes SCK at it. I mean, I can help people in other ways, but I believe I can do the most as a hero. That's everything you need to know for now. Time to start my story. The teacher is blabbing on about something, but I really don't care about what it is. Therefore, I am doing the most logical action and taking a nap. If it was important, I would consider staying awake. Most of the time, sleep still wins. You might be thinking, hey, the teacher will call you out for sleeping and write you up and dash. No. The teachers do not care what I do because I am quirkless. Quirkless lack potential, so why should they work with someone without potential? Don't worry, I'll get my revenge one day. For now, it's sleepy time. Or it was supposed to be. The teacher loudly exclaims, however, I know that everyone wants to be a hero, so why should I bother reading these? Jesus F dash, that riles everyone up. I can hear screaming and quirks used all over the room. Quirk note, public quirk use is illegal unless in an emergency situation. Yes, they are breaking the law. While I am at it, think of the job hero as a YouTuber job. Everyone wants to become one, but it's hard AF to do so. The teacher quickly realizes his mistake. I know. You all have fantastic quirks, but please settle down. Thank you, because the brats will make me go deaf early. Actually, that's not the worst thing to happen. Then I can't hear their bullshit. The voice of the devil interrupts the fray. These extras would be lucky if they end up in some busted down agency teach. Ugh, shut up already. Say hello to Bakugo Katsuki, or kaken to me out of pettiness as he is my ex-best friend. The best way to describe it is that a porcupine and a chihuahua had a baby and that baby is Kaken. He has blonde spiky hair, red devil eyes, and a trash attitude. His quirk is explosion. Basically, he sweats nitroglycerin from his palms instead of sweat, thus boom boom. Before you ask, yes, he does smell good. Doesn't cover his attitude problem. Basically, Kaken is the perfect example for someone that should be a hero apparently, and he does want to be one. Look, I said everyone wanted to be a hero. I did not say that all heroes are necessarily good people. The teacher clears his throat. Bakugo, let's see that you want to go to UA, right? That immediately brings gossip into the room because UA is hero school and beach to get into. It's the top hero school for a reason. Top heroes graduate from there. Of course. That's where All Might went. If I want to beat him, I have to go there. All Might is currently the #1 hero in Japan. He is the symbol of peace. The reason the crime rate is so low in Japan compared to other countries is because of the presence of him. Yeah, All Might that strong. Yet he is a FNG mystery to me. Nobody knows him outside of hero work, which is fine but odd. Most heroes can't do that as they always have somebody stalking them. That would definitely be true All Might, but nothing has come up. He is either really good at hiding it, or he pays a lot to keep it hidden. Heck, we don't even know the real name of his quirk. Either way, All Might is good, but he is not a favorite of mine. Oops, I got off topic. I was trying to make the statement that Kaken is never going to reach that's manpower basically. Now we can continue. The teacher agrees and goes through more shuffling until it looks like Midoriya is aiming for UA as well. Are you FING with me, teach? Are you trying to kill me? Well, you've been trying for a while, so never mind. That has everyone in the room laughing because how the F is a quirkless kid supposed to be a hero? I'm not saying these thoughts, by the way. I'm just making sure you guys know what these brats are thinking. However, the person to be somehow offended by my decision is Kaken, Deku. I don't even bother to move my head when he slams his hand down on my desk. My luck, he is in front of me and starts exploding my desk. What kind of game are you trying to get at? Deku means useless, by the way. It's another way of saying Izuku. Does the teacher help? The teacher says, Bakugo the bell. As much as I want to punch Kaken in the face, I can't because I will get my butt in trouble. Can Kaken explode me? Apparently. However, I can't punch him. I don't even lift my head to tell the butt, something that doesn't involve you. Only school that considers letting quirkless kids in anyway, so go SCKAD-. That's a horrible time to saying that because the bell rings, and everyone is getting the F out. That leave us and two of Kaken's trash slaves. I straighten up, stand up, and get ready to leave when I feel a hand on my shoulder. We aren't done, Deku. Well, hurry up. I have a life outside of being your BDSM prostitute. That causes him to tighten his grip as he looks down at me, which is possible when almost every boy is taller than me. You are not trying out for UA. I'm the only one from this scumbag of a school that will get into UA. You won't even survive the entrance exam. Nobody quirkless was meant to survive, let alone someone as useless as you. Bold of you to assume I care about surviving. I say way too happily. Kaken explodes my shoulder. I don't have much of a reaction to it. He lets go and starts walking away. Then, Kaken stops and looks at me. You know, there's a way for you to gain a quirk. Take a swan dive off a roof and hope you gain one in your next life. Hold up, did you just suicide bait me? Are you a effing dumbass? I can just write down what you told me, do it and your entire life would be screwed. I could do it right now if I want to. And I ain't wrong either. The school roof is right above my head. Kaken doesn't seem to have much to say as he and his squad just leaves. Dumbass. I should just fake my death just to F him up. Then come back and be like, haha beaches. I'm still alive. I grab my bag and start walking home. That leaves me some time to start wondering, would the police actually do something if I did what I said I could do to Kaken? Or would they ignore me and cover for Kaken because I am quirkless? Then, that's sickening to think about. The system is fed up if I am considering that I won't get justice. Wait, why am I good? I should just become a villain at this point. I am walking through a tunnel when gurgling from a sewer drain behind me. I turn around to see the ugliest but slime I have seen in my life come out. Am I supposed to refer to it as a person? Looks around before noticing me. Oh shit, it talks. A medium-sized meat shield. Wish you were bigger, but you will work. Logically I say, what? I barely get a chance to dodge the fucker. Wait, you want my body? What are you, a prostitute? Look, sometimes, saying the dumbest sheet is the sheet that's going to save your butt. That causes Slimer to freeze. What the hell are you talking about? Are you into tentacle pawn? Actually, do you have a D- of Gna or both? Now this is just curiosity. Worrying curiosity. What the hell is wrong with you, kid? You want to be my therapist. I so very much appreciate it. I'm too broke to actually go to therapy, so I appreciate anyone willing to offer. I plop down on the ground in front of it. Alright, so it all started when I was first diagnosed quirkless dash. I don't have time for this, but I ain't going inside your dumbest body. I have standards higher than trash. It growls as it wiggles off, slimes off. How am I supposed to describe this? Its speed crawls away from me, and I can't help but feel a little sad. My one time for therapy was cut off. Sure, it was smell and probably illegal, but I was willing to take it. No wonder mental problems exist in the world. I get up, wipe the dirt off my butt, and prepare to leave when I am interrupted yet again. I am here. Oh, I recognize that phrase. Suddenly, a huge figure appears in front of me. The number one hero, All Might, is in front of me, and DMN, he is tall. I go up to his waist just to give you an idea. Hey now, 5 feet 5 inches, 165 centimeters, is a decent height, so stop laughing. Anyway, if you know Superman, you already have a decent idea of how All Might looks. All Might has the same color scheme and body shape, but he definitely goes for the more American vibe. Don't ask why when he is from Japan. However, what he is most known for is his smile. No matter what danger he faces, he always has a smile on his face while screaming, "I am here," and practically destroys the hoes who dare F up. I guess his blonde hair that looks like rabbit ears could also be recognizable as well, but it is mostly his smile. Though, it's the not looking like he fits in with world around him, for me. He has this comic book style, so you can't blame me there. All Might looks down at my puny body and smiles wide. Hello, young civilian. Have you happened to see a slime villain while walking through? Most people would die to have this man speak directly to them. I don't. He passed on through. I'm pretty sure he wanted to use my body for something, but after some chatting, he decided he didn't want to deal with me and left. He went that way. I signaled the way he went. Thank you, young? Well, not like he is going to remember it anyway. Midoriya. Thank you, young Midoriya. If you may excuse me, I have a villain to capture. All Might does not let me say anything else as he disappears into the direction at top speeds. It seemed like he was in a rush for something, and it is certainly not after the villain. Well, it's not my problem. Or, I thought it wasn't. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, the tea is nearby. Not like I have anything else to do with my life. I approach the boom booms to find the most amazing yet sad sight in my life. The amazing part of it is that it involves Kaken and Slimer from earlier, and Kaken is currently being choked by Slimer. Karma Beach. The reason the scene is sad is because Slimer created a huge butt mess, and the heroes are doing nothing about it. They are just standing there. Like, I hate Kaken. However, I don't want him to die. At least, not until I get my revenge. We'll worry about that pettiness later. Right now, I have other shit to start. Slimer left our therapy session, after all. Completely disregarding the barriers. And heroes telling me to get out, I crawl over and approach the scene. You left our therapy session. You know how rude that is. I really do genuinely believe I need that appointment. Slimer just realized that I officialized his name on accident. Oops, turns around and sees me. What the hell are you doing, idiot? I left for a reason. Beach, you think you're going to get away with this? Put Kaken down and let me have my moment. I plop down in front of Slimer again, receiving so many questioning looks as I attempt to tell my life tale. Get out of here, you brat. It aims one of its slime arms at me to attack. Thank F. Kaken attacks me a lot because I have dodging abilities now. I roll out of the way and stand up. So mean. I turn to the heroes. Slimer has no hope. Knock him out. Aim for the eyes and mouth. Dumb. They are more solid than your brains. Finally, someone acts. Do not worry, for I am here. Suddenly, I feel what I presume All Might do to the catchphrase grab my wrist and pull me him. Detroit smash. Thank F. All Might grabbed my wrist because I would have flew to the America otherwise. Slimer splatters everywhere, releasing Kaken from the slimy hell. It makes a freaking mini tornado. Impressively enough, All Might uses so much force that it rains. As soon as All Might releases me, I zoom off because I am not dealing with the heroes' bullshit when they did nothing to help Kaken in the first place. Thankfully, nobody follows me. Well, media-wise. Do you? I have the ball to say, irrelevant. I didn't need your help, nerd. I spin around and face Kakin because I am tired of his sheet, and I don't need your attitude and you're here. Your point? When did it become evening? Whatever, I'll figure that mystery out later. Kakin huffs, stay out of my way, Deku. And stomps off like a goddamn child. Am I done with people yet? Nope. I am here. All Might slides in front of me, but he seems to be a little smoky. Smoke surrounds All Might completely for a moment before it disappears to reveal a suspicious old man coughing up blood. No wonder nobody has any information on him. He looks like a suspicious old man instead of a hero all the time. It might help to describe his look, huh? Instead of the usual bulk muscle, the man before me is skinnier than me. His clothes hang off of his. His hair is flopped over instead of standing upright. Instead of that smile he usually has, he has an almond head with a depressed vibe. I kind of feel sorry for him. You have to do a lot for me to feel sorry for you, so good job, man. Either way, I believe my life is a goddamn show now. Awkwardly, I offer one of my handkerchiefs to the man. I have a feeling he doesn't want me to call him All Might. Should I call an ambulance? Yes, the first logical line in this story so far. Took us long enough. The man raises his hands while taking the offered item. Thank you, young Midoriya. However, I promise that. This is normal. Hey, he remembered my name. Yes, my standards are that low. That is the saddest normal I have seen out of anyone. Do you even have a life in this form? The man chuckles sadly, kind of hard when I am always busy with something. I cross my arms. You really are reckless. Yeah, that statement causes him to cough up more blood. I am aware, young Midoriya. However, you can't say that you weren't reckless yourself either based on your earlier actions. I disturbed Slimer enough for it only to attack me. Slimer? Is that their name? No, I just came up with it. Anyway, enough wasting time because I'm afraid you're about to fall over at any moment. What did you come after me for? Do I need to go to the police station or what? No, none of that. This is more of a personal matter. Despite what you believe, your earlier actions did do something to help that boy. It encouraged me to move and help even if the circumstance was rather bizarre. As you may have noticed by now, I am not in the best shape due to an incident 5 years ago. My quirk has a time limit, and it keeps getting shorter with each day. I try to figure out the fight in mind because I do keep up with that sheet, and all I can think about is the toxic chainsaw fight. However, I don't think the villain injured him that badly. Must have been a hidden fight. And you're going to share this with a child you just met? Give me a moment to completely explain, my boy. The media describes my quirk as a strength quick, but that's not exactly the case. Very few people know about this, so keep it to yourself no matter what happens here today. The name of my quirk is One for All. It is a stockpiling quirk that builds up strength over time. However, there is a second part of my quirk, which brings me to my reason for you. The second ability allows me to pass my quirk from one user to another. Your ability to walk out to the field and face a villain with no fear truly inspired me. You have a heroic spirit that can be manifested. Young Midoriya, will you take my quirk and become the next symbol of peace? Do you have any idea how suspicious and dumb you sound right now? This causes the man to freak out. I know this is sudden. If you need time to consider, I will let you dash. Sir, whatever your name is, as I'm sure you don't want me to use your hero name, I'm quirkless. You could pass this to another person with more experience and have them have 2 quirks instead of 1. His facial expression only shows partial shock, so that's something. Yagi Tashinori. As for why, gut instinct. Something is telling me to choose you, and I've been taught to follow it. You should also be aware that I was quirkless when I received the quirk, so being quirkless is not a big problem, especially when you are receiving one. But you think quirkless can't become a hero, huh? Yagi gulps before nodding. I sigh. That's a narrow point of view. If anything, I will need to rely on myself at the beginning to get used to my quirk. I have no idea what the consequences will be when I receive, let alone the goddamn burden you are giving me. I believe you can make it work, young Midoriya. You have something in your eyes that shows determination that I think you are not even aware of. Yagi, you're an idiot dash. That causes him to cough up more blood. However, I'll take your offer. You're lucky I want to be a hero. Nobody else deserves the burden you're offering me. There's probably more to it that you're not telling me, but I'll work through it. Besides, I don't need other kids taking your drag to gain a quirk. It's not a drag, my boy. Think it how you will. Now, I want to go home and rest. When and where you want to meet me for this? Can you meet at the Takoba Municipal Beach Park early tomorrow morning? The trash beach? All right. See you later, idiot. I exclaim as I start leaving. Yagi, too innocent, apparently, brushes off the insult. Goodbye, young Midoriya. That's how the start of my 10-month hell started. Actually, that's too simple. That's how my hell of a life started. After shocking my mom, Inko Midoriya, about going somewhere in general, let alone so early, I arrive at the trash beach at 6 in the morning. For anyone curious, the reason I call it the trash beach is because it is a beach covered in trash ranging from normal sheet to full-blown trucks. It's horrible, disgusting, and disappointing. Anyway, I am hoping Yagi did not mean for me to arrive earlier because he only said early in the morning. Good morning, young Midoriya. Are you ready for your first day of training? All Might screams as he appears in a hop beside me. First off, don't wake up the FING locals. 2. Go back to being Yagi. You don't need to be wasting your time if you're limited as you say you are. 3. What are we doing? All Might transforms into Yagi, and I swear it's almost a personality switch because he is more chill. You'll be cleaning up this beach for training for the next 10 months. You should be ready by the time the UA exam is around to obtain my quirk. I'm assuming this is training to prepare me for the quirk itself? Yeah. If I were to give it to you right now, your limbs would explode off. You need to build up muscle to prevent this as you're currently a twig. How comforting. Why the beach and not a gym? You can't blame me for the sarcasm. Being a hero is not just about saving people, it's about giving back to the community. You will be building muscle while providing citizens a clean environment. It also always disappointed me whenever I look at this beach. It was clean when I was younger, so there are memories connected to it. Makes sense. I assume you want me to clean this completely up? Most of it, at least. Too bad I am effing extra, so we are going all the way. Let's get to it. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but you might want to tone down on the language, my boy. It's not very nice to curse. You curse in English, don't you? Yeah, I thought so. I set to work by getting to the small stuff. Over my time together with All Might Yagi, I have learned many things. 1. Yagi is a horrible teacher. This man expected me to drag a fridge on the first day when I can barely lift my book bag without a problem. I'm so glad he chose me because anyone else would be screwed. I work on my own mostly, which he does let me, so bless. 2. Yagi is a dumbass. Okay, that's an extreme statement. He probably is smart on the field. However, in some situations like when giving me, a FING sociopath, a quirk, he's mostly impulsive. That actually leads to point 3. Yagi is socially awkward. I don't know why this came to me as a surprise, but it did. He's fantastic as All Might because he was trained in that but not as a regular citizen. It just shows how much of a living he sacrificed to protect us. I may or may not have gotten a couple of All Might things because he truly is a genuine hero. I learned to appreciate him and his work despite the times I want to punch him in the face. It didn't stop me from throwing trash at him at times, though. For Yagi needs culture. Don't worry, I got everyone covered there. I've been teaching him all sorts of modern slang. I don't know if he uses it, but at least he knows it. However, it's the best thing ever to see him use it. If I ever see him use it as All Might, I'm going to make a effing shine with that sheet. 5. I may want to kill Yagi at times, but I do appreciate him weirdly enough. He's like family figure you never wanted but you deal with because you don't necessarily hate them. Now that's all on Yagi, but what about me? 6. I have no standards for how much I work out. At the beginning, I constantly worked out even outside of All Might's dream plan, because I wanted to get this done. However, I kind of passed out, so All Might readjusted the program to allow me to work out more, but I have to take care of myself. 7. Apparently I have the determination to work out in the first place. I'm not even going to attempt to explain that sheet. 8. I look FNG awkward with muscles. It's like putting a baby face with a buff body. It just doesn't work, but I better get used to looking at it. I better not be stuck with a baby face for the rest of my life because I will get plastic to fix it if it doesn't fix itself. And finally, and more importantly, 9. Whoever this likes working out must be into BGMI or some shit because this is horrible. It just makes me want to die more. Anyway, here is some exclusive footage of idiot and dumbass working together. Sir, you cannot be effing serious. Language, young Midoriya. But whatever do you mean? The only thing I lift on the daily is food, and you expect me to move a fridge. Unrealistic. We're starting off with small things. You'll have to move it eventually, my boy. Eventually this. After I build up muscle to move the beach. I'll pull a muscle or something if I try now, and I'm too broke to go to a hospital. Yagi takes a moment to consider. That makes sense. Excellent observation, young Midoriya. How are you the #1 hero again? Hard work and dedication. That has me curious about something. I'm betting the crumbs in my pocket that you have no idea how to do basic things like cook and clean. Well, more of a statement. I'll tell you the answer if you clean this section up before tonight. Yagi signals a large area that I would have to break my back over to get it done by tonight. You really don't want me to know, huh? Can you blame me? Yes and no. Just so everyone knows, All Might, the #1 hero, does not know the basic jobs of life. Whitey! I scream as I throw a garbage bag into the trash bin. Honestly, screaming helps with the pain. I was working by myself until Yagi's voice interrupts. Please tell me you aren't using foul language, young Midoriya. That you have never heard of we? No. Oh, you poor soul. Do you at least know what a meme is? No. I drop the trash I was holding and stare at Yagi like he is a psycho. That I can't be your successor anymore. Find someone else. Young Midoriya, no. Why don't you teach me what this meme is? I mean, but are you ready for that power yet? We shall see, my boy. I watch him seriously before picking up the discarded trash. First meme. This speech empty. Whitey. I throw the trash into the trash can. I hear Yagi probably coughing up blood again. And Midoriya, do you have any more appropriate memes? Oh, there are so many. You will be cultured soon enough, you uncultured swine. Cultured. This is going to be a while. Yagi is rolling on an electric scooter ahead of me while I'm trying to keep up by running. So far, I feel like dying. For once, I don't mean just mentally but physically too. Come on, my boy. If you don't keep up, you're going to end up working at McDonald's. I wonder if he is making a meme intentionally or not because he knows McDonald's due to being too interested in America. Yeah, I'm keeping standards low for now with him. That's not going to stop me from continuing the meme. If I don't catch up, I'll get McDonald's? I huff out. I wonder why I feel worse after saying that. And weaker. Young Midoriya, no. I don't know what he expected. The next thing I know, I collapse onto the disgusting ground. Yagi runs over to me and bends down, concerned. Midoriya, are you okay? I nod, attempting to get up. Of course, my beach of a body is not having none of it as when I try to lift my torso, I drop like a doll. Does it hurt? Do I care mentally? Do I care physically? Apparently. Have you been working outside of the routine, my boy? Yagi figured out something. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Yeah. No use in lying. Why? It's not like I have anything else to do with my life. You should have told me so I could at least readjust your plan. Oops. You're resting for the rest of the day. For once, Yagi is being stern. Does that mean I am getting McDonald's? Not my fault I am hungry. Yagi sighs. You are definitely something, my boy. I don't see why not. Thank you in advance, idiot. Something tells me that nickname is meant to be mean. It is. Could be worst coming from you. Can you move? I attempt to move with intense pain, but I'm used to it in my head so it works. Yip yip. Yagi does get me McDonald's, so I am super happy. Maybe I won't throw trash at him tomorrow. Day of exam. Yes. I am done with this hellhole. The beach is cleaner than F heaven, so people better keep their goddamn trash in a trash can. Well, besides for the 50 feet of trash that I am standing up, but I can't do much with it as it needs to be transferred. However, ignoring that, I am done. What was all this for? Young Midoriya. You finished. I turned to see Yagi approach the pile of garbage I have accumulated. Due to the height difference, I am taller than you for once. We have to yell at each other. It looks beautiful. Aha. The beach really does. I don't know why people decided to dump their sheet here. However, I'm not going to complain when I got a bunch of cool sheet out of it. Now, how do you plan on getting down from there? I didn't think of that, idiot. I assume I can't jump down without breaking my legs and an arm. Yes, this was an impulsive move. Oh, can you catch me if I jump? Dimon, I'm putting a lot of trust in this old man. Yagi shifts into All Might. Of course, young Midoriya. While he was talking, I jumped on him. All Might has not problem catching and setting me down. A warning, my boy. I was just testing your action time. Please test it in a safer location next time. Either way, I am very proud of what you have done. I believe you are ready to obtain my quirk. Oh yeah, that's the whole point of this. Say your top secret louder, why don't you? All Might coughs awkwardly. Thank you for the reminder. Now, I promise you God that I am not lying about this part. All Might plucks a strand of his golden hair from his anti-gravity bangs and presents it to me. Eat this. I'm not that big of an All Might fan, sir. All Might starts freaking out. No. That's not what it's for. In order for you to obtain my quirk, I need you to digest some of my DNA. I feel like I should have gotten a warning for this. Sorry. Some days you make me want to cry. I mumble as I take the way too long piece of hair and shove it down my throat. I hate this and I want a refund for my life. All Might, however, does not seem to care. Now that it is done, we have to wait for it to be digested. It should be by the time the practicals happen. To activate the quirk, squeeze your butt cheeks and yell smash at the top of your lungs while punching. It takes me a minute to digest what he said. That is the worst advice ever. Would have been better on my own than you telling me that. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but that's the only way to describe it. I'm more concerned if you have a drinking problem. I can't drink when I don't have a stomach, my boy. I forgot about that. All Might literally does not have a stomach. Whoever he was facing destroyed his stomach and part of his respiratory system, I believe. After a look of how ugly it is, I can confirm it. I sigh. All Might, just go back to being Yagi and let me handle this. Besides, I'm already running late for my exam after the whole hair fiasco and your hellish description of what to do. Yagi does as asked. I wish you luck. Have my funeral ready. You would think that for the amount of outrageous stuff that comes out of my mouth, Yagi would expect it every time. He has gotten better, but not enough to stop him from coughing up blood every time. Welp, time to go to hell number 2. Standing outside the school, if you were to tell me that it was a school, I would have said, no, it's a luxury prison, or a really high-end business building. It does not look like a school. I get that it is the top hero school in Japan, but DMN. Why is my dumbass with nothing but a quirk I have never used before trying for UA? I get I am not a logical person, but geez. If I get in, it is purely by luck. Nothing else. I see so many kids with different school uniforms going in with emotions ranging from shitting to way too confident. I'm in the middle. I'm nervous because I have to figure my life out within the next 5 minutes or so, and confident because I know there is going to be one student worse than me. As long as I am not the worst, I am good. It might help to go in, huh? I start approaching the entryway when, for some reason, I trip on literally nothing. That's how it's going to be, eh? Before I can break my nose, I feel a hand slap my back, and I am suddenly weightless. This is an interesting quirk. A physical contact gravity quirk. It's safe to say that all 5 fingers have to touch because there are a lot of quirks like that. Did their quick go through the clothing, or are they only floating my clothes? Can they make items heavy? Can they move the object? A young girl's voice breaks me from my mindset. I hope you don't mind me using me quick. I just didn't want you to have bad luck before the exam. Wait, a girl saved me? A girl is talking to me? This is the most impressive thing since All Might made it rain. It does not stop me from being who I am, though. No problemo. Thanks for the pick-me-up. I say with my signature enthusiasm. I hear her giggle. You're welcome. I'm about to drop you, so fair warning. Release. I am dropped on the dirty concrete, but it is certainly better than making out with it. I get up quickly to look at the girl. Overall, she doesn't look to be anything special. She has round brown eyes and face, brown bob for hair, and round pink cheeks that stand out. That's a cool quirk there. Definitely useful for rescue work, for lifting debris, or maybe lifting injured body parts so they aren't weighed down, I muse to the girl. The eyes widen. Thanks. I would love to talk, but I got to get going. Good luck on the exam. She says as she runs off before I can say another word. I hope I see her again before she gets out of here, then. With that, I head in to do the academic part of the exam. Yeah, my confidence has plummeted like my mental health from that exam. I don't think I failed it, but I am certainly not satisfied with it. Maybe that's the point of it, but I hate it either way. It's time for the practical part. You would think that some research would allow you to know what it is all about, but that's false. There is nothing online about the practical exams besides the fact that they exist and that it is a physical exam that allows quirk use. That's it. I am going in with a blind eye, so I have to adapt to whatever is thrown at me. Adaptability is survivability, after all. You may be wondering how they keep this information from future students. That's relatively simple. Make them sign an agreement stating they will not spread any information about the test unless they want to be disqualified or expelled from UA. You can talk about it with current UA students, but you can't with future students. We are all shoved into an auditorium where I seated beside Kaken. This is going to be great. Note the sarcasm. What are you doing here, Deku? Kaken asks in an inside voice that I didn't know what possible. He must be on his best behavior so he can get into UA. I'm here to make a tick-tock at the practical exam. I would like to mention that even though you get to keep your phone, this is also not allowed. I got to cover up somehow. Kaken scoffs as he faces the stage to ignore me. Rude, but whatever. Then, the star brighter than the goddamn show walks in center stage. Present Mike is here to make my day. Hello everybody. Can I get a yee-ha? Yes, UF can, you goddamn beast. I scream at the top of my lungs, only to find everyone looking at me like I am a psycho because I am the only one screaming. Now that's goddamn disrespectful. If Present Mike wants us to say yeah, we say yeah. Yeah, I am a decent-sized fan of him. Present Mike offers me a bored smile from the distance with a thumbs up. Thank you very much, little listener. Everyone else, we'll see if you can improve. Now, I am your host, Present Mike, and I'm here to explain to you the rules of the practical exams. It's FNG amazing that he uses Mario art as visuals to explain the practical exams. Since it's long, I'll summarize it for you. Destroy robots for points. The more difficult the robot, the more points you get. Oddly enough, Present Mike doesn't mention it, but there is a deactivation button on the leg of the robots. It's only in the pamphlet they give us. Thinking about it, deactivating them is probably the way to go as it would prevent the least amount of collateral damage and protect other students from harm. It's probably meant to give people with non-physical quirks, or not quirks at all, a chance as you can't bring in anything into the arena besides yourself and clothes without special permission. Special permission is a beach. However, I have a theory. I'm not going to be testing it, but it's a theory I am sure is true. Isn't it odd that a hero school test is only focusing on how to defeat villains? Don't heroes help people? I believe there is a hidden system that gives points if you save people. Kids don't know how to use their quirk in a conservative way, so there are bound to be some injuries. The point is to see who would help those people that got the wrong side of the bullet. If they said it at the beginning, people wouldn't help out of the goodness of their hearts. They would help only for their points. But that's only a theory. Film theory. I'll probably see if I am right or not later. I believe there is a mistake on this. You said there are 3 robots, but there are only 4 listed on the pamphlet. If this is a mistake, this is highly immature for a school such as UA. And you. Suddenly, this a-hole is turning around and looking at me. Wait, doesn't that look like someone from the Ida family? The family of cars? If this is, then I have no idea where this kid's personality came from because Ingenium and other members are pretty chill. Must be somewhere else in the line. I mean, blue hair, square face, looks similar to Ingenium with glasses, so I am going to assume this is a little bro. Oh boy. The entitled kid continues, you have not been paying attention at all. If you don't care for this, you can leave now. Oh boy, this boy attacked the wrong person. I mean, I don't care for your unreasonable shouting, so does that count for a reason to leave? Otherwise, I am staying because I am here for the same reason as you. In my defense, I was reading from the pamphlet while listening to present mic so that I can see and hear at the same time. Impressive, right? In addition, present mic was probably about to explain the 4th robot as it gives 0 points, so it is probably there for a different reason compared to the bot's worth points. With that out of the way, can you sit down? Please and thank you. Present mic, you may keep going, my good sir. The brat sits down, stunned at how I literally talked about to him. Beach, I ain't a pushover. There is tension in the air, but present mic quickly gets rid of it. Thank you, and the little listener is right. That bot is worth 0 points, so there is no reason to go after it. Everyone can now start heading to their arenas. Before you go, can I get another each? Yeah. Well, time to rest my voice box for the rest of the day. Too bad nobody joined me. BSRDs. Thank you again, little listener. Be careful with that throat of yours. I offering present mic a thumbs up as I head to the bus to go to the arena. I'm just happy I'm not with Kakin. Apparently, each stage happens one at a time, so some of us have to wait while others get to destroy their hopes and dreams. While I'm waiting for my turn, now would be a good time to tell you about the game plan. So at this point, I should have Yagi's quirk by now. If I don't, I'm F-ed for a reason you would not think. You see, Yagi is an idiot for many reasons, but this might be the biggest F-up yet. He did not tell me how to reveal the quirk, and that's extremely dangerous for me legally if I decide to just use it willy-nilly. If I suddenly have a quirk and using it easily, and people think that I have had the quirk for a while, my mom and I could be arrested for not registering my quirk. That would ruin my chances of getting into UA. I have to reveal it at the right moment. Thankfully, I found a way to reveal it that won't get me arrested. You see, most quirks are revealed at 4. However, not all quirks. Some quirks appear sooner or later through trauma. Think of it as an emergency switch in your body that will save you because that's what I'm basically describing. The plan is to get into such a dangerous situation that would be considered trauma-inducing and revealing the quirk then. The idea is risky AF because it could get me killed or the opportunity would not show up at all. However, that's the only way I could find to make this work. Otherwise, if I manage to get into UA somehow without using a quirk, I will have to be quirkless until the perfect time arrives. That means more time wasted not training it, so it needs to work. Thanks, Yagi. I am having Tio give myself trauma. Tio, use your demon quirk. That's only part of the plan. I still have to get points for this, but I have an idea. It depends if I can get it to work. With that out of the way, it is finally time to get to the arena. As it turns out, it is a city, so collateral damage is going to look like Endeavor just went through. However, that would give most people an advantage, whether it be the streets for room or alleyways limit the robot's movement. Even if someone does not have a clear advantage with the amount of debris, someone could easily start throwing that sheet at robots to knock them down. Yeah, I expect that much damage. There are no limitations on it, so why should they worry? We arrive just outside of the city, and while everyone goes in front of the gate, I zoom off to see if I can find what I am looking for. I estimate I only have a minute, so the thing better be nearby. Found it. You know, Yagi did teach me one thing. I walk in front of the item, open it up, and pull out the desired goods. He taught me how to throw filled garbage bags. Actually, kind of false. I just happened to throw them at him when he was annoying and I got good at it. It may be stinky, but demon, does it make a good weapon? The stinkiness just adds the little bit of sugar I need to the attack. Horrible comparison, but oh well. And Yue can't stop me because it is technically on their property, so Esiga Itue. What are you doing? This is irresponsible and disrespectful to you. Oh shit, the entitled kid is back. I really need a name for him. Or not, but I really want a name, so same thing. I mean, there is nothing in the rules against this. For all you know, I could be the trash boy taking it to the correct place. I sass while I throw 2 large trash bags over each shoulder. Actually, that is so accurate to me that it is not even funny. If my hero name does not end up being all trash or something stupid like that, I am asking God for a refund for my life because it ain't worth it, especially after Yagi's traumatic explanation of how to use his DMN quirk. I'm never recovering from that. If I didn't need therapy before for some reason, I need it now because of the man. Wait, I'm having to go into a traumatic experience so that my quirk looks like it appeared naturally. Does that mean UA is liable to provide me the long-needed therapy? Actually, I shouldn't be wondering this when I need to actually go through the traumatic experience first. Before the boy gets a chance to continue, the gate to the arena starts to lift. Wait, did it start already? Shit. Zoom zoom zoom, you goddamn shorty but legs. Wait, why isn't anyone else moving? I'm already in. In dock points or whatever. What are you all waiting for? There is no countdown in a real battle. The little listener has got the right idea. Present Mike yells. I want to cry in a good way. If Present Mike wasn't my favorite hero before, he is now. I should get him a gift basket or something as thanks because he is amazing. It will look suspicious, but I'll try to make it less suspicious somehow. What am I doing again? Oh right, practical exams. Now that I'm on the actual field, I immediately head for the alleyways. I am very well aware that most kids will probably stick to the main streets because that's where most of the robots probably are, but logically, more robots should be in the alleyways. Besides, I'm not willing to risk my life getting exploded or whatever by careless kids. That also means more points for me. I might be able to find trash in the alleyways, but I don't know how replicated this city is. Suddenly, I find myself in front of a one-pointer, and holy shit is it big. It's 5 times my size at least, but that's not what has got me excited. It has a singular wheel. That wheel is a weak point if you ignore the fact that you can easily be run over by it. But watch and learn. The one-pointer catches me in its sight and immediately starts rolling towards me. Using my body weight for momentum, I swing the trash bag towards its wheel. When the robot runs it over, it crashes to the ground. I don't waste FING time when I run over to it and press the button to deactivate it. I got 1 point. That's better than I thought I was going to do. Let's go. Since I assume you don't want to hear my thoughts on whatever the F I think about in my messed up head, I'm just going to tell you the juicy sheet. As it turns out, there are no other garbage bags, so after using the second bag, I am left with no trash. Then, my dumbass decides to rip some paneling off the deactivated robots for an attempt at a weapon. Making my life worst, 2 and 3-pointer hose fly. That's not good for me, who has been attacking wheels. I could have run, but I decide to attempt to throw the panel I have at the time at the eye of one. It cracks the glass, but it doesn't stop it. Great. Yeah, I take my deal and run to deal with 1-pointers only. At this point, I only have 5 points. Something tells me that isn't enough. I could save people, but it is such a dangerous situation even for me that the points aren't worth it if I am going to disable myself. Suddenly, I hear screaming from multiple people. As a greetings, I run towards the noise and, holy FING. Our tax money is going towards huge butt robots the size of FING office buildings. What the F-U? This is bullshit. Yes, the goddamn 0-pointer is here. I am about to join the runners when I notice something goddamn sickening. The anti-gravity girl from earlier is stuck in the wreckage that the 0-pointer is approaching. At this point, I don't think it will notice her even if it had sensory at its feet as she is under the sheet. Guys, there is a girl stuck in there. I scream, said at the pussies running, but I don't hear their response as I start running towards her. I don't need a calculator to realize that I might not be able to lift the sheet off of her, and she probably already overused her quirk. I move. One moment I am on the ground running. The next moment, I am in the air, punching its goddamn face to the point that it destroys it and makes it fall backward away from her. Thank if dash. Well, for a second. I feel myself falling towards the ground, and I can't feel my legs or my punching arm. Dash, think Izuku. If you extend your working arm, your arm might be F'd, but I might still be alive. However, I don't think my arm can take all the force. Not like I have a goddamn choice. I extend my working arm for landing. Slut. I feel a small sting on my cheek. An inch off the ground, I am floating. Release, the girl mutters as I flop onto the ground like a fish. Disregarding myself because I don't want any idea of the state I am in, I ask, "Are you okay?" I hear her getting sick. I can hear a soft "y" before she gets back to it. It must be a consequence of her quirk. Think if she's okay. However, everyone else can F themselves with a nail for doing nothing. Well, time to assess the damage. I lift my head for a moment to face the beach arm. I nearly get sick at the sight. Why is ITF purple? Mangled. Is it broken? Like, yeah, it's painful, but I thought it was just a broken arm. The bone is probably into pieces. Wait, so my legs are in the same. What have you gotten me into, and how in the F am I going to get out? Oh, you poor dear, I hear from an old lady. I look up to see a goddess, recovery girl. A woman who can heal a lot, but she saps away your energy to heal it. I don't even stop myself from asking, is this even possible to heal, recovery girl? I'm pretty sure my limbs are gone pecan. See for yourself, dear. I feel a kiss, forgot about that. Yucky. On my forehead and the pain disappear. Hesitantly, I start to move to realize she completely healed me. Holy F***, you're a goddess? Yeah, I should have watched my language because she whacks me in the head as I stand up. And demon can she land a hit. Language, young man. However, I do appreciate the compliment. You probably need them more often. Your quirk is OP. You deserve respect because you hit and heal hard. Up. I don't understand your kid's language, but you don't need to flatter me so much, dear. Now, take a gummy and start heading back. It should give you some energy back, but it is not a replacement for sleep. Recovery girl explains as she hands me gummy bears. I take them without hesitation. Thank you. I exclaim as I start to leave. Hold it right there, mister. I need to make sure everything healed correctly. I have something to talk to you about, anyway. What did I do already? After recovery girl passes out energy gummies, she forces me to follow her back to the main UA building, and it is still huge. When we enter her office, the tea drops the moment she closes the door. So you're All Might's successor, dear? Oh, so you know? I ask the enthusiasm. I forgot to mention this, but right before I left, Yagi told me to shut the F up about me having his quirk. Self-control is a beach because you have no idea how much I want to shove it in Kaken's face. Recovery girl chuckles at my enthusiasm. I am his personal doctor, so I have to know eventually. He can't go to anybody else unless he wants to reveal his secret more. He has told me a lot about you. I would ask, but I'm pretty sure it's him questioning his life choices for why he chose me. It's more genuine and nice than that. He doesn't regret his choice, dear. Now come here so I can x-ray you. Grumbling to myself, I go in front of the x-ray. He is kind of oblivious, huh? Wait, how long have you known him for? Since he first came to you. Is something on your mind? Recovery girl signals for me to come out as I run my mouth. No offense, but he is a terrible teacher. If you have known him for a while, I was wondering if you had any insights on his quirk. Like, did he destroy his limbs as I did and stuff like that? Recovery girl hums as she takes a moment to remember. All Might never had that problem as far as I know. If you have any questions, I can answer them the best I can. On another topic, your bones seem completely fine if not possibly more fragile. You will need to get a handle on that quirk. No crap. All Might told me to clench my butt cheeks and yell smash, so I don't think he will be that much help. Recovery girl face palms, I'll whack him for you next time I see him. He really is an idiot. Holy smokes, you call him idiot too? Recovery girl might be cooler than I thought. You shouldn't be, but sometimes I can't help it. He's reckless and too selfless. Hopefully, you don't plan to go on that route, dear? At this, she looks at me with the scariest but face I have seen in my life. You don't plan on it. Well, today kind of disproves it, huh? Normally, I am not like that, cross my heart and hope to die. If you think about it, it works in my favor because it makes it look like the quirk came in through a traumatic experience, so law can't be a bit JRK then. Recovery girl sighs, at least you are somewhat smart. Don't make it a habit, though. Now you have questions, right? I can spare a few minutes. After about 10 minutes of discussion, I have to leave or else it would be too suspicious. However, I did get Recovery Girl's number, so I can spam my questions to her tonight. Despite gaining insights on Yagi's past, it still did leave plenty of questions like how the goddamn quirk works. It doesn't help that Yagi's definitions are simple at best. They're too broad in a way. The passing sheet down makes sense, but the power building aspect does not. How is it building power? Does it rely on quirk factors? Or does it take energy and nutrition from the current user to build power? Or heck, does it just grow over time? In addition, how is that power being used? It is used for super strength, but how? It's not increasing my muscle mass or anything like that, so it is not super strength in a traditional sense. Before you point out Yagi's all-might form, we are ignoring that. That's just some voodoo shit. Can this energy be used in a different way besides physically improving the user? What broke my goddamn arm and legs? Was it the quirk itself or a product of using it? You see what I mean? There are so many questions about it, and I am more than willing to bet my entire life that Yagi doesn't understand it. That's such a downfall because I can't utilize it if I don't know its capabilities. I have theories, but I am too tired and done with life to decide if they are even close to valid or not. Good night, world. 2 weeks later. Izuku, your letter from UA is here. I hear mom holler from the kitchen, and beach I zoom. I enter, take the letter from my female lookalike, thank her, and zoom back to my room. Let's see how much I F up. I rip the letter open. A disc drops onto my desk, and immediately a projection pops up from it. And I immediately want to die when I see All Might's face way too close to the camera. Booyah, I am here as a projector now. What the F dash? This better not mean what I think it means. I know it has been a while, but great power comes with a great amount of paperwork. All Might coughs as he bows. My apologies, young man. The truth is that I didn't just come to this city just to fight villains. You are looking at the newest UA staffalty member. Can I drop out of UA now? And before you ask, Yagi has sent me jack sheet for a message. However, I was spending that time doing my thing while figuring out his stupid quirk, so I couldn't care less. Somebody reaches over to All Might and pats him. Huh? Yes, what's the matter? Sorry, I'll wrap it up, but I have something to show him something first. Wait, I have to do how many of these things? Ugh. Honestly, if ANG relatable. So, moving on. Even though you passed with the written test, you got 5 combat points on the practical exam. That is not enough to enter the hero course. Sorry, it's not enough to pass. He said combat points. Does that mean my theory is correct? But if that was all there was to it? First, take a look at this video. All Might turns on the television to reveal the girl I saved from the exam. What the F she doing here? The girl approaches somebody I can't see. Excuse me, the person with curly hair and freckles. The camera readjusts to reveal my man-present mic. I am way too enthused with that. I should listen to the girl. Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? I don't know how many points he has, but he deserves something for putting himself in danger to save me. I watch present Mike pat the girl. No need to worry, listener. I promise you that he will be fine. All Might freezes the video. Your actions spurred others to act. The entrance exam the other day was no graded only on villain points. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Call that lip service? Bring it on. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. Recuse points. My score is shown to be 6th in the practical, but I could care less about that and passing. My theory was F correct. I'm smarter than I think I am. Haha. Izuku Midoriya, 65 points. And Uraraka Achiko, 45 points. You both pass. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. Oh yeah, I forgot he exists. The projector shuts off. No offense, but now I don't want to go to UA if Yagi is a teacher there. He's that bad. Not like I have a choice now, do I? Alright then. Time to start saving for my funeral. I would like to say that standing in front of the door of Class 1A in UA High School is surreal. It is if you forget that All Might is my hero teacher. However, All Might, the man with teaching experience in the negatives, is here. I would love to be optimistic about him suddenly gaining the ability to teach something, but I can't be unrealistic about it. I am hoping to God that there is someone watching All Might during his teaching and then gets him fired for how bad he is. Again, I deny that will happen due to All Might's reasoning being here. After violently introducing myself to him. Flashback to the beach the day before. Young Midoriya. How are you? What are you doing? My boy, please stop throwing garbage bags at me. I will explain my reasonings. You better have a good demon reason. Otherwise, I'm dropping out and becoming a vigilante instead. Back to the present. I found out that the reason for Idiot to become a FING teacher is to help him start to withdraw as a hero. He can't suddenly drop as a hero unless he wants to cause panic, so this was his plan B. Well, Nizu's plan B. The most intelligent rat in the world set up my pain and suffering for this. I think the rat is overestimating him, but it wasn't my choice to hire him. I would have had Yagi go into any other job but a teacher. Heck, he could probably nail at being an undercover agent better than a teacher. Yes, he's that bad. Once again, not my choice. I should go in, huh? Immediately, I walk into a sheet show that I didn't start for once. Please take your feet off the desk. It is only your first day, and you are already disrespecting school property. Oh wait, I'm stuck with this guy. This is a ripoff. Now I really want a refund. It's the nerd who kept bossing me around before the physical exam. Wait, and F. Kaken? Actually, these two might make a comedy show. I'll take the attempt, I guess. What are you going to do about it? You act like you have a stick up your butt. Did someone shove it up there, or were you born with it? Well, good to know this Kaken isn't a fake, I guess? Yeah, that wasn't a priority. Thinking about it, Kaken and I might get along in bullying this boy. The nerd attempts to redeem himself. I appeared to have started on the wrong foot. Hello, I am Ida Tenya of Sumai Academy. He does this while waving his arms around like a robot? Something is up there. Though, good to know I was right about him being related to Ingenium at least. That's two completely different personalities. If these two are brothers, I'm going to shut up on calling Yagi idiot for a week. So one of those rich kids, then? I mean, Kaken ain't wrong. Before I consider thinking about it, a familiar female voice interrupts me. Hey, you're the one who saved me. I turn to see the girl I saved at the entrance exam. I offer her a smile. Good to have seen you have passed. That I don't have your name? Uraraka Achiko. Yours. Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to finally have a name. Ida has seemed to have decided that Kaken is a lost cause because he notices me and approaches. Hello, I am Dash. We heard you. You're loud. Midoriya Izuku. I interrupt because I don't want to hear that intro again. Ida clears his throat awkwardly. Midoriya, you realized that there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you? The Fu Dash. You must be very perspective, and I completely misjudged you. I admit that as a student, you are far superior to me. Hold up, what? If you are implying what I think you are implying, you're someone deserving of the title idiot. I never thought my friend would lose that title. Ida looks so confused. What do you mean? You decided to prioritize your exam grade over Uraraka's life, and you are kind of still showing that mindset now. Sure, it's a UA exam, but you're just a terrible human being for relying on their system. Since you have no knowledge of how the mechanics of the bots work, worst case, the only way for the robots to know where students are is through the eyesight in the head, which is high above the ground already. Due to it being UA, I am willing to bet there is sensory in the feet along with heat detection. However, Uraraka was under debris. That would have inhibited their sight and eventually crushed her. Of course, that is an extreme case as I assume teachers are watching and could have stopped it, but what if there was a malfunction? Either way, I am telling you that it wasn't about the exam, it's about saving a life. If you choose to rely on others when there are possible circumstances of screwing up, you're F-ed. It takes me a moment to realize that everyone in the classroom had shut up and is now looking at me. Great, I have already drawn attention to myself. However, I'm not sorry because that was what it seemed like Ida was insinuating. Silently, I go to my seat, which happens to be behind Kaken with my life. He's glaring at me too. Everyone is still silent as they go to their seat. Did I traumatize them that much? That wasn't on the to-do list. Now I'll never make friends. Took you long enough to shut up. You're wasting enough time talking when you could be working. A deep, gruff voice that sounds done with life interrupts. I look up to see a hobo man in a bright yellow sleeping bag on the floor. He steps out of the bag to reveal a skinny hobo man wearing an all-black bodysuit that looks like sheet, besides the gray belt and scarf around his neck. He adds to the look with greasy shoulder-length black hair, the scuffle, and his eyes that practically plead for sleep based on the Gucci bags underneath. Based purely on the fact of how he looks, I would bet the crumbs in my pocket that he is an underground hero. I might know who he is, but because underground heroes are, well, underground, you don't get pictures of them. You only get descriptions that can be contradicting. I need to see his quirk in action before confirming anything. Now, I respect him for being an underground hero already. However, I really respect him for the fact that he looks like trash. That's, like, if a dream come true. Sure, I would be judged, but that would save me so much time on my grooming schedule. The man pulls out the UA gym uniforms from his sleeping bag. Now that's disgusting. For a moment, I watch him settle his eyes on each student, and I swear he focuses on me more. Judgmental much? The man sighs, I'm Aizawa, your teacher. Get this? On and come to the training field within 10 minutes. Otherwise, consider yourself expelled. With that, he throws the uniforms on the teacher's desk and leaves. I like him already. While everyone is frozen that we have a trash bag as a teacher, I strut to the front, grab my clothes, and get the F out to avoid everyone staring at me because I am self-conscious. Besides, I don't want to see boys looking at me while I change. It's awkward. Like, I get it. I have a baby face yet abs, and it shouldn't work, yet it does, so F off. I get in and out of that room before any of the other boys join me. Works for me. The only downside is now that I am the only person on the field besides Aizawa. Now, I am perfectly aware that he is supposed to be scary for students. You know, like the one a-hole teacher everyone has? However, I have a very high priority that only this man can fulfill. It wouldn't be the first time I have done something like this, and it screwed me over. I casually approach Aizawa with intense resolve. Excuse me, sir? May I ask you something? Aizawa, being taller than me, glares down. You can wait until your class gets here for answers. Actually, it's completely irrelevant to this. I could care less about what you do for your class. Your show. He quirks an eyebrow, probably questioning why my dumbass is asking him right off the bat without fear. I can tell you that kind of happens when you are bullied all your life. Aizawa sighs. What? Where did you get your sleeping bag from? It looks high quality, and I have a feeling I will need one soon. You know, if he is shocked at my question, he is bloody fantastic at hiding it. Aizawa takes a moment. Are you serious? You prioritize sleep for a reason, don't you? I'll make it up to you somehow if you do. In or out of school. If you need me for something, legal or illegal, I'll help. I just want to know where you got your sleeping bag. Why shouldn't I expel you for asking a ridiculous question? Something tells me he doesn't like me. I will be surprised if I am not expelled at the end of the day for my impulsive actions. However, for our sakes, let me point out that you would not have come into the room in it if you did not value it. Seeing as you are probably an underground hero, you probably are used to sleeping in less kindly places. A good sleeping bag would help in that regard, especially if you are going to try and get as many naps in as possible. Aizawa is clearly done with me. Get in line before I expel you. Alright then. I'm really pushing my luck because he seems like the kind of man who would have already expelled me. Eventually, everyone arrives. Aizawa starts his explanation. Today, we will be doing quirk apprehension tests. Of course, one student has to interrupt. Wait, but what about the ceremony? You don't have time for that. You have 3 years to become the best hero you can be. Being a hero takes a sacrifice, and it starts now with less free time. As I was saying before I was interrupted, today you will be doing a quirk assessment test. Bakugo, you scored first on the practical exams. What was your ball throw in middle school? The sheet, he calling him out. Kaken has a tiny moment of shock before shaking out of it. 52 meters, sir. Aizawa doesn't say anything. He just passed the ball to him. Throw this within the circle. Use your quirk, however. Kaken goes to the circle and studies the ball. Then he throws it with a huge blast. Die. The students look at him like he is a psycho and Kaken in. Aizawa raises what looks like a phone to us to show Kaken's score. 705.2 meters, 2,314 feet. Holy shit. It tests like these that demonstrate why the education system is irrational for not letting students use their quirks in the physical exams. We are past the times of equality. We should be working on your quirks as early as possible. This is what you will be doing for these tests. You'll be discovering the limits of your quirks. Yeah, that makes sense. Quirks are so common that it isn't worth adapting for someone like me, especially when I was the only quirkless kid in middle school. Obviously, the kids are ecstatic about finally being able to use their quirks. However, Aizawa stops them. You think this is fun? How about this? Whoever scores in last place will be deemed to have 0 potential and expelled. But shit. Me already. That riles the kids up, and Uraraka speaks up, but that's unfair. Life is full of unfairness. Villain attacks. Natural disasters. Do you think that is fair? The job of a hero is to eliminate signs of unfairness in the world. As someone growing up quirkless, I am very aware of this. Everyone shuts up. Well, except me, then. Yeah, the students think I'm insane now. Aizawa just sighs. We don't have a lot of time. Get to it. Here's the thing. I'm not at that bad of a disadvantage since I don't feel like breaking my arm. I ain't expecting to be the top student, but with my fitness, I don't think I will be at the very bottom. Not every quirk will benefit in these tests. For example, Hagakure's quirk literally just makes her invisible. That's it. Therefore, I'm on an even level as her. However, a lot of students have probably been training for a while. It's pretty common for parents to start training their kids if they believe their kid's quirk is good enough to be a hero and if their kid, which most kids do, want to be a hero. That's why teenagers nowadays are way better fitness-wise, not because of quirks but because of the drive to become a hero. They are encouraged to work out so that they have a chance of becoming a hero. Once most teens' dreams are crushed, their fitness goes back down. It's amazing how much heroes influence people, even if it is not directly. Back on topic, these tests are made for people with physical quirks. Though, so is the practical exams, which is dumb but whatever. It ranges from running to endurance to jumping around like a monkey. Even if I'm likely to get expelled through my stupidity or being last somehow, it's interesting to see all these quirks in action in creative ways. We have the obvious ones like Carboy who can casually zoom around, and Kaken who can use his explosions to just fly over sheet. However, there were definitely some unique uses as well. For example, a girl named Yaoyorozu can create anything she wants as long as she has the chemical compound memorized and the weight to do it. For the endurance running test, she made a scooter and just drove around. Basically, her quirk is a godsend and overpowered. Overall, I am pretty sure I am skiing. That's when the ball throw came around. Now, logically, I shouldn't use my quirk when I have no training in it. I'm still trying to figure out how the beach works because All Might couldn't explain jack shit to me. When it comes to my turn, I walk into the circle and think for a moment. Going based on how All Might uses his quirk, I assume he can use it in any part of his body. What if I don't need to sacrifice my entire arm? To be honest, for how powerful his quirk is, I think I only need a finger to cause some damage. Hurry it up, Aizawa mumbles. I huff, I was getting there. Just strategizing. Well, I guess it's time to try it. The idea is to push the ball off with the tip of my finger. After a moment of thinking, I decide to do it with my right. It would be easier to write later if I do it with my left, but I'm afraid I don't have enough coordination. I get in position, take a breathe, and swing my arm. At the last second, I switch the hold to the tip of my pointer finger to push it off while using my quirk. Only for it to collapse? 2 meters, 7 feet. I definitely didn't feel the quirk when I tried to. I look towards Aizawa to realize my previous thoughts are correct. Aizawa is Eraserhead. His quirk Eraser allows him to look at his opponents and disable their quirk, though I don't know the specifics of it. I see his red eyes glare at me as his scarf and hair defies gravity. Are you planning to become a liability again with that reckless quirk of yours? Aizawa asks with a harsh tone. I know why he's thinking that. If I injure myself, I'm F-ed and someone else will have to save me. However, it still pisses me off when I know what to do. I barely manage to keep myself from snapping. I have a plan that won't disable me. I'm still trying to figure out how the beach works, so work with me here. If it fails, you can expel me. No questions asked. Aizawa blinks, returning my quirk. I presume. You get a second chance. Don't waste it, Midoriya, and keep your language down. I ignore him, already in position again with more determination than before. Well, probably pettiness, but I digress. I swing once more, and at the last second, I shift the ball to the tip of my pointer finger and use the stupid quirk on the power-up and propel it. 705.3 meters, 2,314 feet. Yes, same as Kaken's, but both are rounded, so what are you going to do about it? Just know Izuku's is barely more. I flex my finger, and it's broken. However, after so much bullying, this is nothing. I face Aizawa with so much effing sass. Challenge me again. I dare you. I may be gotten rid of through my stupidity, but you aren't getting rid of me through this. Aizawa grins, chuckling at my insanity to face him probably. However, before he gets a chance to say anything, Kaken has to ruin the moment. Deku. You lied to me. He comes barreling out me, and I'm about to wee myself out of here when the gray scarves wrap around him to prevent him from getting me. What the hell is this? It's made of carbon alloy, so you can't break through it. Can you calm down now? My quirk gives me dry eye, and you aren't helping it. Aizawa says in a gruff tone. Kaken chills the F out, and we get back to work with the boy stalking me like a goddamn dog. Despite having a broken finger, I swallow the pain and do what needs to be done. Then the scores. I'm not going to go over your individual scores, so here is your ranking compared to the class. Aizawa presses a button, and the scores pop up. Now, where am I? Hold up, how the F did I get last? I swear I beat that little perverted grape midget kid at least, but what? How was this scored? You know what? Whatever. I bow before starting to walk away. Welp, I enjoyed my time here. I got to see some cool quirks, nice people and trash people. See y'all when one of you arrest me, K. The hobo man wraps me up and pulls me to his side. Aizawa grins psychotically. Oh, that was just a logical ruse to make sure everyone was performing at their best. Nobody is getting expelled. Everyone sighs in relief while screaming in outrage. A beautiful girl with a black pigtail taps her chin. I thought everyone knew he was lying. I should have mentioned it, huh? Yeah. Screams the entire class. Aizawa clears his throat. Everyone change and get back to class. The syllabus is on my desk. All the students start walking back, and I attempt to join them only to find myself still tied up. Excuse me, but I seem to be kind of stuck? I kept you back for a reason. You have potential even if you decide not to use that illogical quirk. However, you need to figure out how to use it without breaking your bones minimum. I'm aware, sir. I have a few theories in my head, but I'm still trying to figure out how it works myself. Am I free now? One more thing, watch the attitude. I appreciate a student who can face whoever, but you need to know when to fight your battles so you don't get expelled. Got it, problem child? Problem child? Excuse me, but I wasn't the one attacking another student. Aizawa sighs. I'm aware, but you kill me internally more than him. It's a yes or a no, Midoriya. Yes, sir, I mumble. Aizawa finally lets me go. Go catch up. You have potential. Don't waste it. I don't even bother to respond to that as I head to join the rest of them. Survived one class. I must have a pain tolerance of a beast because I legit forgot that my dumbass broke my finger. The only reason I remembered it is because Ida came up to me and lectured me about it. Obviously, I didn't listen. However, when Aizawa realized that I had a broken finger, he handed me a slip to see Recovery Girl. I haven't seen her since the last time I broke my limbs, and I've been spamming her phone with random shit. Mostly food though. Is it bad that I prefer texting her over All Might? Like, I'm aware she can kick my butt, but maybe that's what makes me want to talk to her. All Might is a pansy to me. I guess it makes sense. I knock on RG's door, and I enter when I receive an answer. Obviously, I have to be special. Guess who's back? Back again? Recovery Girl immediately whacks me on the head with a cane, but compared to a broken finger, that's nothing. Why are you sending me pictures of food at 3 in the morning? You should be sleeping. At that time, sleep is for the weak. She sighs. You need sleep for energy for me to heal you. What did you do this time? I broke my finger. I think that's an improvement over 3 whole limbs. I say with excitement as I show her my broken finger. Or you could not break anything, Recovery Girl grumbles as she kisses my finger, causing it to heal. She hands me an energy gummy bear, and I eat it without a problem. I could, but I haven't figured that out yet. All Might isn't much help, and no offense, but the notes you sent me are vague. It's like I didn't obtain All Might's quirk but instead a bootlegged version of it. That's understandable, dear. However, you need to figure out something. I can't heal you forever. I mean, doesn't breaking bones makes your bones stronger, OW? Don't even try it, young man. I get you're wonky in the head, but if you even attempt that, I will be required to send you to an asylum. I've been asking for a therapist for the last 3 years, so you can't blame me. It's called self-control. You know my texting habits. Speaking of, I will have to block you if you keep texting me so early in the morning unless it's an emergency. Then why were you up? She has the nerve to glare at me. You woke me up. Now, I don't mind the company. In fact, I appreciate it even though I didn't expect it from you of all people. Just keep it at a reasonable time. You are a hero in training, so you need as much rest as you can get. Alright, I can do that. But now don't injure yourself and get back to class. I'll try my best. Thank you for the help. With a bright smile and a wave, I head out to search for my classroom. I was blessed when I came back to see Present Mike as my English teacher. After a quick introduction, and a high five from him, he told me that everyone was writing whatever they want in English to give an idea of where they are. I am happy to note that I'm good in English. I can have an intelligent conversation in English and write if needed. However, there is something I excel at: song lyrics. More specifically, I write down any song lyrics that come to mind from musicals. Heathers? I Got You. Beetlejuice? Legally Blonde? Yes, that is a musical, and And I am not forgetting about the shining star of them all, Hamilton. When the time is up, I drop an entire stack of musical lyrics on his desk, causing Present Mike to look at me strange. When he picks up my stack and reads the first page, I knew we had a connection when he bursts out laughing and slams his head on the desk, gaining and concerned looks from students. Yes, Midoriya, yes. You'll survive just fine in here. Present Mike practically yells as he struggles to recover. It takes him a while, but eventually we were moved to talking to other students in English. He would rearrange us based on how well we were doing in conversation. Being the chatty little brat I am, I have no problem with this. Though, I'm sure the students are judging me based on the topic of choice, food. I don't know what you expect. Despite Present Mike clearly hearing me curse, he doesn't stop me. I guess because most of the students did not recognize it. It's not a priority word for most. When you listen to musicals, it is, so it works for me. Eventually, present mix class has to end, and he waves and midnight, the +18 hero takes his place. Don't ask me how she is allowed to teach in a high school. I will tell you no that things only go south from here. Midnight teaches modern hero art history, and I have no idea why we need this, or what this is for. How is this going to help me in the future? Like, I get costume design is important and all, but this isn't something I need to dedicate an hour of life to every day. Next is ectoplasm, the alien that got saved from Area OK. Maybe that's a bit harsh, but he looks like one, so it's close. He teaches math. The next. Finally, we have the gray Lego dude Cementos. Now this is where the tea starts stirring. He teaches modern literature, and usually don't give AF about this class. I take the book home, read it then where I don't have to hear the fuckers talk, and return the next day and destroy whatever quick they force upon us. I didn't listen to my teachers at all, which is where half my infractions come from at least. Logically, I pass out from boredom. For a short PRD of time. Midoriya, please step outside and wait, Cementos says however long later. DMN, already getting kicked out? I grab my stuff, I don't trust Kakin or anybody else with it, and leave without hesitation. I get I should provide a good impression, but that's called lying, and I was told lying was bad. Bad by the teachers who always found a way to get me in trouble, but I digress. I rather give Cementos the whole show now instead of surprising him later. I sit beside the door and decide to take the time to work on homework. It's basically filling out contact information for the teachers to find your parents easier, so that should only take a couple minutes. I ain't wasting my time out here. I could sleep on the floor as you're probably thinking, but the floor uncomfy. That desk was very comfortable. I'm done. How long have I been out here? Not really caring anymore. I pull out my phone to see it has been 10 minutes. I don't like sitting still for long at all. Remember when I said I'm likely to be kicked out the first day? This is why. Despite being in trouble, my mind goes, hey, let's go explore. I have no self-control to stop that, so I leave the door in favoring of learning about my surroundings. After all, if I become a vigilante and ever need to break in, that's an advantage for me. From walking around, this place is bigger than I imagined. And more confusing, so I have no idea how I will get back. Though, I guess that won't be an issue if I get expelled. Might as well enjoy my time now. Eventually, I managed to find the most beautiful place in the world. I found the cafeteria. I don't need to know where my classrooms are. I just need the cafeteria. As I wander through it, I notice the line, with no people. This place is empty, where I can see the hero lunch rush, a hero in a full chef's outfit, moving around boxes. I don't know what I'm doing when I approach the line. Hey, do you need help? I take in the situation. You're trying to get all the supplies in one place, right? I can help move them if you would like. Lunch Rush looks toward me and tilts his head in confusion. He doesn't like to talk then. I can work with that. I got kicked out. I'm expecting to be expelled anyway, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. Can I help? Lunch Rush examines me for a moment before nodding and pointing towards the direction to get to the other side. I go through a gate and immediately wash my hands. I may be hallucinating, but I swear he looks excited about the part that I washed my hands. Is it surprising that I have hygiene? From there, Lunch Rush silently starts bossing me around of where to put boxes and stuff like that. Meanwhile, I start filling the silence by talking about food and other random things. He doesn't signal for me to shut up or anything, so I guess he doesn't mind. It doesn't take too long for the job to be done, and he gives me a thumbs up as thanks. No problem. You need help with anything else? Lunch Rush looks around and shakes his head. Then he points behind me. I turn around to find Aizawa leaning against the doorway. Aizawa sighs as he pinches the bridge of his nose. Sorry, Lunch Rush. I hope he didn't cause too much trouble here. Lunch Rush shakes his head. Then he points at the boxes, then me, and gives a thumbs up. He helped. Lunch Rush nods. That's something. Come on, Midoriya. Thank you for watching over him, Aizawa tells him as he waits for me to move. After waving to Lunch Rush, I leave the kitchen area with Aizawa behind him. Logically, the first thing I ask is, can we skip the paperwork, have me hand over my key card, and force me to go home so I can start my illegal lifestyle? I already been through this process a million times. I don't need to see UA's version of it. I'll explain when we get to my office. You're not getting expelled though. Why not? Cementos expected that to happen. Well, then why didn't he just deal with me right there? Izawa doesn't give me any more answers until we arrive at his office. He sits at his messy desk while I sit in the chair in front of him. Izawa watches me while he explains, he didn't think you would walk off. He knew you would try to sleep. The reason he pulled you out of the class is because he wanted to explain that you can do that as long as you do your work and not disturb the class. I feel like there is some sort of plot armory going on here. What's the catch? There is none. We know you have potential, and we looked over what you go in trouble for in the past, so we know what to expect. If you get the job done correctly, we don't care. It's when you start shit we will. That's surprising. Does that mean I'm not in trouble? You are because you went against a teacher's order. Week of detention with me. All right then. Starting today. Make sure you let whoever you live with know. Now that's just a rip-off. Should have thought of that before wandering off, problem child. To be fair, I thought I was getting expelled. If you were to get expelled, I get to arrest you for suspicion of illegal activities due to what you said earlier. By being here, I can at least keep an eye on you. I can get arrested for that? Most people wouldn't care. He must hate me that much. You make me sound like I'm the worst kid you have dealt with. You are. Now shut up and do your homework. I'm not letting you out until lunch. Offended. Also, I did it when Cementos-sensei shoved me out. Then write a report for why it's wrong to disobey a teacher's order. Do before lunch. If I'm not satisfied or you don't do it, that's an extra day of detention. Rude. I can add one for that. Man, he's harsh. Thankfully, my report was good enough to avoid detention, so that's something. It's the last class of the day, and I am already dreading it. But it's hero class, which means I have to deal with All Might. Don't get me wrong, I like Yagi, and I respect All Might as a hero. I'm still totally against All Might for being a teacher. What makes the situation worst is that when I was about to leave, Izawa told me that if I caused All Might trouble, he was in charge of dealing with me. Basically, I get another week of detention if I snap at this man. As someone who casually throws garbage at him once a week at least, that's not a good thing. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Good. All Might why? Also, why is he in his Silver Age suit and why do I know that? Wait, that last question is because I watched every All Might movie just to find chances to bully him on it. That's also why my English is probably nice as a lot of the movies are in English only. All Might was in America for a while, so it's expected, but it's also still annoying. The students absolutely marvel at him. Meanwhile, I'm here questioning why he is here and I can tell he sees it, but he ignores it in favoring of the class. Today, you're going to be one step closer to becoming heroes with your hero costumes. All Might presses the button, and the wall pulls out to reveal 20 suitcases, each numbered to the respected seat. Everyone get dressed and head to Field C. With that, he zooms off. Oh boy. I could easily start a fight right now, and he wouldn't know it. Not that I am going to. I grab my suitcase first and head to the lockers. I would first like to mention that the levels of petty I have are so astronomical that the flaws outweigh the benefits, but I still do shit anyway. I did it with my hero costume. I plan on changing it later, but it will work for now. However, based on the outfit, the support crew definitely pulled through. I am a Green Bunny version of All Might. I'm basically making a mockery of him. Unfortunately, they told us to keep it basic for now, so I have a version simple bunny design with basic protection. As soon as I get the chance, I'm upgrading, but I'm content for now. Hip-hop, motherfuckers. As I am likely to get lost, I wait for the boys to get dressed. It's like watching a bunch of girls play dress-up as they gush to each other about how cool they look. Looks of the costume really don't matter too much for me. As long as they are functional, you can put me in a thong and I can work it. Finally, we head to the field. Along the way, we meet up with the girls, squad up, and arrive at the field all at once. Even I am one to admit that we look badass as we enter the stage. Turns out, this is the city for the entrance exam. All Might looks over all of the other students until he sees me, the green bunny. He looks away, flustered. I say my goal is complete. It takes him a moment to recover. You all look fantastic. Now it's time for your task. God, please tell me he isn't. Kill me. This man just pulled out a flashcard to read off of. All Might can't hear the war in my head. Inside this building, there is a nuclear bomb that needs to be taken down. Everyone will be broken down into pairs of heroes and villains. Villains need to protect the bomb or capture the heroes, while the heroes need to capture the bomb or the villains. This will be decided randomly, so when you pull a card with a letter, find your partner with the same one. Any questions? Yeah, that's a lot of questions. I can't even distinguish who is who. Loudmouse. Isn't this a bit early for us? Shouldn't we learn how to beat each other up first? The frog lady, Tsu, asks the same question out loud for me, and All Might notices. All he says is, "You'll have to eventually. Might as well start now." That's not how this works. That's like giving a child a gun and saying, "You'll have to use it eventually. Might as well start practicing now." You teach the child how to use a gun responsibly before actually giving them the gun. Same situation. Another great example is Kaken. He was given explosions and never taught how to use them, so he uses them to explode me. So yeah, teach kids before throwing them in the wild. Ida interrupts my thought process. Wouldn't it be better if we choose our partners, sir? Yayarozu, the human version of Walmart I talked about before, answers, "It's common for heroes to have to work with heroes from other agencies, so it's better for us to get used to it now instead of later." All Might nods in agreement. She is right. You don't always get to work with who you want. Besides, you will be with your fellow classmates for the next 3 years, so it's best for you to be able to work with as many of them as possible. That's the first logical thing I heard from him, like, ever. Actually, second if you include the idea of cleaning the beach. Though, I will say that him talking about teamwork is hypocritical because he rarely works with other heroes. He doesn't even have a sidekick like most. Wait, he did. Some salt happened so now he doesn't, but you get what I mean. Eventually, we draw letters, and I am paired with Uraraka. I can work with that. She's the only person in here that doesn't seem to judge me. I know this because she invited me to eat lunch with her despite Ida's protest. Everyone gets their letters, and All Might announces the first pairing. Team D will be the heroes and Team A will be the villains. Uraraka and I are Team D. Lame. I wanted to be a villain. Now who's Team A dash? Oh, this is going to be a show to remember. Bring out the tea. Team A is Kaken and Ida. Team A, please take this bomb and place it wherever you want in the building. From there, the teams have 10 minutes to strategize. Good luck to you both. Everyone else, follow me. All Might announces as he leads the students somewhere else. Kaken and Ida enter the building carrying a fake bomb, and Uraraka and I stay out. I face Uraraka. Okay, so here's the plan. We are going to F them up so hard that not even God will know what to do when we win this. Got it. I would first like to say that, for the record, that a hero can't casually go around killing people. We would have less idiots if that were the case. This means that I can't kill Kaken despite my ever-growing resentment at him. I'm just pushing those cards off the table before I take them. Actually, would I kill Kaken and Ida first? They are both annoying in their own rights, and I want to punch both of them in the face. I don't know why I am considering this when the answer would be Kaken, but I would not be surprised if that answer becomes harder to come up with in the future. Getting back on topic, I also can't use my quirk. No offense, but breaking my bones hurt like a beach, and I am not into beatism. Thankfully, I managed to come up with a plan. In case you have not picked up on it yet, Kaken has the ego of a chihuahua. He was the best in his little group, but once you throw him in the wild, he struggles. Struggling isn't the right definition for this. It's more that he has more competition. What does this have to do with my plan? That ego is going to be what wins this for us. I bet my left butt cheek that he is not going to plan with Ida. That's how confident I am. Kaken is just going to come straight at us and attack. Because of the level of his pettiness, it's probably me. However, that's not important. As for Ida, seeing Kaken just ditch him, he'll stick with the bomb if he isn't an idiot. After checking around the building, Uraraka and I have a plan. Uraraka and I found a ladder that leads to the top of the building. We will be climbing to the top and crawling down searching for the bomb, as it would be dumb to go through the front door. Kaken will probably be going down first, so we will most likely not find him while searching unless it takes us too long or he finds out what we did. Once we find the bomb, Ida should call for Kaken to come and help him out. That's when the chaos starts. Since the two are unaware of their fighting styles, they are probably going to keep interfering with one another, giving Uraraka and I a chance to get the bomb and win. See what a big boy brain can do for you. You don't need a quirk to do shit. Even though the girl barely knows me, Uraraka is more than willing to follow through with my plan, which I appreciate. It doesn't even use her quirk. Though, she can use the debris from Kaken's quirk if needed. Either way, we are prepared. And start. All Might yells way too loudly into the intercom. Like, he is either going to burst that intercom or burst my eardrums. Let's go, I mumble to Uraraka once my eardrums recover. I lead the way to the ladder, and I climb first because I am not going to climb under a lady. That's disrespectful. Because this is a 5-story building, this takes a minute or two. Just keep climbing. Just keep climbing. Just keep climbing, climbing. I sing, hearing giggles below. When we finally get to the roof, it's time to go down. At this point, it's when I realize how loud Kaken really is, because I can hear him despite having FING floors separating us. It actually did not take us long to find Ida and the bomb, as I could hear them. And what the F dash? Heroes, you shall not pass, for I am a villain. Ida demands as he chops his arm. He is FING practicing being a villain. Uraraka is really trying not to laugh, but with that ridiculous display, she bursts. That catches his attention. Villains? You shall not pass me. I will stop you. As you can see, I removed all the objects from this room to make sure Uraraka-chan is unable to use her quirk. There is nothing you can do now, so give up. Villains are at the bomb. True to his word, Ida did remove all the objects. I also hear a bunch of explosions from the floors below us. I enter the room with Uraraka behind me. You really think there is only one way to run this show? Sweetie, we ain't that simplistic. Uraraka, cover the entryway until Bakugo comes. I demand as I grin and run forward. Ida picks up the bomb and starts zooming around the room, but he is unable to leave due to Uraraka being in the way. Sure, he could always run her over, but I know he is too good for that. The true disappointment has arrived. Uraraka barely manages to duck out of the way when Kaken comes barreling in like a feral dog. I cover my mouth for a moment with my hand as I whisper, Uraraka, go back to the doorway, but make sure to stay out of Kaken's way. When the time is right, float that hoe. I uncover my mouth as Uraraka slowly makes her way behind Kaken. Kaken, however, seems to have a different plan, as the whole place freezes when he lifts up a gauntlet. You know how my quirk words, Udaman Stalker. With this, I can store my sweat to create one big blast. You're going to be my first test subject. Beach, that will kill me. All Might, for once, seems to get his head out of the gutter. Young Bakugo, do not trigger that gauntlet. You will kill him. Kaken just grins. He won't if he dodges quick enough. I watch him pull the safety pin and look around quickly. Uraraka is safe, but Ida isn't, because, even though he isn't near me, this is going to be a huge blast. As Kaken pulls the trigger, I run towards Ida and push him out of the range of the blast. A deafening explosion is heard as I feel the heat burst through my costume and my skin on the side facing towards Kaken. Smoke fills the room, and I pull up my mask and goggles that I'm glad I had put on my costume. I needed to finish this now. After a quick look around, I find the bomb sitting innocently a couple of feet away. I ignore the pain as I scramble over and touch it. Team D has won. Bakugo, please do not pull a stunt like that again. Next time, I will be required to force your team to lose. Everyone please return to the spectator room. All Might thrums through the intercom. Hold up. Is he not going to ask if I am okay? Beach, I just withstood a F-bomb, and you're worried if we won or not. Whatever. I'm probably invincible anyway. But also, that's IT for Kakin. He just gets let off with a warning. He shouldn't even be allowed that weapon in training. All Might, get it together, man. Is everyone alright? I ask first. I receive a nod from Uraraka. Ida takes it a step further as he bows. I am fine. Thank you for saving me despite being on the opposite team, Midoriya. However, are you alright? I look at myself and realize that I look like shit. That's not the problem. Kakin destroyed my hero costume. If it was by the support department, I would understand. However, Mayim made this with her heart and soul. Y'all should have seen how happy she looked when she showed it to me. Oh, it was so precious. I am aware that it was going to get fed up eventually, but not this early. Before you asked, she only made the outfit. She didn't make anything else. That's why the support department still gets credit. Seeing that Kakin is still frozen, I stomp over to him and punch him in the gut hard. He cowers from the force. Yeah, I'm that said. Young, Midoriya, that's a detention. You don't attack your peers after training. I hear All Might, but one more detention won't hurt me. Instead, I scream at Kakin, Beach, mine made me this hero costume, and you FIT up in literally one day. You have to go apologize to her for destroying it. Funny thing about Kakin, he may hate my guts, but he does care for my mom. Kakin growls as he starts retreating. I turn to Ida and Uraraka with a grin. Sorry about that. Time to head back. I stomp out, completely ignoring any pain that comes from me. During my walk, I realized that Kakin got a warning for aiming a bomb at 2 students, but I got detention for punching him. What the F dash? Since I'm injured, guess who I get to visit again? Recovery Girl, I'm back. I announce as I enter her office. Recovery Girl immediately turns around and inspects me. What happened now? She starts guiding me to the bed as she looks over the injuries. Well, you'll be happy to know that I didn't use my quirk, so no broken bones. I sit down as Recovery Girl looks over them more thoroughly. That's something, but what happened? Someone used a nitroglycerin-filled gauntlet and shot it directly at me. Recovery Girl is silent for a moment, trying to decipher that information. What? That weapon shouldn't be allowed in hero training, let alone to new students. What was All Might thinking when he let that kid go on the field? And the support department for making it? Don't ask me. On All Might's behalf, he did tell him to stop. He just did it anyway. Please tell me the boy got detention. He got a warning, but I got detention though. What did you do? He f'd dash, I receive a whack on the head for cursing. He screwed up the hero costume my mom made me, so I punched him in the gut after the exercise. To be honest, I feel like I deserve a right to do that. Recovery Girl sighs. Both of you deserve detention, but he deserves worst. That's unacceptable behavior. If it makes you feel any better, I won the match. If you think I care about you winning over your safety, you're wrong. Recovery Girl kisses me on the cheek, causing the forming blisters to heal and for me to feel sleepy. Now lay down and rest. I do as asked, but certainly not in silence. Can I go on strike? Against UA? But All Might is this as a teacher. You would have to convince the whole student population plus more to go on strike with you to even have a chance of removing him. I have a better plan than that. She groans, probably not wanting to know, what? If you go on strike with me, it would be a much faster process. You're not wrong, dear. However, I'm not willing to participate in your endeavors. Now, will you please go to sleep? The one time an adult wants me to sleep? Sure. When I wake up, the first thing I hear is a loud whack like someone is getting beat up. I don't think I want to wake up. Are you an idiot, Yagi? You gave this boy nothing to work with, and Midoriya has already lost faith in you. I hear Recovery Girl lecture from behind the curtain. Never mind, I am more than willing to wake up. I didn't realize TT the quirk would act different for him. Yagi stutters out. Then, he's scared of Recovery Girl. Wait, I can use that to my advantage. Then why he is asking me information instead of you? You should know more about your own quirk than I do. I don't know. I think it's time to interfere. This is the same guy who told me to squeeze my butt cheeks and yell smash to trigger his quirk. There is no way in hell am I going to listen to him after that advice. What? Did you think I was going to help Yagi? Look, I like Yagi. However, he has some major downfalls to get over. Recovery girl sighs like she is about to give up on life. Your lucky Midoriya is much more logical than you despite acting more stupid. Hey! Recovery girl opens the curtain to reveal herself and Yagi. Yagi offers a hesitant smile. How are you doing, my boy? Part of my body got hit with dynamite and the trigger didn't get detention, yet when I punch him in the stomach, automatic detention. To make things worse, you didn't ask if I was alright. You just ended the match. I think you can read the mood, sir. I see. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. Yagi sweat drops. Recovery girl face palms. Yagi, make sure Midoriya doesn't make stupid decisions. Midoriya, try to figure out how to not break your bones. Limit it as much as possible. Gotcha. Can I head back to class? I have detention today, and I don't want to make it seem like I'm ditching out. Yagi can wait, right? I interrupt Yagi before he speaks. Actually, this is for disobeying teacher's orders in another class. Midoriya, you really need to work on your self-DSPLN skills. You're free to go. I hop up. I won't. Bye, recovery girl. Bye, idiot. As I am leaving, I can hear her asking him why he allows me to disrespect him like that. Surprisingly enough, when I arrive, all the students respect me because I didn't use my quirk. I even got invited to join Ida and Uraraka on their walk home, but I can't join due to detention. Alright then. Welp, time to listen to whatever Aizawa has to say. Izuku, dear, it's only the first day. My mom criticizes me through the phone. She isn't happy that I have already gotten detention. I'm aware, I respond. You could have at least waited a day before doing something like this. True, but I got bored. At least I am not expelled. Don't push your limits, sweetie. Let me know when you are leaving. Got it? Bye, Mom. Love you. Love you too. With that, I hang up and look at Aizawa, who was making sure I called my mom and not running off. See? I'm a boy with standards. Aizawa shakes his head as he leaves the room. Come on, brat. I follow quickly. Wait, isn't the point of detention is to bore me to death? If it hasn't worked before due to your current behavior, there is no way in hell it is going to work right now. I mean true, but could have made my life easier. I don't plan on doing that. I plan on making your life a living hell. I mean All Might already has by being a terrible teacher. How much worse can you do? Aizawa looks over and raises an eyebrow. What makes you say that about him? I got detention for punching Bakugo in the stomach after training, but Bakugo gets a warning for FING exploding me, which was not necessary in the exercise at all. You see the lack of equal opportunity for suffering here? Also, he just overall essig. If he had to pull out flashcards to explain a lesson, it's concerning. Aizawa sighs heavily. I'll look into it tomorrow. If you're being ridiculous again, I'll double whatever I am about to do tomorrow. I feel like I am being underestimated, but whatever. What am I doing? We arrive at an actual hell, the gym. Add 10 minutes to it for language. To what? Aizawa grins, and I immediately know that I am dead. Run. I show no hesitation in following that command because I don't feel like being stabbed by him. I am physically, emotionally, and mentally depressed. Aizawa killed me. Half of the sheet he made me do should be illegal. He made me run from robots chasing me, climbing walls, and lifting him and carrying him around. He even had me learn hero laws while doing it all. Like what the man? Every time I cursed or started to slack, he would add 5 minutes to detention. Beach, this wasn't detention. This was hell and I still want to die despite it being over. The worst part is that this man had way too much fun with this. I regret all my life choices. I want a refund for my life. The worst part? I have a week and a day more of this BGMI sheet. I asked for it, but this is extreme even to my standards. Aizawa's detention made All Might's training look like it was for babies. And you're telling me he let a hard butt like Aizawa in and a PP like All Might? This is just unfair. The only thing I give Aizawa complete credit for is that when I was finally finished, which took over 2 hours instead of the supposed one due to my potty mouth, he had a plate of food and bottled water waiting. Of course, I had to listen to him ramble on why he was being so harsh to me, but I got food, so I could give a DM. Honestly, that's more than All Might ever did. Sure, he gave me a quirk, but food and water might help with the progress. However, there's something specific I would like to point. As I very slowly get ready to leave, Aizawa approaches me. I nearly beg, please tell me you don't have more for me to know. Aizawa has the goddamn nerve to chuckle at me. No. I'm here to tell you that you're a good kid. Otherwise, you would have dropped out like all the others who did this regime before you dash. What? People dropped out over this? Everyone has. I am always intense the first day of detention to get rid of the slackers. Everyone has quit except you. You just need to learn how to control yourself to prevent this from happening in the first place, problem child. No wonder you have a high expulsion rate, I mumble. Aizawa quirks his eyebrow, but he doesn't say much on that matter. You're free. Remember, you have this for the rest of the week. I'm going to die. If your stupidity hasn't killed you yet, this won't. Hey. Offended. Later, brat. Aizawa leaves me behind to trudge across the world. I am more than willing to admit that I passed out on the couch as soon as I got home. Midoriya. You should not be sleeping before class. It is highly disrespectful. Hi. And it's rude to interrupt someone while they are sleeping. Your point? Actually, I don't want to hear it. I'm traumatized enough. I don't need you adding to it, Ida. What, Midoriya, you are still in school. You cannot be sleeping during school time. You are representing the class in a terrible matter. Sir, I barely made it to school because of depression and my body being completely numb. Please leave me alone before I knock your butt out. Of course, the man who made me this way has to call out from his nap. 5 minutes. I shut the F up after that. I am not willing to kill myself because my cursing. I'll just curse in English. You can't count that towards me, right? Not everyone is that fluent in it. Either way, welcome to my hell. To give you an idea of how bad it is, Mom was so worried I was going to pass out on the way to school that she walked with me. 10-10 Mom skills. This is after the fact I passed out the moment I got home on the couch and did not get up for even food. Do you know how scary it is to him for me not to get up for food? Beach, if I'm sick like a dog, I still ask for something. Sure, it's probably breadsticks, but it's still food. Of course, after Mom managed to get me to talk about what happened, she said, maybe you will learn something here. Not if I die first. Eventually, class does start, and the bane of my existence goes to the front of the room. I looked over your examines. Aizawa starts, and he goes over what everyone did wrong. Honestly, I don't pay attention until he reaches Kaken, but Kogo, you have the potential to be a good hero. However, blasting your classmates with that kind of firepower was unnecessary and illogical. Sometime this week, you're required to visit Hound Dog once. Hold up. Someone with actual mental problems, am being beat up by Aizawa. Meanwhile, Kaken gets therapy. And he can do it. Whenever. Where was this option for me? I tap on my desk to get Kaken's attention, who is in front of me. Hey, I'll trade one detention with Aizawa for that therapy. Kaken scoffs. Get lost, Deku. Aizawa sighs, looking at me. We'll talk about that later. For now, good job on using your intelligence instead of your quirk. The only problem is that you can't punch people after the session. That detention is still valid. DMN it. He finishes explaining everyone's issues and moves on to something else. Today, I have some bad news. He goes quiet, and you can see the kids freaking out. Honestly, I'm invincible after Aizawa's workout. You will be choosing a class president and vice president. I don't care how you do it. Just have it done by the end of class. With that, the man goes into his bright yellow sleeping bag and passes out. Immediately, everyone starts screaming that they want to be it and reasons why. Here's the thing. Class president means work. I'm too lazy to do work. Therefore, I don't want to be class president. I clear my throat, catching everyone's attention somehow. Look, I don't care who gets it as long as it isn't Mineta. If he gets it, I'm dropping out and becoming a vigilante. Mineta, I Fendi perverted great boy, interrupts to try and defend himself. Dash. Before he has a chance, my head crashes on the desk to sleep. You know, I expect to either be waken up immediately by Ida or after class. I didn't expect to be in the middle of class. I am nudged by duct tape boy beside me. Dude, you might want to wake up. I don't get a chance to sit up when screaming fills my ears. Who in the hell chose the nerd? What is Kakin yapping about? I'm so confused. What happened? I ask hesitantly. Ida clears his voice awkwardly. Well, we did a voting on who should be class president and vice president. You won president and Yaoyorozu won vice president. It takes me a moment to respond. Excuse me, I think there was a glitch in my hearing. What? Your president and Yaoyorozu is your vice. I sigh. Aizawa-sensei is probably going to kick me from that position, so I'm recommending you for president. Besides, I'm not willing to put in the effort to watch over y'all. Ida becomes nervous. I do not think that is allowed, Midoriya dash. Thank if I don't have to argue with him more because Rock Boy comes into play. If that's who Midoriya votes for, I can agree with me. Other classmates join him, making my life much easier. Ida accepts his fate. I promise to uphold classroom standards and support everyone here to the best of my ability. Okay, he can shut up now. After Aizawa confirms the two, he gets on with class. Overall, it's a simple day. It had lots of sleeping and talking about musicals with present Mike. That simplicity is ruined at lunch. Hey Deku, come sit with us. Uraraka calls from her table with Ida. I don't remember approving that nickname, but it could be worst. I sit down with my goddamn CC Katsudon, and we start a normal conversation. Impressive for me, right? Anyway, it lead to Ida revealing he is Ingenuum's brother, shocker, and wants to follow the family line of heroes and that Uraraka is becoming a hero for the money. Kind of. Her family owns a construction company that's currently in the sheets right now, so she wants to become a hero to finance that. I guess it can be seen as going for the money, but it's for her family. I can't criticize that. There are different ways of being a hero besides saving people after all. Either way, that's not why my lunch was ruined. It was ruined because the goddamn press somehow broke in. I mean, I don't think they broke in specifically, but the teachers should be smart enough to figure that out. They would be heroes if they had that kind of quirk. Let me rewind to that scene. Uraraka, Ida, and I are having casual conversation when the alarm goes off. What the F is that? I ask with a snap. I don't like being interrupted when I am eating. Ida informs me, that is a level 3. That means somebody has broken onto the premises. We should evacuate. I almost get up to do such thing, but the moment I see a sea of children crowding the door in a panic, I decided against it. Sir, you must be insane if you think I will go in that. Those fuckers can kill me after I eat my katsudon, I say casually as I start to eat. However, when I look out the windows, I only see the press. I don't think we have anything to worry about when it's just the dogs. That is inappropriate to say about somebody. Uraraka, thankfully, defends me. I mean, he ain't wrong. I clap my hands, bless. Now, before you stop this, Mr. Class President, I would like to test something. Ida chops the air. Is this really the time to do it? Yes, I say, standing up for the most important moment of my life. I clear my voice and scream, hit or miss. A familiar voice from my class echoes through the crowd. I guess they never miss. You got a boyfriend, he doesn't kiss ya moi. He gonna find another girl and he won't miss ya. He gonna hit the dab like Wiz Khalifa. I grin, spinning the Ida and cutting him off before he can complain. Kaminari Denki is now my new best friend. Okay, Uraraka, could you levitate Ida to the front? Uraraka nods. Aha. She must have known he would lecture me because she slaps his hand and starts flying him there without his permission. When Ida reaches the front, he replicates the exit sign. Everything is fine. It is just the press. Everyone please return to class. Wait, I have to go back to class instead of finishing eating. I took my entire plate with me into the classroom. Did I get looks? Did I get detention? Surprisingly. In fact, Aizawa told me to keep eating. Probably to shut me up, but I'll take it. Hero class didn't happen. I assume All Might went over his time limit. Either way, that means I had to deal with Aizawa talking about quirk. Laws he slammed into my head. Obviously, that does not stop my brain from wandering off and coming up with a brilliant idea. I pull out my phone right in the middle of class and text Yagi to meet me at the beach after detention. Now that I did get detention but it will be worth it. When Aizawa asks about it in detention later, I quote, "Do you seriously want to know what I text on my phone when you know who I am?" That got him to shut up, but now he is requiring me to turn my phone in at the beginning of the day and pick it up at the end. But oh well. Before the end of class, I slip my number to Kaminari to text me later. Somehow, I managed to skip Aizawa's radar. I guess he is only human, so I'll take my luck. Honestly, this is all irrelevant to me, so time for the actual tea. Young Midoriya, are you okay? Yagi has the nerve to ask as I stumble to the beach like a drunk person. I offer him a wide grin. Never. But this is really important. What is it, my boy? I have come up with the perfect way to save our buttes in case we get caught. Language, but what is it? It's time for your daily meme test. Yagi nods. All right, I'm ready. You know that one Star Wars meme? The father one or Baby Yoda? I nearly start crying. Oh my gosh, you know both of them. I am so proud. I'm talking about the father one. Can you say Darth Vader's line? Yagi shifts into his form for this. I am your father. Of course, he drops into his depression after, but he does it perfectly. Now I'm crying. Yagi immediately approaches me. Young Midoriya, are you okay? I nod. I'm just so proud. You've grown so much. I clear my voice. Anyway, you passed. The reason I asked for that scene is because I believe we should act that out whenever people are suspicious of us. We just act that out. They will question it so much that they will forget what they were doing. Yagi taps his chin. I don't see why not. It would be amusing to see that. You're starting to pick up on some of my traits. Is that a bad thing? Nope. It's perfect. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go die on the couch because those detentions are ruthless. See you, Yagi. Yagi says a hesitant bye as he watches my pitiful self stumble out of the scene. V chapter text. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. Zooming through the sky. Little Einstein. Come on, excuse me, sir? Let me go, please? I'm doing nothing wrong. You three are very well aware of what you did. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Kaminari and Ashido are giving up on me. Fine then. I'll fight this war myself. We were screaming outside. Screaming is an essential skill in being a hero. No, it isn't. Look at present Mike. You three don't have quirks related to screaming. I bet if I stay on the streets long enough, I can get that quirk somehow. Then add after-school detention for the rest of your UA school career. You could have just told me I was your favorite student. You don't have to do that. Midoriya, if another word comes out of your mouth without permission, I will give you another week of detention. Great, time to shut up. So you may be wondering what the fuckity happened? Well, I start screaming the Little Einstein's theme. Kaminari and Ashido joined, confirming that they are my true squad. Aizawa interrupted us and used his scary face on us, only affecting the other two. And I got threatened. Oh, and we're outside a bus because we're going on a field trip. With everything explained, it's time to get back in action. As the new class president, Ida has decided to control us everywhere. Everyone please line up based on the class seating chart. Thuai, what are you doing? The last part is yelled as he angrily chops the air. Yeah, nobody is listening to him as they get on. As it turns out, his seating chart idea was irrelevant due to the bus having a different seating concept. Of course, I tried to get on, but Aizawa has me tied up in his stupid scarf thing. Instead of letting me go as he should, he makes me get on the bus like that. Then, he guides me to one of the front seats that are normal, and I have to look at him because that seat is small AF. I get no response. I am shoved into the window seat, where I am finally released from my captor, but now I'm forced to sit next to him. My depression levels are rising faster than Kaken's anger levels. Actually, they have been rising since I'm the only one in a regular UA workout uniform while everyone gets to wear their costume, but oh well. With that, we set off. While everyone gets to talk to their friends, I'm stuck with a hobo and banned from talking. That was until Azui speaks up, "Hey, Midoriya?" I look at Aizawa and he sighs, "Don't be excessive." My eyes sparkle in response and I ask, "Yes?" Azui must have caught everyone's attention because the bus is quiet. "I noticed how your quirk is similar to All Might's, Karo." Plot twist, it is All Might's, lady. However, I can't say that. I have to cover myself. No? If I had something like his quirk, the Hero Commission would have already picked me up and forced me to become a hero. That's true, but you have a similar strength to it, Karo. I'll give you that. From there, the conversation evolves from talking about other people's quirks for hero potential, attention, to personalities. And guess who has the worst one of them all? Nope, not me. It's Kaken. And they all bully the F out of him for it. Honestly, I would have joined if Aizawa hadn't woken him from his nap and glared at me before passing out again. Does he just have a thing where he knows when I'm about to start sheet? If so, I hate it. Kaminari takes the cake with, "Everyone knows you're flaming garbage mixed with garbage. Ain't that the truth? We're here." Aizawa interrupts as he stands up, signals for me to follow, does he not trust me by myself anymore? And gets off. We arrive outside of this huge building. That honestly shouldn't be part of a school. Though, I guess UA is a prestigious hero school, so this is probably normal. As we are getting off, Aizawa leans over and tells me to stay in the front before walking ahead. We enter the building to find it looks like someone grabbed a piece of each environment and shoved it in this building. While it was going through a natural disaster, if I may add. Thinking about it, I think that's how God made my brain. He just grabbed the pieces of the floor and shoved it together in an attempt to make me. Unfortunately, it worked. The only thing that looks sane is the area we are on and the center, which has a cute little fountain in the middle. I don't know how that's necessary, but I digress. "Welcome to the USJ, everyone," says the astronaut across from us. If you want an actual name, their name is 13, a rescue hero. They basically are known for cleaning up debris since they can create black holes to do that sheet. Basically, they are a vacuum. It takes everything to not say that I was expecting much more than this. My self-control has leveled up to level 1. Aizawa goes next to 13 and asks, "Where's All Might?" "Oh, Yagi was supposed to be here? Let me guess, he overdid his limit?" 13 steps closer to Aizawa and raises 3 fingers. "If that ain't confirmation, neither is my will to live then." Aizawa scoffs, probably starting to understand my internal feelings for the man. 13 starts talking to us about how quirks are powerful but can be dangerous, but I kind of ignored it. No offense, but someone in this room has used their quirk on me to decorate my skin in burn marks. I also have destroyed my limbs with my quirk, so there's that, too. I don't need this talk. I have first-hand experience. When they finish, the class and I politely clap. 13 starts to explain the exercise when the power suddenly shuts off. What the? I look towards the center to see a purple mist appear and dropping off a DLVRY package of people. Did the exercise start already? Rockboy Kirishima asks as he approaches. "Sir, do you not see how SUS they look right now? They are the definition of SUS. Besides, this is rescue training, not a beat-up session." Aizawa snaps at him, "Stay back. This is not a STMLTN. Those are real villains." I can see the fear on everyone's face, but I'm over here like, so this is my luck? Honestly, my fear is non-existence. Aizawa puts on his yellow goggles. 13, protect the students. Kaminari, try to connect with your headset. Hold up. He isn't about to hop down there, is he? Yes, he is. Also, the headset thing didn't work. Sir, I break my rule. You're a dumbass if you think going down there by yourself is going to help. Aizawa turns and glares at me, I think? I can't tell. You know better than anybody here that I'm not a one-trick pony. Beach, that's not what I'm on about. You're dealing with someone with a portal quirk. We have no idea of capabilities of that, but it seems to be pretty substantial if they are able to transfer a large group of people like that. You don't even know their plan. They could either drop more on you, or capture us. You're basically asking for us to be kidnapped. Aizawa seems to realize what I mean, but that doesn't stop him. I will be a distraction until help arrives. I expect you and everyone else to get out. Got it, problem child? I feel like you're directing that plan more at me than anyone else. This is the first time you are showing that you're not dumb. I'm hoping you will use your head for once. Aizawa doesn't give me a chance to say anything else as he hops into the fray and starts beating the sheet out of them. All right then. That's his problem, not mine. Let's go. 13 commands of us as they lead the way. We quickly follow, but of course nothing goes our way when the purple portal appears in front of us. I look back to see that he isn't in multiple locations. I'll look into that later. The purple portal talks, having a male voice. So this is Yue's golden eggs. I am sorry that we interrupted your training, but we have business to take care of. I am Kurogyri, and we are the League of Villains. I am afraid I have a job to do here. At least the guy has matters? Is anybody going to ask him what they are doing here? Is 13 just going to get into a fighting pose and hope that he does something? This is BS. I guess I have to do everything around here. I strut to the front. If I may ask, what kind of business are you planning? Killing us? Capturing and torturing us? Perhaps you're after a teacher? Spill the tea, darling. I don't have all day. The students look at me like I'm insane. I don't know what they expect when self-preservation was thrown out the window and burned to the ground. Actually, why is 13 letting me do this? We are here to kill the symbol of peace all might. I look back at the mess below to see Aizawa kicking butt. Nobody really seems all might but kicking worthy. I look until I find this huge-ass bird brain that looks high off of every drag possible. I point at it. With that? No offense, but everybody else either looks like sheet or already died to him. I will not mention the fact that Kurogyri might be able to easily just teleport All Might over a volcano and drop him to his death. Honestly, missed potential. However, I can rely on their stupidity. Sadly, this shouldn't be something I can rely on. I would be a way better villain than them. You're smart, Kurogyri points out the obvious. No. Y'all just obvious. I think if Kurogyri had eyebrows, he would be raising them. I'm well aware of how stupid I am. I'm about to get more information, but I'm interrupted, ruining my chances. Die. I got you, bro. I watch Kaken and Rockboy Kirishima attack the clearly not physical part of his body, doing no damage as they drop on the ground. I facepalm. You idiots. You just wasted our chance to get more information. Kaken turns to me and growls, like you were going to get any more information, Deku. You could have waited until we saw his actual body. We both know humans require some sort of physical attributes in their body. It's not like his mama just farted out a baby. We just needed more time that you took. Shut up, Kurogyri politely interrupts us. I'm afraid I have a job to do. Goodbye. I don't even get a chance when I fall through the ground to find myself falling into an ocean. I put my feet together because at the height Kurogyri put me at, the water is basically cement. Don't even ask me how I didn't break my legs when I fall into the water. When I open my eyes, I see multiple villains surrounding me. The first one that catches my eye is the shark about to attack me. Question: do animals' attributes suffer the same as regular animals? For example, if you punch a shark in the snout, it screws them up. Does that work for someone with a shark quirk as well? I don't get a chance to answer that when I feel something wrap around my waist and pull me out of the water. I cough up the sheet and see that I am now on a boat. In front of me sits Tsuyu and pervert great boy Mineta. When I finish my coughing fit, I straighten up. Thanks, Sue. No problem, Karo. We need to get out, Ribbit. Tsuyu points to the water, and I look over the boat wall to see multiple people with sea quirks approaching. Mineta starts freaking out and throwing his ball into the water, We're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die. I helpfully supply, I mean, you aren't wrong. I don't think it actually helps as he gets worse. Ah. I peek over to see that the villains are not approaching the purple ball. They don't know our quirks, so that's something. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, Tsu, and Mineta's ball would be worthless. Mineta keeps Tsu from speaking, are we going to die? The ship is starting to sink too. Oshiti, right? Well, first off, if you don't shut the F up, I will not hesitate to throw you over. Good, the Muppet is quiet now. Second, how does y'all's quirks work? Tsu taps her chin, I have the attributes of a frog ribbit. I can stick to walls, my tongue is really long, and I can jump super far. Oh, and I can secret acid and clean out my stomach, but I don't think that will be helpful, ribbit. It could freak them out, but I rather not risk it out. Now, Mineta, without freaking out, how does your quirk work? Mineta takes a ball off his head and places it on the wall to demonstrate. I produce these balls that stick to anything for around 24 hours, even longer depending on how healthy I am. They can't stick to me and me quirk is useless for this. I slap Mineta. Get it together, boy. Tsu asks the boy, are you sure this whole hero business is meant for you, Mineta? I don't let him answer. We'll question his life choices later. Anyway, my quirk is super strength. However, I sacrifice my bones for it. I think for a moment. Tsu, how far can you jump roughly? Like, if you were on the Titanic right now and had to jump into the ocean, how far would you go before you land? About 10 to 15 feet. Do you have a plan? Yes. Mineta, throw more ball down there. Mineta obliges, not even bothering to argue with me as he drops them in the water. I'm going to jump off and use my quirk to attempt to make a whirlpool that will drag all of them to one spot and force them to stick together with a mismatched family. As I'm falling, you're picking up Mineta, grabbing me with your tongue, and peeing yourself as far away from the boat as possible. Got it? Tsu nods. You're good, Mineta. Ready for the plan? Tsu nods as she plucks the little sheet into her arms. With my self-preservation out the window, I jump off the boat, power one for all into a single finger, and flick it. As suspected, the force from it does create a whirlpool. My plan was accurate. I feel something grab my waist and drag me away from the mess I have created and land in the water, swimming us quickly to the beach, which happens to be right next to the center. The center where Aizawa is fighting. I hear a faint drowning noise, and I turn to see Tsu drowning Mineta. All right then. We should get out of here, Tsu recommends. I can see Aizawa is pretty close to his limit, causing me to thin my lips. A loud voice interrupts my thoughts. You are an impressive NPC, Eraserhead. However, I'm not the final boss. No. Finish him. In the blink of an eye, I see Aizawa crushed by the big bird brain that I pointed out earlier. A snap echoes as the Nomu easily breaks his arm like Ken's arm from Barbie. R.I.P. his arm. Thinking about it, add his spinal cord too with the force he went down. Wait, I should be doing something. There's one thing I have noticed from the man talking. He likes video games. Maybe an unhealthy amount based on the way he is talking. You play with your enemy's weaknesses no matter how FING weird they are. I may be taking the worst route. I get away from Tsu and Mineta so that they have a chance to get away and maybe grab Aizawa when needed. With no hesitation I say, you doing pay to win, mate? All the attention turns to me. Oh boy. I finally get a look at the leader and oh boy. He looks like a boyish version of Aizawa with a hand FTSH. He has the black PJs, which I completely understand. If I ever become a villain, I'm wearing my PJs, and blue hands gropping random parts of his body including his face. All I'm saying is thank if it's not on his D-dash. Other than that, he seems to be a little older than me, has dry teal skin, and what looks to be scratch marks on his neck. Maybe it is a tick of his? Or maybe he was forced into this. Who am I kidding? He looks young enough to be forced into this one way or another. Of course not, you brat. I leveled up plenty before coming to this stage. You're just complaining. Because you didn't have the chance. Okay, trash plan, distract. If this plan doesn't work, I'll join Aizawa in the graveyard. Actually, bury me away from him. I don't want to be screamed at in hell. I clap. Then how about a little bonus stage? That catches his attention. Bonus stage? What are you on about? Do you have Mario Kart on your phone? Kurogyri, watching the scene with so much confusion, intervenes. Shigaraki, it would be a wise idea not to listen to him. I got a name. Shigaraki scoffs. I have standards. That's the basics of video games. Why? How about we play a game? Why should I play with an NPC like you? First off, I'm not an NPC. I'm more of a minor antagonist that people like more than the actual. Second, I can put a bet on the line. What could you possibly bet that would be any value for someone like me? If you win, I'll join the League of Villains. No questions asked. Aizawa is really going to kill me. And All Might. Basically, everyone is going to kill me when I get out of this. Why would I want someone like you? Kurogyri clears his throat. The boy seems rather intelligent. He was able to figure out a weakness of mine and learn that the Nomu was our weapon against midnight. He has potential. Nomu? Must be the massive bird. Shigaraki scratches his neck. And if you win? You have to let Eraserhead free. Nothing more, nothing less. We have a deal. Yeah, I'm going to be forced into therapy for what I am doing. I approach Shigaraki casually and offer a hand. I can't really see his facial expressions, but judging by the movement of his jaw, he may be grinning for some reason. He takes my hand, making sure not to include a pinky as he shakes it. Definitely a signal towards his quirk if I have ever seen one. Also, his hands are dry AF. I have half the nerve to offer him lotion. Deal. I would just like to mention I just made a deal with a mentally unstable villain over a Mario Kart match. Yes, you should be concerned. Receiving so many questioning looks, Shigaraki and I plop on the ground, exchange friend codes, and we decide to randomize a match. It ends up being Rainbow Road, and we choose our drivers and go. Here's something I am willing to admit to. I have an unhealthy obsession with Mario Kart on my phone. I have plenty of experience, so I'm confident enough in my abilities. However, Shigaraki is a gaming nerd from what I can tell, so he probably has plenty of experience with this as well. I have no idea how this is going to go. I see the start and we get to driving. And I must be honest, it's close for the whole time. With pure luck, I win. If I had failed that turn, I would have lost. I hop up and spin around. Ha! I win! I exclaim. Shigaraki growls, "You cheater!" The next moment happens too quickly for me to comprehend. It's just instinct. Shigaraki jumps and grabs my left arm, and I see his quirk start to destroy the clothing and eventually my skin, decorating me in blood. Him back, causing him to stumble, and I go to punch him in the face. And you. I end up punching the big bird brain that was on top of Aizawa. Somehow, it was able to defend Shigaraki within a second. Unintentionally, maybe intentional because man my skin is effed up now. I was using one for all so I punched the Nomo with it. Nothing happened. It didn't move. I didn't break my arm. The only thing that gives an idea that anything happened was the gusts of wind around us. What the F dash? Shigaraki must see the look on my face because he starts laughing psychotically. Noma doesn't have just one quirk. It has multiple quirks that were made to combat All Might. That's not good. Actually, I'm not in a good situation in general. I huff like the salty child I am. Multiple quirks? Made to combat? Is this a failed science experience? Nope. It's plenty high level to combat that trash All Might. So, is it an experiment? He kind of avoided that part. I should be worried about the quirks for a new plan. I consider it a failed experiment if it's ugly. Does it have shock absorption? I see why Kurogyri considered you intelligent. You would have made a great minion with a few upgrades. Yeah dash, before I continue, our Lord and Savior has arrived. I am here. All Might demands with authority. When I peer over my shoulder to see him, he's not smiling for once. Oh, so the big man is pissy. All Might grabs his tie and rips it off. And even with the situation I have shoved myself into, I can't help but think, dramatic AF. With the snap of a finger, All Might destroys the standing sheet villains and snatches Aizawa, Tsu, Mineta, and I and places us at the stairs. The bottom of the stairs instead of the top, despite his quirk getting us there with only a second more to spend. He probably isn't thinking, so I'll forgive him this time. You three get Aizawa-kun to safety. I'll deal with the villains. All Might commands, and I can't help but think that this is the one time I don't see him be a PP around me. Once again, he is in action, so I'll forgive again. I clear my throat. Your main worry is the big blue creature called Nomu and the portal Kurogiri. Nomu has super strength, shock absorption, and probably more quirks based on how Shigaraki, the hand dude, said it. Kurogiri can form multiple portals wherever he wants, in the air or on the ground, and teleport many people through them. I wouldn't be surprised if he found a way to use it combative. Thinking about it, I think Shigaraki commands the Nomu as I seen him do it to have it attack Aizawa-sensei and me. All Might nods toward me. Thank you, young Midoriya. Now please get your teacher and classmates out of here. With that, he hops into action to attempt to punch Shigaraki, but the Nomu intercepts, causing similar gusts to wind to what I created earlier. All Might can handle himself. Think. If he can't, I'm dropping out of UA and becoming a drag dealer or something. Help contribute to social Darwinism. Tsu, take Aizawa-sensei's front. I'll take the back end. I explain. I didn't realize how shitty Aizawa looked until now, and I see blood, so I'm going to assume that's not a good thing. Tsu and I lift the man and start carrying him up the stairs. Shockingly enough and to my despair, Aizawa is still awake. Midoriya? Honestly, I should just pretend I lost my voice to Ursula or something when I was in the ocean, but he heard me talk. Yes. I ask even if God is screaming in my mind to shut the F up. When we get out, you're expelled. Okay. Can I at least get your sleeping bag brand before I leave? Good thing Aizawa is disabled. Otherwise, he would probably be killing me at this point. No. All right then. I'll get that illegally. Anyway, you should get a red sweater. Despite the red being your blood, it seems to be your color, sir. Tsu intercepts our conversation. That's a horrible topic to discuss. Shut up, Aizawa grumbles. When we finally reach the stairs, Tsu and I set Aizawa down. I take the chance to examine my surroundings. Well, there's Uraraka crying over 13th's partially destroyed body. I suspect that is Kurogiri's doing as he was the only one up here. Ida seems to be gone, and judging by the open door, it would make sense for him to get help. That's why All Might learned about this hell of a mess. Other than that, everyone seems to just be emotionally traumatized. I face All Might's fight. Oh shit, I don't think he's winning. That's creepy to watch. How am I going to describe this? I think I got this. Alright, so remember Kurogiri, right? Purple misty dude with the portal quirk? So see him on one side with Nomu's legs popping out. Now, see All Might leaning back. Below All Might, there is another portal from the ground with Nomu's top portion gripping at All Might's side, kind of like an ugly version of a Jack-in-the-Box. Oh, did I mention that All Might has an injury in his side that looks like he got bitten by a mutant spider that took out his stomach and lung, and the Inu is holding him tightly enough where you can see blood through his button-up. You know, if it was any other situation, say a park with nobody around with nice lights and the Nomu was in one piece, it would be a romantic scene between the Nomu and All Might as the Nomu is holding All Might up like in a famous dance scene. You're welcome for that scene. And before you ask, no, I don't ship them. I should do something. Y'all watch over the teachers. I'm going to go sacrifice myself. I exclaim excitably as I run into the scene. If someone asked me to come back, I didn't hear them. I'm getting expelled anyway, so might as well go all the way. As I approach, I see a metal collar, and it's safe to assume that's Kurogiri physical body. I try to go for that, but a portal pops right in front of me and a hand reaches out towards me. I don't even need to see a face to know that's Shigaraki's hand. If I was allowed a gun like I requested, I could shoot his hand. But no, I wasn't allowed. Now my face is going to become non-existent. Boom. Get out of the way. Kakin yells as he manages to land a hit on Kurogiri's armor, causing him to merely flinch. Cold encases the area as I see the rip-off Todoroki, freezing half of the Nomu. Harsh. Or cold. Kill me. Either way, we watch half of the Nomu's body literally break apart, and all I can say is that if I don't get therapy after this despite being expelled, I'm going to war. It gets worse though. The body regenerates back like they didn't suffer from severe frostbite. Shigaraki is having the time of his life laughing like a psycho. On the bright side, Kaken has Kurogiri pinned somehow, and All Might has gotten out. Thank you boys. Now, please retreat. It's dangerous. I'll withdraw a little bit, but I ain't retreating. Kaken straight up can't unless he wants to let Kurogiri go. I'm just going to summarize the Nomu and All Might fight. It's the same as every other All Might fight. Blows are exchanged, All Might punches the Nomu until it does some damage, and forces it to fly through the roof. That would have normally taken 4 hits in my heyday, but it took 400 this time. All Might explains with way too much enthusiasm. I facepalm, you don't tell villains how much you have weakened, you bimbo. Wait, why did you even count how many times you punched and how did you count that fast? Very irrelevant questions, as I can tell All Might is about to drop dead if the smoke from him doesn't say anything. All Might clears his throat. I still have plenty of fight left in me. I mean, fake it till you make it, I guess. Shigaraki is salty. This is unfair. Sensei lied. He hasn't weakened one bit. Kurogiri calls All Might out. No, he has. However, I recommend we retreat dash. We're not retreated until he is dead. The anger issues baby starts running at All Might when 2 large bangs could to herd, freezing Shigaraki in place. Kurogiri takes his chance to teleport the baby out of here. I search for the source to find the teachers at the entrance. The shots came from Snipe, a cowboy based on the Wild Wild West. I wonder if he and All Might get along. Shut up, Izuku. Present Mike steps forward, and he does not look happy at all. In fact, he looks pissed. If I was facing him, I would be hiding. He opens his mouth. Go away. All the extra villains drop around us. All Might starts coughing as he can't maintain his form much longer, and I go to distract only to have a cement wall block my way. Well, it blocks the student's eyes from All Might, so it works. He poofs to reveal Yagi, coughing heavily in his hand with blood dripping from it. With that mess done, the first thing I ask is blood an American color, All Might? He doesn't laugh, but he appreciates my shitty attempt at a joke from the smile he gives me. I offer him a tissue, and he accepts it graciously. It takes me a moment for my brain to catch up on the significant fact. We are safe for now. Parents have many different ways of freaking out their child. Some of them, like Aizawa if he had a kid, would make them suffer until they agreed with him. Honestly, I think they would be dead before 5. Others, like Kaken's mom Mitsuki, fight their child to win to prove a point. That method doesn't work for the mentally unstable. The more patient ones, like my mom, bless that woman, sit and try to gently talk to their child. Different methods work for different people. Obviously, mom's method does not work for me because of my willingness to yeetus deletus myself, but Aizawa's method works to an extent. Then, we have this method, where your parents ignore you in hopes that you will break and run back to them. My mom isn't part of this scheme because she is too nice. So, you may be wondering, who is doing this? Recovery Girl and Aizawa. To be honest, I don't know why they are doing this. All I know is that I was taken to Recovery Girl with Aizawa due to my injuries after the mess, and that neither of them have said a word. That's not to say I haven't. Trust me, I have said plenty, including the following. You think red matches my hair? Will I get a badass scar? I got whacked on the head for this one, but nothing else. So once I am healed, I'm out? Can I take a toilet paper roll as memorabilia? I'll forever remember you too. Especially when Aizawa arrests me. Can I say bye to Present Mike before I go? I actually like him, and I will miss him more than the food wait. I need to say bye to Lunch Rush too. I think my vigilante name is going to be Daddy. I would love a hero to come up to me and say, "It's over, Daddy." Like, I might get over my depression if I hear that. This is within 10 minutes, by the way. I'm aware that I don't shut the F up. If they don't want to talk to me, I will talk to myself like I did throughout my entire school career. At this point, I'm just singing the knife song to myself, but instead of chopping, I'm singing about breaking my bones. Anyway, I am wrapped up, and when Aizawa is finally healed, he seems done with my sheet. Shut up, Midoriya. You know? I'm being expelled, so all my abilities to control myself are out the window. That's not very nice. Do you want to add another month of detention on top of the month you're getting? Excuse me, but I was told I was expelled. Recovery girl interrupts us. Aizawa-kun, you can't tell that boy anything you don't want him to actually believe. If that's your way of calling me dumb, you could have just said it to my face. However, am I expelled or not? Aizawa groans, no problem, child. Then why did you tell me that? Aizawa looks over at me and glares at me. I was frustrated with you at the time. Still am. I don't see why. I'm completely innocent. Recovery girl whaps me upside the head, because you lack self-preservation. You have the same problem as All Might, and that's going to kill you. I mean, that sounds like a dream come true. How have they not shoved me in therapy yet? Aizawa clears his throat. Midoriya, you are not expelled. However, you will be seeing me after school for the next month and a half for detention due to your reckless actions. To be fair, it's not like I asked Shigaraki to fist fight me. But you offered yourself on the villain's side. Would it have been better if I had offered my Neta? Yes, but no, because they would just get rid of him as he wouldn't do anything. No, because you cannot offer your classmates to villains. Hold up, what? Recovery girl face palms at the answer, though it seems to be accurate for him. Wait, so it would be better to throw my Neta to the wolves? Yes. I'm not saying do it, problem child. I'm saying that between you and him, you're more valuable. Should I take that as a compliment? Recovery girl stops that conversation. Don't continue with this conversation. They're all students that should be treated equally. We both know that's not how it works, Recovery girl. Honestly, my respect for Aizawa has increased. Recovery girl sighs and turns to me. It's time for you to go home, kiddo. Make sure to get one of the teachers to take you home, Aizawa-kun. Don't even think about it, mister. Someone has to keep him from getting into trouble. And you're still injured. Midoriya can get another teacher. You're not the only responsible teacher here. Feels like it. I cough to interrupt their discussion. May I leave now? Please? I don't want to be in the middle of a parent fight. Recovery girl nods, and I have never left a room faster in my life. I'm, of course, curious if I can get away with going home by myself. However, I decided that I am already on the death list, and I rather not go to the 9th ring of hell. Therefore, I found Yagi coughing up a storm of blood in his office. Don't ask me how he got out of RG's office faster despite the fact his technically fatal wound got ripped apart. Yagi is probably too stubborn to stay in there. Hey, mate, I say as I enter the room. Despite the blood on his face, Yagi looks up with a small smile. Hello, young Midoriya. How are you feeling? I feel like that I have more parents than I should have. Sounds complicated, my boy. He is awkward about it, and that's the mood of the whole situation there. It is. Anyway, can you walk me home? I'm required to go home with a teacher, and I haven't hanged out with you in a while, so why not? Of course. Yagi had to become All Might to walk me out since nobody knows I know him, and we had to go around the back, but we got out of UA without a scuffle. As we are walking, I realize that Yagi has something to talk to me about. He is at starting conversation despite being a social butterfly as All Might, so I start it for him. You have something to say. Yagi becomes awkward. What you did on the field was dangerous, my boy. I'm aware. However, you were able to distract and possibly save Aizawa-kun with your creativity. That is something to be proud of, young Midoriya. That's something we need more of in the hero world. It would save more lives. I look away, kind of embarrassed to be honest. That's one way of looking at it. I literally played Mario Kart against a villain with 2 lives on the line. It's a safer idea than facing him in a fight due to your lack of experience. Wait, what do you mean 2 lives? If I lost, I would have became a villain. That's some days, you impress me with your unorthodox ideas, my boy. Oh, thank you. I have no idea if I should be complimenting you or berating you. We'll figure out soon enough, huh? Yagi chuckles. With you? Definitely. Alright then. Anything else? We're close to my place. Yagi's mood drops, causing me to look towards him. My time shortened. I mean, when a hand is shoved into a wound like that, it's bound to be shortened. Yagi covers his mouth to cough up blood. Midoriya, you can't just say things like that, my boy. I don't know what you expect at this point. Some seriousness. He lowers his hand. I'm warning you. I'm trying to keep this position for as long as possible, as I don't want you to deal with the consequences of work that I have not finished. However, there's still a chance you will have to. Okay. You have nothing to add to it? What's there to it? It's expected. When you crumble, if other heroes can't carry your weight, Yagi, I recommend you start pulling back now except for emergencies. That way, the Hero Society has a chance to get used to you not being there. Whether you like it or not, you made it too reliant on you. That's unhealthy. I understand the idea, but once it crumbles, the whole show will crumble. You get what I'm saying? Yagi nods. I get what you're saying, but I still have work to do. Don't kill yourself, dumbass. You won't have to do the coffin dance for me for a while. Midoriya, why are you crying? I'm just so happy you made a memes without me prompting. Also, we're here. I'm saving you from my mom, so run. Bye, Yagi. Bye, young Midoriya. After the school takes a couple of days to increase its security and to give the kids time to recover mentally, we're back in class. Due to the trauma, you can see how close everyone has become. That's expected. What we didn't expect is all the media coverage we have received. Class 1A has been booming in the news, so we're all talking about that. It's certainly going to make things interesting in the future. We all hear the door open and immediately shut the F up. Please welcome to Mummy Aizawa. Well, he isn't completely mummified. One of his arms and legs are safe, but the rest of him is wrapped to the bone. He limps onto his panel and looks at every one of us, and I swear on my left butt cheek that he stares at me longer than anyone else. Before Aizawa has a chance to start class, Ida raises his hand. Aizawa-sensei, sir? Are you sure it is okay for you to teach? It would be wise to take time to heal. Aizawa merely grunts. I'll be fine. Besides, it's not over yet. What? The class screams. Aizawa flashes his eyes, and that frightens the shit out of them as most of them cower in on themselves besides the brave ones. I'm one of those, by the way. They have witnessed nothing this teacher can do. Aizawa clears his throat. The sports festival is coming up. Now that brings up the mood because that's a normal school thing. That's until Kirishima points something out. Sir, are you sure we should be holding this? What if the villains attack us? He kind of has a point. Aizawa sighs. If we were to cancel it, it would bring distress amongst the people. We are doing this to prove that we are safe and protecting our students. He sounds against it. Everyone mumbles. With a dreary mood, I decide to attempt to pick it up. It's pretty unlikely that they will attack the sports festival anyway. They would be dumb to do so anyway. Everyone turns their attention towards me, and Yaoyorozu asks, what makes you say that, Midoriya-kun? If they attack the sports festival, they are wasting a valuable resource, information. Think about it, our quirks are being shown on live television. Not just our quirks but our fighting styles and personalities as well. That's the perfect chance to learn about us for their next attack. Sure, they could use it as a way to spread fear, but information is more valuable than fear for them at the moment. If they know us, that fear factor grows way more than it would if they just attack on TV. Everybody looks at me with shock, including Aizawa, and I tilt my head confused. Did y'all not think about this? Ida clears his voice. No, Midoriya-kun. Mineta starts freaking out. What's the point of the sports festival if we are just giving ourselves out? I easily come up with an answer. If you plan to become a public hero, it's going to happen anyway. If you plan on going underground, you're F-ed. However, that's not the only reason it's there. It can be used to plant fake information. We aren't going to be the same capability at the sports festival as we will be in the future. We will learn and grow during that time. While they will have an idea of how we will work, it can be to their disadvantage as people tend to over-rely on it sometimes. Everyone goes silent for a solid minute. They just watch me like I'm going to add anything else, which I don't have anything more to it. I'm only telling facts, beaches. Aizawa finally breaks the silence. You're free for the rest of the class PRD. He goes to sleep, and everyone kind of sits there pondering their life choices. While they do that, it's nappy time for me too. I swear the one time I'm not starting sheet, someone else does it for me. Here I am, getting ready to eat lunch with Uraraka and Ida like a normal boy should for once, when all of a sudden, All Might peers from around the corner. This is already going to be bad. All Might gives up a bright smile. Hello. Young Midoriya. I have something to talk about with you. All of a sudden, this man lifts up a meal the size of his palm. Would you like to eat lunch with me? Logically, I ask. Depends. Do you have food there already? Ida obviously doesn't understand me still as he chops the air. You can't just ask Midoriya-kun? All Might just smiles, ignoring the hypercritical boy. Of course. I clap. I'm in. See y'all after. I wave to Uraraka and Ida, ignoring their shocked expressions as All Might takes me to the teacher's lounge. He drags me to a corner away from the teachers where I see a CC bowl of katsudon for me. I love you, I say without hesitation as I sit down. All Might takes a seat across from me, laughing loudly. You have some interesting standards, my boy. Food is food and I'm hungry. Also, could you be any more obvious? You don't want people to pick up on our connection unless you're in the mood for a kidnapping, I state before I forget. I start to eat, listening to All Might as he eats his too simplistic of a meal, though I guess that's bound to happen when you're missing a goddamn stomach. People are more oblivious than you realize, young Midoriya. Well, the students anyway. Some of the teachers already know that I trained you before this, but that's it. I'm not too worried about them. I appreciate the concern. I huff, couldn't help to be more careful. Anyway, I know you didn't come here to just chat, so what's the tea? All Might clears his throat. As you are aware, the sports festival is coming up. This is the time to make your mark, my boy. This is the time to show who you are. By breaking all my limbs plus my spine and skull? Yes, no. That's not what I mean. I rather you avoid injuring yourself altogether. However, I get way too excited for what just came out of my mouth. Wait, can I use that quirk on my skull? Young Midoriya, I don't think this is something to consider dash. Or my D-dash. Oh, or can I use it on my mouth to blow a tornado? Midoriya. Language. I cough, gaining my composure for less than a second. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart. Got lost in the game. Ooh, baby. I ended up turning English to saying that. All Might chuckles aloud. You seem more hyper than usual. I'm sorry, but that was necessary for my soul. You may continue. Just, what I mean by that is to show who you are as a person. Not with your quirk. Show your smile and what you can provide the next generation. I choke. Sir, you're the same person who told me I couldn't be a hero because I was quirkless. Don't pull that sheet out of your butt now, mister. All Might sighs, and this is the only time I can get him to sigh. Whenever we are having these conversations about quirks, I know. And Endeavor makes it fine in the hero world as an a-hole. Language. And that's why he isn't a symbol or the number one. Hero. Oh. Vlad King, the homeroom teacher of the other hero class, 1B, glares at me. I shut the F up while glaring at him. All Might turns my attention away from him. My boy, you're aiming to be a symbol. You have to show some kindness. Otherwise, with a personality like yours, you will be severely limited on what you can do to help. I'm not saying to change yourself completely. If anything, your unpredictability will save you. However, you do have to limit yourself a little bit. Do you understand? I click my tongue. I can work with that. I finish my food, leaning back. I know you can because we go beyond. To infinity. What? I thought we were reversing Buzz Lightyear's quote. I was doing the UA quote, young Midoriya. I don't even know Buzz Lightyear. That's your problem, not mine. All Might checks the time. You should probably start heading to class. Lunch is about to end soon. I stand up, fixing my uniform. Gotcha, Thuthdamus. Remember what I said, my boy. Please, I remember sheet I don't want to remember from you. I'll remember this. With that, I make my way back to the squad. Day of Sports Festival, before the show starts. If there is one thing I give myself full credit for, it's my ability to hype people up. Ignoring Ida's blubbering, I hop on the table and holler. Do one be run this mother f dash? Kaminari and Ashido, my new best friends, immediately reply, hell and W. The level of support here is going to make me cry. Do one be run this mother f dash? This time, Siro, Uraraka, Kirishima, and Hagakure join, hell and W. Do general course run this mother f dash? The more shy students sneak in, hell and W. Do support run this mother f dash? At this point, I have everyone but Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Kaken, Ida, and Tokoyami, hell and W. Do business run this mother f dash? Hell nah. Do 1A run this mother f dash? Hell yeah. Do this class run this mother f dash? Hell yeah. Do 1A run this mother f dash? Hell yeah. Do this class, hey, let me go. As I am finishing my beautiful speech, I'm suddenly wrapped up and pulled next to freaking Aizawa. Like, I'm doing something good for once. Wait, is he using his bandages to tie me up? That can't be healthy. I will get recovery girl on your case, Aizawa. That's irrelevant at the moment, though. Just like that, the class goes silent. I think it's because Aizawa is glaring at them, but I never understood that. They don't know true pain until they go his detention. Single. That's true pain. However, if they want to be pansies, that's their problem, not mine. There is complete silence for a minute until Aizawa asks, "Want to explain yourself, problem child?" At this point, I have decided that it's impossible for me to get expelled from this school for some reason. I just get detention where I want to yeetus deletus myself afterwards, so my standards for this school has dropped. That's what prompts me to look at Satan with so much enthusiasm. I was hyping up the class, and I'm proud to say that it works. Aizawa looks amongst the sea of children and sighs, "Why shouldn't I give you detention? I never said the F word and hell is a place. Besides, that means you must spend more time with me." Aizawa considers it. "You owe me a 5-page essay on why heroes shouldn't curse in public. Now, as I was going to say before you all dash. What about All Might? Yes, I'm throwing him under the bus. What about All Might? He curses in public all the time, but it's in English so most people can't understand him. You're still stuck with this project, and don't interrupt me." Aizawa takes a quick breather. "Today is an important day for all of you. Through this event, you will be demonstrating your abilities to heroes to get offers for internships. Don't slack on these or cause trouble. Good luck." At the trouble comment, he glares at me. I don't know what he's expecting me to do. Blow up the place? I wish I had the mental capabilities to do that. Aizawa unties me and leaves. Well, that ruined the moment. Whatever. Somebody in 1A is going to win anyway. Likely not me, but somebody will. I'm just going to be salty if Kaken wins because he rude. Now let's go. You have probably heard of this class all over the news as they took part in the villain attack. It's Hero Class 1A. Then, way to hype us up, present Mike. As my class and I step out on the field, I look up to the sound booth where he sits only to see F and Aizawa in there with him. What had to have happened to convince Satan to be in there with him? Thinking about it, I don't want to know. If present Mike is involved, it's going to be something ridiculous. I know this from personal experience. We stand in our section as the other classes come out, present Mike just calling them out like dogs. I shouldn't support this, but I do. We turn to center stage to see Midnight smacking her whip against the boards. Welcome to the first year sports festival, and I am your host, Midnight. Midnight, the plus 18 hero, is in charge of the first years who are about 15 years old. Well, this is going to be entertaining. Rephrase, it already is because you can see so many people blushing and questioning UA's decisions. Took them long enough to question them. Midnight smacks her whip again to get attention. Before we start, we must have our student speech. This is based on who made first place in the Hero Course entry exam. No, it can't be. Please welcome Bakugo Katsuki to the stage. We're gonna die. Look, people already hate us. We had people crowding the classroom the other day because they wanted to check us out, and Kaken F'd it up there. He's going to practically encourage them. Kaken slugs to the stage, attempting to look like a badass he is not. When he gets on stage, he leans into the mic and says, in the most casual voice possible, "I'm going to win." That's it. Nothing else. But boy did it rile them up. I get what Kaken was going for. He wanted a challenge. However, he obviously forgot about us, most likely didn't care, so they will be attacking 1A now. That makes the show more entertaining, I guess. Midnight purrs. OH, what a youthful challenge. Without further ado, let's see what the first challenge is. She spins this unnecessary wheel, as they probably have it set up already, and it lands on, your first challenge is an obstacle course. I would let her explain this, but I won't. Basically, it's a 1-mile race with 3 obstacles we have to avoid. We can't go outside the fences or attack people unless we want to get disqualified. Other than that, it's free game. Midnight asks everyone to line up at the gate, and I'm quick to realize the problem. That's a small but gate. It will be a frat party because everyone is going to be shoved in there like salmon. I don't feel like going through that. It's a good thing I have a very loose plan for this show. So, for some dumb reason, every class can use support items except hero students unless there is permission. As someone with a quirk that breaks bones like chopsticks, this is dumb. It focuses purely on quirks when it shouldn't. Support items should be an important, if not the most important thing to show here. Think about it. Sure, your top heroes like All Might and Endigvor don't use it, but most heroes do. Midnight has a whip. Present Mike has a directional speaker. Aizawa has the the scarf. Overall, hero students are thrown in the dumps where they don't need to be. What does this have to do with my plan? Well, I may not be able to use the sheet that comes out of my butt as a support item, but support students can use them and have way better. I'm going to attempt to pair up with the support student. The idea is that we support each other to make it to the finals because nothing says teamwork, and the second challenge is always something to do with teamwork. It's like a quick date. We get used to each other in the first round and kick butt in the second. I mean, I will need to work with the support student anyway. I might as well start on it now. Now, you may be asking, Izuku, why in the F would anyone want to pair with you? It's simple, my friend. Since I'm in class 1A, which will receive a lot of attention, I'm offering to share my attention with them. They have to get company's attention anyway, so what better way to do it than with 1A? I also can offer a piggyback ride since I can run pretty fast with a person on my back due to Aizawa. I'm pretty sure I can outrun most of 1A with someone on my back with how much he kills me over it. It doesn't help that he falls asleep in the middle of it, so I have to completely support him at one point. It is sikas, but now I can use it here. Time to actually find that person within 5 minutes. I have a confession to make. I may or may not have been stalking the support students during my free time. Free time meaning I sing an English song from a musical to present Mike in order to get out of his class for free. Obviously, Ida doesn't approve it, but this is a free teaching style so it works us. The only reason I get away with it is because I actually know musicals. Nobody else in my class does. There are advantages for being interested in the wrong things. Just don't ask how I am currently passing the class, though. My English generally SEKS except in singing. Anyway, my target is Hatsum Mei. She passes the vibe check and building good sheet check as long as you ignore the daily explosions. Bah? Who am I kidding? We support the explosions too. We just have to find her. I have to jump to catch a lick of light pink that looks similar to hers. I run to the person and bless my heart that it's her. Alright, Izuku breathe. Wait, who am I kidding? She's as wacky in the head as me. We'll get along great. I approach her with as much fake confidence I can muster. Hey, are you a support student? Hatsum was working on something, so when she heard me, she immediately turned and had a huge smile on her face. I'm Hatsum Mei. Are you interested in my babies? I'm glad I stalked her before this. Otherwise, I would be so lost. Though I have to pretend, your inventions, right? I plan on going to the finals to show them off to get attention. Are you part of a company? As Hatsum is telling me this, she gets way too close to my face. Overall, she looks like an average girl with pink pigtails. The only thing that stands out are her bright yellow eyes that work in part with her quirk. I can only assume that the quirk has something to do with her eyesight. I haven't stalked her enough to get that info. I wish. However, I have a deal for you that can get you more attention. At this point, Hatsum dramatically grabs my shirt. I'm more than willing to hear, Greenie. Greenie? Whatever. At least it is accurate. I'm in Class 1A. You should be aware by now of how much media presence we have. I will tell you straight up that my quirk is a beach and a half to control, so I can't use it here nor can I have support items without permission. However, I do have the strength to carry you whenever and fight. For you, you will use your support items to, well, support us. It will get us attention if two students are working together for the first rounds. Don't worry, it's perfectly legal. And I have info on 1A I'm willing to share. I'm in. Alright, what are the things that you got that you can use? Since the regulation is so boring, I can only use my hover boots. That's incredibly useful if it works as well as I think it does. I just need to know the limitations. How high can you hover? Does it hover in one place or can you move around? If you can move around, how fast? How much weight can it carry? How much time does it need before it starts running? Don't ask this many questions to a normal person. Good thing Hatsum isn't normal. 100 meters, 328.1 feet. It does move around at about how fast a normal person can run. It can carry a ton of weight and a second to start running. Beach, that's not an only thing. That's OP. When you say normal person, you mean like an office worker who doesn't exercise right. Look, that's where standards have gone these days. Of course. Would you be able to carry me while using the hover boots? You would probably hang off of me, but otherwise, yes. Close enough. Are you willing to do it for an idea I have? As long as I get to the next round with more attention, I don't care. Alright, so here's the plan dash. Get ready, little listeners. Present Mike yells from his booth. What dash? Okay, where do you want me to grab you? We're improvising this sheet. Sounds like fun. Around my neck will be fine. I just need to make sure you have a firm grip before I start flying. RP her neck. Get set. For once, shut up, Mike. I quickly grip around Hatsum's neck, and I must say I feel guilty for doing this. If I say potato, you're good to fly. I'll tell you what to do from there. And potato. Got it, Greenie. And go. Present Mike voice booms in the arena. Despite literally talking for less than 5 minutes, I feel a connection with Hatsum when she immediately starts flying. Mainly because I'm basically trusting my life in hers. I was right about the frat party thing. That sheet is more crowded than I thought. Hatsum starts flying over everybody. Oh, I see. I didn't think this would be one. You're smart, Greenie. I'm actually really dumb. Even though we are in a goddamn tunnel, we can still hear Present Mike clearly, the secret first obstacle, the Tunnel of Doom. Due to how small it is, students tend to crowd at the doorway and struggle to get out. Well, good thing we realized this problem, huh? Suddenly, the whole place drops to freezing. That sparks outrage in the crowd below us, and I notice that they are trapped in ice. Present Mike commentates, wow. The contestants must have gotten cold feet before the end from Todoroki Shoto. Tush. I just let myself blabber because I think she'll get it. I guess that doesn't count as attacking? Todoroki, half hot, half cold. Honestly, one of the strongest people in my class. We just have to be careful with the ice. If he's pulling shots like these, who knows what he's going to pull next? That's crazy powerful. Oh, we're approaching the end. I'm going to drop and run ahead before you come close to landing. I need you to grab on me like a koala and hold on tight. Reduces switching time if we just landed. Got it. Now to actually put that beach in action. We get to the end, and I sacrifice myself by letting go of her neck and dropping to the ground safely. I'm thanking above that's something I learned from hero class because everything else is kind of irrelevant when you punch kids in the face on the daily. I run ahead, but not by much because I don't want to leave Hatsum behind. As soon as I feel the weight on my back, I go full speed. ID looks like Class 1A is getting out of the ice without a problem. Now that Mike mentions it, I do notice my other classmates. Somehow, I'm outrunning the slower ones. Surprising me because I thought he just fell asleep in there. Aizawa speaks up. This class went through a villain attack where they had to fight for their lives. They learned that they can't waste time and to think creatively. True that, Aizawa. Wait, zoom in on Midoriya. Does he have a girl on his back? He combined his abilities with the girls. She was able to fly him over the crowd, and he can carry her quickly. You can hear papers shuffling. Midoriya Izuku from 1A has combined forces with Hatsum Kai in the support course to make it through the first course. Will it be enough? We'll check in on them later. Right now, Todoroki Shoto is in first place with Bakugo Katsuki a little behind him. They have both arrived at the first obstacle, the robots. Contestants recognize these from their entrance exams. However, they are much bigger than before, so it's not recommended to destroy them. Beach, yes, it will be enough. I continue zooming, and I see the huge butt robots that Present Mike is talking about. However, they are frozen in place. However, that's not what worries me. What worries me is the position they are frozen in. They are unstable AF, and those beaches will crash soon. I click my tongue, so I'm waiting for those to crash so we can maybe steal some sheet from it. While we're waiting, what's your quirk? I feel Hatsum tighten her grip. Zoom. I can zoom up to 5 kilometers to see. Wait, so can you look past the robots and see what is next? It looks like a pitfall and bumps on the ground. Probably bombs. Oh great. As previously predicted, the robots start to collapse. The unlucky fuckers that decided to run get trapped under it, and I can only hope they aren't dead. Their problem, not mine. I run past the big robots, and I have to focus on dodging the little robots. Present Mix voice starts to boom once again. Todoroki Shoto has frozen the bots in unstable positions, causing them to crash down dash. As Present Mike is speaking, however, we can hear a door suddenly slam open in their studio. Aizawa, get your psycho kid away from my psycho kid. Wait, what? What's going on? Hatsum informs me, hey, that's Power Loader Sensei. I hum in response, picking up a random piece of scrap metal because shiny. Aizawa grumbles, who are you talking about? Power Loader Evie screams, get Midoriya away from Hatsum. Those two will destroy this place. Aizawa sighs, and in the most bored voice possible, says, Midoriya, please get away from Hatsum. I look towards the nearest camera and mouth no. You heard the kid. He says no. Besides, he ain't mine. Good, because I don't want to be yours. I would like to mention that during this entire exchange, you can hear Present Mike laughing in the background. He will be your problem once those two actually start. I heard the stories about that boy. How did those two even meet? With Midoriya, this is probably his first time meeting her. That I'm retiring. I wasn't aware of how much trauma I have caused the staff until now. If a support teacher knows me, then I must be pretty well known. Present Mike finally clears his voice. May I continue with the program? All you can hear is the door being slammed shut now. Sorry for the disruption. Anyway, Bakugo Katsuki has just taken first place and has arrived at the second obstacle, the pitfall of doom. Students must crawl over somehow without falling over. Disclaimer, this is completely safe and there are blow U's at the bottom of it to save the falling students. Boring. The plan escapes my mouth before I can consider if it's good or not. We need to go back to how we did it at the beginning, Hatsum. Gotcha, Greenie. When we approach the death fall pit, I have to cling to Hatsum again with the shiny that my dumbass won't sacrifice. This time, we have to land, run, and fly again to get across. At least it's a better method than most others. We are at the final obstacle, the minefield. Mines are scattered across the track, and when stepped on, thrusts the person into the air. You either take it slow and be careful and go fast and take the risk. Sounds like sheet, Present Mike, dramatics, I guess. Hatsum and I finally finish our torture and approach the minefield. I look at her because I assume she is smart in this sheet. Is there a specific amount of pressure that can be pushed before exploding, or is it any amount? Hatsum picks up a rock and throws it at a mine on the side. It doesn't explode, certain amount of pressure. A plan immediately comes to mind, but I look at my shiny with disappointment. For those curious, it's the side paneling off the robot with wires still attached. I could sell this for a lot by just saying it's from UA. With a sigh of sadness, I get to work very carefully digging up the mines and shoving them in one pile. Hatsum seems to realize what I'm doing because she smiles like she is about to win $1 million. I'm going to run forward and jump on the shiny while landing on the mines. I need you to cling on to me and hope we don't die. This is going to be so much fun. Glad one of us is into this. Time to throw my life out the window possibly. Holding the shiny like a Dougie board, I dash at a pile of FING landmines, jumping on the shiny, and landing on the landmines. I don't even feel Hatsum getting on my back from the adrenaline alone. The next thing we know, we're FING flying across the field into our possible death sentence. Actually, that wouldn't be the worst thing to happen. That would make for an interesting gravestone. I wonder if my grave would be next to Hatsum's? I should be moving on, huh? Midoriya and Hatsum have taken a leap of faith and are now blasting across the minefield like it's more irrelevant than Logan Paul. However, will they surpass Todoroki and Bakugo? Honestly, I felt that, Mike. Speaking of Todoroki and Bakugo, we are approaching them now. The problem is that we are starting to crash down before the mines end. That's not a good thing for us if we want to win. Thankfully, I have a solution as we fly through Todoroki and Bakugo. I pull the shiny from under us for a moment by the wire when we near the ground and slam it down to trigger the mines. Then, I get us right back on it and fly again, though not as far. Of course, we're going to ignore the Part 1 yell, SCK it, losers at Bakugo and Todoroki. When we near the ground for permanent landing, Hatsum yells, "Go ahead without me. Get first place, Greenie." Gotcha. I ain't going to deny an order like that. I feel the weight disappear off my back, and I release the shiny and land on my feet. As much as I would love to recover, I have to figure run. Gotta go zoom, bitches. I hear ice and explosions cackling, but I pushing through the finish line first. Unbelievable. Midoriya Izuku has come in first with the power of teamwork with Hatsum Mei following in fourth place. Todoroki Shoto gets second and Bakugo Katsuki gets third. Mike announces, "I won, bitches." Hatsum tackles me into a hug. Amazing job. That should get plenty of attention for my babies. I hope so. We wait on the side until everybody else finishes. Though, I will admit that I'm depressed that my phone got taken away before this, so I can't play Mario Kart for the meantime. Only 42 people make it to the second round. I feel special already. Midnight stands at the podium and spins the wheel again to land on a horse. The second challenge is the cavalry battle. 2 to 4 people team up for this challenge. At least one person as to be the rider, and the others must carry the rider without letting them touch the ground. The goal is to collect points while keeping the points the rider currently has. The rider will have headbands around their necks that indicate the amount of points that they have. How is this determined? By what place someone comes in. If someone came in 42nd place, they get 5 points, 41st gets 10, and so on. However I feel like this is bad and I am right. All the spotlights shine on me. I give a blank, depressed look into the camera. First place is worth 10 million points. You should all know what that means. Everyone will be after Midoriya Izuku. Now, your 15 minutes start now. With that, Midnight struts off stage like she just did a goddamn Estarpar dance. Everyone literally runs away from me. We're still together, right? 10 million? Hatsum asks. Well, besides me. I grin wide. Of course. You have the goods, right? We'll get through this, no problem. Okay, so assuming Hatsum can carry me, we just have to stay the F away. Why is Hatsum carrying me? I'm clearly using this as an excuse to enslave people. I don't think I will get anybody else, but if I do, I can work with it. Hey, Deku. I turn to see Uraraka approaching us. You mind if I join your team? Don't mind at all. Hatsum, Uraraka. Uraraka, Hatsum. She's who I worked with on the first round. Hatsum waves quickly as she looks through her arsenal. How did you two meet? I didn't think you had time to talk to the support students. Wait, is that why you sang musicals to present Mike? So you can get out of class to meet them? Smart girl. Call me the F out, why don't you? Though it was more of stalking. I didn't officially talk to her until 5 minutes before the race. That's amazing. You both were able to work together despite having never talked before. I mean, you have seen the sheet I pull in class. I know, but this is a new level. Good to know, but we need to batter up. I would like one more SLV. Ho to defend us. I think I know just the person. I look around quickly until my eyes land on my target. Ida Tenya. Despite hating him, he would be great. He kind of likes me too, so that's an advantage. Ida, wanna join us? I call out as I approach. Ida turns to me, and I quickly notice his expression is off. Ida sighs, I will have to deny your request, Midoriya. I believe I have become too reliant on you. I want to show that I can defeat you. To prove myself. That is the point of the festival. What the F dash? What is up with everyone thinking I'm a challenge? Even before the obstacle course, Todoroki came up after my little speech and went, Beach, I'm gonna beat Yo but cause you're similar to All Might, and I'm over here like, Beach, I didn't ask for this. I considered it irrelevant, but now you think you have to prove yourself for some reason I don't know. Like, I literally break my bones over here. What you people think? This whole hardcore cause he moves after breaking bones. Let's beat the shit out of him. This is illegal. Fine then Ida. Be that way. I walk away huffing. Do I have looks now with my temper tantrum? Of course. Do I care? Nope. I go to the girls. Welp, that didn't work. Uraraka pats my shoulder. We'll be fine, Deku. Nope. I'm petty. Then, a brilliant idea comes to mind. Wait here. I zoom to find my new person. I am the leader with a jetpack on my back to fly away from my problems. Or if you want to be naughty, I'm the top of this harem. Oh, and I have a headband on my forehead. On my right side, we have Uraraka wearing some extra hover boots Hatsum have. Her quirk makes us super light, so we can go further before having to rest. On my left, we have Hatsum also wearing some hover boots. You know her already. Finally, my surprise person. In the front of my horse, we have Bird Boy Tokoyami and Dark Shadow ready to wreck sheet. With his quirk, he can protect on all sides without having to move his actual body, so it works for me. If I can't be speedy, I can be protected. I clap my hands together while sitting uncomfortably on Uraraka's and Hatsum's shoulders. All right, everybody. You know the tea. We fly as much as possible while avoiding the other rats. Got it? I get confirmation from my new squad. Present Mix voice breaks through. The battle shall start then. 4, 3, 2, and go go go. I grab Tokoyami's shoulders as soon as I see my new fan club approaching. Yeah, I ain't staying for that. I trigger the jetpack, and off into the sky we go. I could have waited to gather people closer together so that they might turn against each other. However, that risk ain't worth it to me. I have no idea what their quirks are. They could trap us. We have to avoid getting stabbed with earphone jacks and exploded kaken, but we make it to first landing. Mush my hose. Mush. I command, and I honestly wish I have a whip. Wait, rephrase, go to midnight. Uraraka looks at me like I have lost it. Why? Just trust me. We quickly make our way to the edge of the field to midnight. I'm sorry to say that I'm ignoring Present Mike this time. I'll sing to him after to make up for it or something. We ignore the hose shooting at us and stand at the edge. Hey Midnight, can I borrow your whip? Midnight looks intrigued as she purrs. What do I get in return? I have all the tea in my class that I can update you on during break. I don't know, sweetie. My whip is worth a little more than that. I can get information on any class you want. Deal. With that, she gives me her whip. Take good care of it, dear. Yes, ma'am. Let's go. I yell as I snap the whip on the ground. I hear her saying something about being proud, but I ignore it as we gallop away. The whip didn't come in great use, but it was still worth getting. We have to fly a second time, but this time, Mineta got one of his ball, purple, stuck on a Hoover boot, so we can't fly away from our troubles anymore. Then, a huge ice block appears on my left, effectively trapping us. I look up to see hold up. Hold my ties. What? What the F-dash, Ida? You didn't want to team up with me because you wanted to prove yourself, so you teamed up with F Todoroki, the strongest boy in our class. That's just bullshit. Nada. Take a right and walk away. I snap the whip and we start strutting away. I make sure to flip them off. Of course, we get completely trapped by another ice wall. I click my tongue. That's rude. Wanna fight? Let's fight. Let me simplify this. They tried to kill us. They had Kaminari and Momo, and they want Buzz. They knocked everybody else out and froze them. Illegal. We only survived because of Dark Shadow. Actually, Dark Shadow MVP. I snapped the whip a few times to keep them away. Then I notice that they are saying something to each other. Ida tells me, I'm proving you wrong, Midoriya. Turbo boost. Vroom. I pat my head to realize my headband is missing. I look down at my hose. We are killing them. Deku, that's illegal dash. Yeah, let's kill them. I love you, Rarika, but Hatsum is my girl. For Narnia. I scream as we rush in, vaguely aware that my time is short. When we get close, they try to fight us off, and I notice Todoroki for the first time using flames. Logically, I don't want to deal with that, so I punch him in the face. I grab the top headband and command for us to run, only to find that it's worth a measly 70 points. Yeah, that's not going to bring us to the next round. Round 2. I say as I snap the whip once more. Du. Kakin yells somewhere beside me. Like beach, F. We start to run in. Time is up. Present Mike announces. I watch Bakugo, who decided to leave his time, collapse comically on the ground. If I fell on the ground laughing my butt off, it was completely worth it. I don't even care that I don't move on. His suffering is all I needed. Present Mike claps his hands together. In first place, we have Team Todoroki. In second, whoa, where did they come from? We have Team Shinso in second place. In third, we have Team Bakugo. In fourth, shocking the crowds, is Team Midoriya. Wait, what? I quickly stand. Am I high or did I hear that correctly? Uraraka and Hatsum no towards Tokoyami. Tokoyami speaks up. With your attack, I was able to stead a band. I thought it was the 1 million points, but it got us enough to make it through the next round. In Dark Shadow's mouth hangs another band. You can have me. Revelry in the dark. No. Tokoyami walks off as Present Mike announces the games. Hatsum has already run off somewhere. I'm about to leave with you, Rarika, when Todoroki's voice interrupts my pursuit. Midoriya. I need to talk to you. I'm busy. I never said I was nice, did I? This is important. I groan. Let me return this back to midnight. Then you can get your boxers in a twist over whatever the hell you have to tell me about. After returning the whip to Midnight, who told me that if I didn't return with the tea she would punish me, I found myself in a suspicious hallway with only Todoroki and I. Apparently, during my returning of the whip, he got his nose fixed. That's good. Too bad I still have the blood on my hands. What's the tea, brother? There is awkward silence on my side. Then Todoroki speaks. I was overpowered. So much so that I broke my pledge. It means I felt something similar coming from you. Where is this going? Midoriya, are you All Might's secret love child or something? What? F-dash? Look, I get where this is coming from. However, the whole love child sheet is a ballpark I never thought would appear. I am wheezing as I lean against the wall. Beach. That guy is farther away from me in genetics than my dad is physically, and he is in America or some sheet. Why would that even matter here? Endeavor's my old man. If you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have even more reason to beat you. I take a moment to recover. That's illegal. Wait, Is this about the whole spite thing Endeavor has against All Might because he SEKs? He doesn't even react to me telling him his dad SEKs. Maybe he is already aware. Todoroki looks away. As a hero, he won a name for himself with crushing force. Since he couldn't surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan. You've heard of quirk marriages, right? Human version of natural selection but with quirks. Yeah, what about it? He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of my mother's quirk. Did I unlock the tragic backstory for you yet or not? Todoroki just leaves the hallway to the field. I don't care if you can't tell me how you're connected to All Might. I will rise above you with just my right side. I should stay out of it, I should stay out of it, I should stay out of it. Beach, that is the dumbest thing I have heard since I was told to squeeze my ass cheeks for something. I will beat your butt because ignoring part of your quirk is setting yourself up for failure. That's like not using a gun you have in your pocket because it is against your beliefs. If someone is about to kill you, and that will happen in your hero career, you're going to use that gun one day. It's better to be prepared if you want to win against me, you better be ready to give it your all. Otherwise, you're a fit. Now I'm hungry. Later. Ignoring whatever that boy may be directing at me, I walk off. Time for some food. Is it legal for me to be in here? Sweetie, Eraser drags you in here once a week at least. Are you trying to imply something? I'm implying that most teachers would prefer you in here than out wherever you go. I don't even get in trouble that often. The lack of trust in here. You know what? Whatever. Who do I need to stalk? A paper with a goddamn list is placed in front of me. Midnight, you cannot expect me to get that many students. I lent you my precious whip. I never let anyone control that whip. I feel special. Sarcasm. Can I cut some people off the list? Like a quarter or half? Like, I don't know. I ain't cutting them yet. I need to know who I am working with first. I don't know every student here, lady. You sing to Mike to get out of class to stalk, don't you? This should be nothing. That was for my own benefit. Letting you use my whip was the benefit. Fine, fine. Aizawa's voice interrupts us. What are you doing in the teacher's lounge, problem child? Especially with Midnight. I'm not that suspicious, am I? You have no idea. Before I can retort, Midnight takes over the conversation for me. I was just offering him some lessons. Aizawa's face goes dark. In what? In using my whip. He has good technique despite having never used one before, so I think it would be a great idea for him to incorporate it into his hero costume. Isn't that right, Midoriya? Midnight asks as she leans over to me and winks. Oh shit, this lady is dumb. She is trying to provoke him. Don't worry, I'm dumb too. I smile brightly. Yip yip. It's certainly better than breaking my bones, am I right? Aizawa facepalms. I am not helping to create another 18+ hero, Midnight. Whips aren't just for turning people on, sir. They can be used to get your horse moving too and gather cattle. A whip is a completely innocent item. Therefore, the only dirty one here is you for suggesting that. I'm really trying to die today. Who deals with your detentions, brat? You do. If you don't leave within the next 10 seconds, I'm adding another month and revoking your rights to use weapons if you try to add it to your hero costume. I snatch the list of names from the table and run. By Aizawa, by Midnight. I am getting some distance away from that beach. I don't want any more detentions. Do you have any idea how much time I have wasted with those? Too much. 16 students have made it to the final rounds, the beat the sheet out of each other rounds. I have no idea how I have gotten here. Anyway, we are given our matchups, and I am paired against someone named Shinso. However, there is an interesting twist. Ojiro and another person from Class 1 be dropped from the show because they believed they didn't deserve where they are standing. They forgot everything that happened in the second round. If that ain't Asus, I don't know what is. Who happens to be the leader of their group? Shinso, a guy that looks like a purple version of Aizawa. The trauma levels are rising, approaches me. You're my battle partner? I go to respond when a puff of fur is suddenly shoved in my mouth. Ojiro's voice appears from behind me. Leave him be. Shinso just scoffs and leaves. The ball of fluff is removed, and it turns out to have been Ojiro's FING tail. I spit to the side, trying to get the fur out of my mouth. You could have used your hand. Ojiro chuckles at my suffering. Sorry, but my tail was quicker. You don't want to respond to him. Can I speak to you for a moment? I mean, not like I have anything better to do. I'm too lazy to actually retell the conversation, so I'm just going to summarize it. Shinso has a brainwashing quirk. If you respond to his question, he can control you. This boy literally rode on the back of others for the first 2 rounds by controlling them, and I can't help but praise him because that sounds like a dream come true. Of course, that kind of quirk probably has some repercussions such as people calling him a villain for it, but it sounds pretty DMN intriguing to me. That is the level of control I want in life. Maybe I am a sociopath. Anyway, he is a general studies student that obviously wants to be a hero student. My question is, why didn't he control other people at the entrance exam to get in? I mean, obviously he did it here. Maybe it's a morals thing? Or maybe it is illegal to use a quirk like that in the exam since he would be jeopardizing other people? From what I know, I think it's more of a morals thing. I mean, congrats on morals, I guess? I should be focusing on how to kick Shinso's. But I'm so curious of his quirk. Obviously, he has some good versatility if he was able to control a whole show. What kind of limit is there? Can he only do a set number of commands? Is he limited on the commands he can do? Can he get information from the brainwashed? Can he make them stop breathing? What's it like to be brainwashed? I like quirks, but this is up my alleyway. I would be a dumbass to throw out a chance like this to not learn about it. I would be a dumbass throwing the competition too, huh? I mean, do I really need to make it much further in the competition? If Todoroki wins his match, which is definitely will, whoever wins this match between Shinso and I has to face him. That doesn't seem worth it, in my opinion. We'll see what happens. Did I mention that I am part of the first match in the competition? Because I am, and I hate it. At least present Mike will make it better. On the left side, we have the psychopath of Class 1A. He has managed to make it this far by tearing his way through literally. But will he make it further? It is Midoriya Izuku. I don't know if it's a good idea for him to call me the psychopath of 1A, but at least it's memorable. On the right side, we have the dark horse of the competition. I actually don't have a lot on him. Give it up for Class 1A Shinso Hitoshi. The replica of Aizawa appears on the stage across from me. Midnight stands on a platform outside the dirt arena. Alright boys, here are the rules. Anything is fair game as long as you don't viciously injure one another or kill. To win, you must either knock your opponent out, push them out of bounds, or make them say, I give up. Understand? What's the point of a fight if we aren't supposed to do that? Whatever. I clap my hands. I'll follow it the best I can. I'm just being honest. Shinso nods. Midnight snaps her whip. Then we have no time to waste. Begin. Now Shinso talks. What sort of pride were those 2 hero students going on about that they had to withdraw? A dumb decision, in my opinion. Oh, this boy thinks I care about what happens to my classmates. I barely remember him a majority of the time. I approach the center of the field, and this boy starts to freak. You aren't going to use your quirk on me? Think I'm that much weaker than you? Considerably. I don't say this out loud, but I think it. Then I stop. I contemplated this decision for 5 seconds before the round. I decided that I'd rather not freeze, especially if I'm not going to die here. I might as well use this situation to my advantage to see how his quirk works. I offer a huge smile toward Shinso. Use your quirk on me. Why? Are you just giving up? Yip yip. Todoroki would kill me otherwise dash. Then, everything is a haze. The best way to describe it is that it's like being underwater except you're detached from your body. I can't move. Shinso's voice rattles in my head. You've really been blessed, Midoriya Izuku. Around and walk out of bounds. That's it. You could embarrass me before doing that. Boring. My body starts to oblige as it turns around and goes to the far end. Why not the side? No idea, but whatever works, I guess. I am slow AF. Couldn't he have asked me to run or something? I can't even hear the commentary. As I am walking towards the boundaries, I see a tunnel in front of me and something interesting happens. 8 pairs of eyes look back at me, and, for some reason, I feel like I recognize them, but I don't know how because I don't know them. I feel the quirk envelop my body before encompassing 2 of my fingers. With a simple flick, pain replaces the power, and I am standing just outside of the edge. What the f happened? Actually, irrelevant. I'll sage myself later. Right now, I'm taking it as destiny that I need to win this. A shitty destiny, but I shall follow through with it. How did you get out of that? I have no response for that as I turn to face Shinso and shrug. Is that how you're going to play? You're so lucky to be born with the quirk you have. When I was born, I was meant for the bottom with my quirk. Though, I can't help but raise my right hand with the 2 broken fingers, show him, and point at them with the look of, "W man?" I swear I hear present Mike laughing in the background. Putting my hands down, I approach him casually. I must have set him off because he starts running at me to attack. With a blank face, when Shinso is close, I step to the side and punch him in the liver with my left, causing him to crumble. Casually, I drag the boy to the line and kick him over. Shinso Hitoshi is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku has won the first round. Midnight announces. The crowd is wondering what the F happened, so they haven't said anything. I think I traumatized them. Now that I can speak, I offer swell advice. Don't afanges sum sheet, Uizawa ripoff. I didn't get my quirk till the day of the exam, and that was through trauma. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be helping Shinso. I walk over to him and help him stand. If it makes you feel any better, your quirk is awesome. I would trade for it any day. Before you ask, I wasn't worried about anybody hearing me say that because there is no microphones directly on the field. I am pretty sure Shinso thinks I am a psycho now. I help him off the field, and I find it kind of cute when people in the stands supported him still. Nothing is said as he is transported to Recovery Girl. Meanwhile, I have to FING walk there to fix my DMN fingers. I am glad that I had an excuse to sleep through every other battle because I really don't care what happens besides for who I am facing. If I really want to, I'll go watch them on HeroTube later. My main concern right now is that I have to face Todoroki next round. It wouldn't be a concern if I was into pain. I'm into death, not pain. I got confirmation of that from Yagi. I assume crying on stage is not a good thing, so I have to grow a pair and deal with it. As I am heading to the field to prepare for my pain and suffering, I run across someone I thought I would never have the pleasure of seeing. Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Overall, he is an a-hole. Logically, I try to go around him, but Endeavor stops me by blocking my way. I was looking for you. I watched your fight with the brainwashing guy. Your power is pretty impressive. To create so much wind pressure by just flicking your fingers. It reminds me of another quirk. You seem to have much in common with All Might. It is my Shoto's duty to surpass All Might as the number 1 hero, and his match with you would be a good testing ground of how much training he has left. So hit him hard. Don't disgrace yourself for him. That's all I wanted to say. With that, Endeavor attempts to walk off. Excuse me? I ask as I spin around and face him. That makes Endeavor stop in his place and look over his shoulder. What did you say, brat? You're deaf too? Dimon. What? I laugh. Oh, you would be so fun to bully. If only I didn't have to walk into my suffering. Anyway, can you please F off and not ask me to do sheet? Otherwise, I will fight you. I don't need a quirk to beat your dumbass down. I'm obviously not All Might. Do you have any respect for your elders, boy? No. Also, Todoroki ain't yours. He is a human being with the ability to make his own choices. He can do whatever the F he wants, and you can't do anything about it besides consider your own decisions that, hey, maybe I am a terrible father. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. If you have any complaints, know that they can be written down and trashed because you are that irrelevant. Bye-bye. I don't even get a chance to speak for himself. Endeavor has probably never been told the truth before, so hopefully he will have some trauma from this. Though I deny it. He seems as ignorant as Donald Trump was. On the left side, we have the Tower of Sass Midoriya Izuku. On the right, He literally froze the audience in place. It's Todoroki Shoto. Tower of Sass, huh? I like it. You're still here? Todoroki asked with a bored expression. Yes? Where did you expect me to be? Partying? I retort. No response. We don't even listen to what Midnight has to say. As soon as Midnight stops talking, we do not hesitate to move. Todoroki always starts off with a large but iceberg that is hard to avoid. He creates it at such intense speed that the other person barely has a chance to get the F out of the way or not a chance at all. The best thing I can do right now is to get rid of that and keep as close as possible to prevent that from happening. High-pitched crackling fills the air, and I raise my left hand and flick my pinky using the quirk, causing ice crystals to fly all over the place. I don't even wait as I start running despite the wind pressure. I stick to Todoroki's left side since he won't use his DM and quirk, which is my right. Soon as I approach, I aim a punch to his face with my right. However, he manages to dodge it, mumbling something as he shoots more ice at me and attempts to trap me in place. I feel my legs start to freeze, but I flick my finger beside my pinky on my left to shatter it and to force Todoroki to fly back. He forms a crystal behind him to keep him from going out of bounds. I approach again faster with my heartbeat screaming in my ears. When Todoroki tries to freeze me this time, I manage to dodge it and land a right-handed punch to his gut. He stumbles back, and I use my chance to try to do an uppercut with my left, but he grabs my wrist and starts freezing my arms and legs. Growling, I flick my right pinky at him but lower to make him fly back while destroying the ice on me. Of course, my left arm is stuck in the ice, but I could care less at the moment. I push forward, narrowly dodging a barrage of ice that is noticeably weaker than before. I come close to him again, focusing on dodging while I scream, "I'm not giving up, Todoroki. I will give my all with what I got, but you're giving me shit. I will win unless you use your power, Todoroki. The power that you were born with is yours. Stop F around and show people the real hero you are." I stumble back and create distance between Todoroki and I when I feel heat. When I look up, I see the left side of his body on fire. Todoroki grins at me like a psychopath. "You're insane. You know that, Midoriya?" I can't help but return the pleasure. "I'm well aware. Are we having a real fight now?" Todoroki nods, but before I actually start killing myself, I look in the audience for Endeavor. As soon as my eyes land on his way too happy face, I give him 2 middle fingers on live television. I look back, and Todoroki seems to realize what he did. I see the gleam in his eyes. He's happy. "Don't quit out on me now, Midoriya," Todoroki calls. Seeing his display of power, it inspires me to spread the quirk throughout my body. I have a feeling it will help. Enough to be activated, but not enough to set it off and cause damage to me. A ginormous ice wall shoots toward me, and I know that a flick of the finger will not get rid of that. With the quirk across my body, I cross my arms in front of my body and hope that having it activated will be enough to at least protect me. When the wall attempts to attack me, the aura my quirk is producing is shattering the ice around me. The problem is it feels like my body is being torn apart completely. The pain alone is blinding to the point that I have to clench my teeth to keep from screaming. Then heat surrounds me. I nearly scream, and I know that I won't be able to hold this for much longer. I can nearly feel my muscles tearing. I choose an all-or-nothing gamble. I focus the power in my right leg and arm, and I use the leg to shoot forward and the arm to destroy everything in front of me. Everything after that is a blur. I didn't win, though I think that's obvious since I passed out. I ended up in Recovery Girl's office hearing that I had surgery since I broke 2 fingers on my right hand more than once. First off, is that legal? Like, can Recovery Girl do surgery just like that? I thought she needed permission from my mom or maybe me for that sheet unless it's life-endangering. I assume losing 2 fingers is not life-endangering, so I have no idea. I should check over the UA agreement. Maybe it says something like that in there. See, imagine waking up to a bitchy old woman. That's Recovery Girl. At least Yagi is there for me. What you did was extremely dangerous. I had to perform surgery to save your hand. Both you and Yagi need to stop this before it becomes permanent damage. Recovery girl lectures as she checks over my vitals. It turns out she got everything functional to say the least. I have my arm and leg wrapped though. My luck. Yagi sighs, we're working on it, ma'am. Also, tell that boy to sleep more. I know he didn't get much sleep last night because he was texting me at 2 about which chicken noodle recipe was the best. I did sleep. I just woke up and decided to text you because I was lonely, I correct. Yagi facepalms. Why am I your first choice? Would you rather me message people on dating websites? What? No, Midoriya, that's not the point. Am I not allowed to appreciate your company? This time, recovery girl sighs, you chose someone interesting, Yagi. Is that a bad thing? Recovery girl just leaves me. Offended. Yagi lays back in his seat. You had me worried there, my boy. May I ask what you were trying to accomplish? I click my tongue. Was I trying to accomplish something? I was trying to get out the first round to avoid damage from Todoroki, but after somehow breaking out of Shinso's quirk, I decided it was destiny to fight him. Oh, speaking of that, I'm seeing ghosts now. Yagi coughs up blood. What? I ignore him. Maybe I was there to help Todoroki use his quirk again. I don't know why, but his dumbass thought he could only win with ice against me when my self-preservation skills are the same as yours. I can only partially blame him because his father is an A. Not my business, but if they are going to be obvious, I guess it is now. I hate that this destiny screwed up some fingers, but if Todoroki uses his quirk, it's worth it. Things happen for a reason, you know? Yagi looks shocked. Who knew I was capable of this? That's very mature of you, young Midoriya. Being a hero is not just about saving lives, it's about saving people's hearts as well. I believe you helped young Todoroki with that today. It's also about meddling in business, even if it's not your own. I'm proud of you, my boy. Do you? Midoriya. Multiple voices holler from the hall as they burst into the medical room. The door reveals Ida and Uraraka. I swear Yagi is coughing up a lung at the shock. Before I can say anything, recovery girl comes out. Midoriya should be resting. You children would not be helping him. Get. Ida speaks up. Wait, I have something to tell Midoriya. Recovery girl lets him. Aizawa-sensei needs to see you after the festival. Rest well. Then they get shoved out. He didn't find out, did he? If he did, I'm going to die along with somebody else. I offer Yagi a tissue from beside me. Yagi nods. Thank you, my boy. Now, why would Aizawa need you this time? I think he plans on killing me. Don't be so dramatic. For once, I'm not. Yagi offers his sympathy by patting me on the head. I'll take it. I'll get back to that part later. I have to reveal the results of the sports festival. In third place, we have Ida and Tokoyami. Now, usually they fight to confirm third place. However, she came up. With the luck of this hell, Ida's brother, Ingenium, got taken out by Stain, a guy who's been going around killing Hero. I mean, at least he didn't die. Last time I heard, Ingenium is alive but paralyzed. You get the rest, hopefully. Ida went to go see his brother in hospital, and Tokoyami naturally took the third place podium. In second place, we have Todoroki. He ended up going to the final round against Bakugo. After seeing that round, I can firmly state that Todoroki is a dumbass. Bakugo was encouraging him to use his fire, and Todoroki took the mental brain power to consider using it, and then practically giving up. That's a round where he should have stuck to just ice. Bakugo's quirk works through sweat. I know, but not the point. If Todoroki just kept using ice, he could have weakened Bakugo's firepower. Honestly, this requires zero thinking power. Bakugo won first place, but he was not happy about it one bit. He wanted a rematch because he said that it wasn't a true match or something like that. To get on him the podium, they had to FNG tie him to a pole and put restraints on him like a dog. Even then, he was still barking. Now I'm curious of how UA is a top hero school if they can pull shit like this without getting in trouble. Anyway, to give the medals, they had All Might come out and oh boy. Honestly, this man needs some help. All Might gives the medals to Tokoyami and Todoroki just fine, right? Then he comes to Bakugo, and Bakugo's still over here throwing his temper tantrum. I swear on my life that this man just shoves the metal between Bakugo's teeth. I mean, whatever works, but demon. Then, when All Might was doing the final speech, he had everyone say something together, right? Everyone assumes, plus ultra, because that's the school motto. While everyone screams, plus ultra, that boomer yells, thanks for your hard work. His audience was questioning him that day, and I don't blame them one bit. He really should have known better. How is All Might the #1 hero again? Anyway, that's the important sheet that happened at the sports festival. Currently, it's the end of the day, and I have to go see Aizawa for some reason. Time to die. When I arrive outside of Aizawa's office, I see Ishido and Kaminari praying outside the window. I'm not alone. Though, that also means that I'm guaranteed going to die with these people. As soon as they jump me and start crying. We're gonna die, fam. Ishido sobs as she clings to my coat. Kaminari steps back for a moment, taking deep breaths. Okay, deep breaths, we're not gonna die. How quick can we get out of the country? I click my tongue. Depending how we go, a day or longer. I say we turn around, walk away, grab our sheet, and get the hell out of Japan by stealing a boat. Ishido wipes her eyes. Can we go to Hawaii? I don't see why not dash. A deep void interrupts us. Are you brats seriously planning on running away from this? As soon as they heard his voice, Ishido and Kaminari got on the ground and started praying for forgiveness. Meanwhile, I'm over here chill cause I have already served my nickel in hell. It can't get much worse. Get up and get in my office, Aizawa commands as he enters. Ishido and Kaminari get on their feet and hide behind me. Pussies. We enter his office and close the door. Aizawa sits back in his chair and sighs. You three know what you did. I already interrupt. Just to make things clear, what did we do? He face palms. I shouldn't have to say it. We do a lot of things though. What you did during the break at the sports festival. All three of you knew that people were watching and you still did it. That. Basics. So Kaminari and Mineta managed to prank the girls to all wear cheerleader costumes during the break by saying there was a cheerleader challenge or something like that. Anyway, most of them were uncomfortable, so I got Yayorozu to make me on and struck that beach like magic. Then, I made Kaminari get in one since he made them uncomfortable. From there, Kaminari, Ishido, and I just started dancing. Hagakure even supported us once in a while. Then I remember, wait, are you talking about the twerk line or the part where we dropped it? Both? Aizawa groans. Ishido, Kaminari, you already get a week of detention purely for following Midoriya. Wait, what? What kind of rule was that? Made it soon after I met you. I thought it would discourage certain habits. Apparently not. You have a month of detention, both of you. Got it? Yes, sir. Ishido and Kaminari scream. Good. Now leave. Those two zoom out faster than Ida. That leaves me by myself. I'm going to fucking die. Aizawa straightens up to look me in the eye. You're killing me, problem child. It could certainly be worse. I say with the slither of positivity left in me. Aizawa glares at me. That's not the point. You can't keep doing this. To be fair, I have calmed down since middle school. The worst part is that I see the improvement and still consider it bad. I'm not willing to deal with you today. Aizawa pulls out a note with an address and hands it to me. Go there and work until that place closes for the night. You should know who they are. If I found out that you didn't go, I'm expelling you. Got it, problem child? What is it? Not telling you. Get out. Yeah, I'm not willing to argue with him today either. It turns out, Aizawa is having me volunteer at an animal shelter for the night. When I mean for the night, I mean it doesn't close until 2 in the morning. And he made sure that they gave me the worst duty, animal cleaning duty. If you thought I couldn't sit still, you should see the dogs. Overall, I hate it. I mean, at least the puppies and kitties are cute. If only they would stop biting me. 2 days after the sports festival. Due to the activity, trauma, of the sports festival, the students got a couple of days off to relax and chill. Well, except for me. Aizawa made me go back to the animal shelter those days to take care of the over-reliant animals. Yeah, he was that said with me. Whatever. We are now back in class though. Aizawa approaches the podium. We don't normally do this until the second semester, but due to the possibility of villain attacks, you will having your internship this semester. Due to the sports festival, some of you have offers. Aizawa clicks a button and a board pops up with the amount of offers everyone got. Todoroki got the most, followed by Bakugo by a huge amount. Then, there is a huge gap between them. Usually, they would not be as widespread, but they were looking for more flashy quirks this year. For those who have received offers, I gathered which agencies would be best for you and will be handing those packets to you. If you did not get any offers, I have a list of those who are willing to take students anyway. Everyone is required to go on one. Aizawa hands the packet to Ida, and he passes them out. When I receive mine, I see nothing special. That would make sense. No agency is willing to deal with a student who can break their bones with their quirk. I'm completely ignoring the whole twerk line thing because I'm pretty sure they don't care about that. It's all about the quirk. I have to explain this to a couple of my classmates since I got no offers despite my placement. The bell rings and class goes by. Then lunchtime comes. I don't even make it to the cafeteria when All Might asks me to come eat with me. Bless that man for getting me food ahead of time. As we're eating, I notice how he seems nervous. All right, spit it out, old man. What's got you shaking in your boots? All Might immediately straightens. Well, you got an offer, young Midoriya. A late offer, but one nonetheless. Really? What knucklehead wants me? Don't call him that. Are you trying to die? Yes, but I digress. Who the hell offered me an internship that makes you wet your pants? All Might sighs. My old master, Gran Torino. I immediately stand and spread my arms. Hold the phone. You're telling me that there's a guy that has trained with you and your quirk? Well, yes. And you didn't tell me? You should have hooked me up with his number a long time ago, dumbass. Are you insane? He would kill you. I highly recommend against this. I'm breaking my bones. I don't think I can get any worse, sir. He nearly killed me. I'm not going to put you through that suffering. Well, boo-hoo. Sorry you're a pansy, All Might. However, I need to see that man. He knows shit about you that I don't know. He has the info I need to not destroy my bones. That there is nothing getting you out of this decision, is there, my boy? Nope. I'm signing up with him. I'll get your grave ready. Get your effing grave ready for not tell me this shit. Anything helps at this point. Got it, you American idiot? All Might quickly nods his head faster than the eye can see. I sigh, sit down and continue to eat. I should be scared of this man if All Might is scared of him, but if this Gran Torino fella knows shit about All Might that the man himself won't tell me, I need to see him. Simple. That. Yes, I am petty. Very petty. Due to your internships coming up, all of you will be coming up with your hero names. Since I am no good at this, Midnight will be overseeing the process instead, and just like that, Aizawa goes to his corner and sleeps. At the same time, the door is kicked open by the Dom Queen herself. Hello, everyone. She approaches the podium. As Aizawa should have said, today, you will be coming up with your hero names. Your hero names should be you and the persona you want to give off. Even if it is possible to change your name later, it's difficult. So I recommend that you give a name now and sticking to it unless absolutely necessary. Because Midoriya is here, I am obligated to say that it must be appropriate as well. Ida will pass out whiteboards and a marker, and you will put your hero name on it to present it to the class. From there, I will either accept or object it. I'm offended. You really think I would named myself Daddy or something like that? No offense, but I don't want to hear old women, especially you, Midnight, calling me that. I huff. Whatever. Ida soon delivers my supplies for my name DLVY. I have been considering my hero name for a while. The first idea is to do a rip-off of All Might's name because you have no idea how funny it is to see his expression when I do that sheet. However, I don't want any relation to him. That's SUS. Then, I moved on to ripping off other hero names of the teachers here. I quickly realized that I didn't want to ask permission for that, so I decided against it. That's how I got my third idea. I'm not going up there immediately. I'm waiting to see if everybody else's, then show mine as the grand finale. Call me self-centered, but we knew that by now. Ashido breaks me out of my thought, alien queen. I clap, yes queen. Midnight however looks frightened, no queen. That name sounds scary. Choose something else. Ashido is disappointed as she slumps back into her seat. I can't blame her. I decided that there is something wrong with Midnight because she disapproved that, yet she approved Aoyama's name, the shining hero, can't stop twinkling. Okay, it was longer, but it's still too long. Beach, if I have Tio call from him, I have Tio say, like, can't stop twinkling, grab those hoes over there. You know what? Missed opportunity. Aoyama could have called himself The Shining. That's how you get villains to F off. The Shining is officially in town for up-and-coming hero work. Sheet, I should name myself Jason or something like that. I would. However, this name towers in meaning more than calling myself a killer as a joke. Not in a good way, mind you. It just will provide a bigger show for me. Other names that stand out to me are Uraraka's, Ida's, Todoroki's, and Kaken's. Uraraka's name only stands out because I like her probably, but it's super cute. Uravity, a play on her name and her quirk. Fing adorable. Ida's is just his name. He looked traumatized the whole experience, and I am assuming it has something to do with his brother being destroyed. Todoroki's is Shoto, his first name. Does that mean I can call him Shoto or no? I am confusion. Finally, the best one of all, Kaken's original name was. Give me a moment, I'm laughing. It's that dumb. King Explosion Murder. Ha 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 ha. Look, my name may be dumb. However, IT sounds a username for a video game from a 8-year-old trying to be cool. I would have never been able to work with Kaken because I would laughing trying to call for his name. Thank F. Midnight agreed that it was dumb. He tried more stupid names, but it didn't work out so hot. Finally, it's my turn. With the confidence I wish I had in every other circumstance, I flip my board around to reveal my hero name. After contemplating the pros and cons, I have decided to go with Deku. Everyone looks at me like I have lost it. Then Uraraka claps her hands. I like it. It gives a sort of you can do it vibe. Alright then. Yaoyorozu interrupts the rest of the silence. That's what Bakugo calls you. Thanks for stating the obvious. Any specific reason why? You know what that means, right? Midnight. Of course I do. I chose it so that when I become the #1 hero, the name Deku will mock Bakugo. I say way too excited with a smile. Deku, you piece of sheet dash. Snap. Midnight does not hesitate to shut Kaken up by snapping her whip. Not at anybody before you think about it. Just on the floor. Midnight sighs, looking at me. So you're doing this out of pettiness? Of course. And Uraraka has a good point. Are you sure that's the route you want to go? Please. Would you rather me name myself Jason the Killer? Midnight face palms. I shouldn't approve this, but I think your names are just going to go downhill from here. Hey Dash. Get off the stage. We have other students to go over. I huff, striding to my seat past an angry Kaken. Say hello to Deku, everybody. After school, the day before internships. Swear Aizawa is going easier on me today. I'm not complaining, but I'm concerned, so I decide to ask about it at the end of detention. Yo, you okay, sir? Aizawa raises an eyebrow at me. Yes. Why? You're being easy on me. You have an internship tomorrow, remember? And? You didn't care when I had the sports festival. Because I knew you were going to be dumb during that dash. Hey Dash. And you were. I expect that you will be worked hard tomorrow, so I don't want you to crash because of doing it 2 days in a row. I click my tongue. So you do care? No. I just don't want to be charged for child abuse. That's sad, I say with teary eyes. Don't be so dramatic. I need to tell you something. I wipe my eyes. What? Don't cause trouble. You're lucky someone was willing to take you. I didn't ask for someone to take me in, but I'll be on my best behavior. Go beyond that. Your current best only exists because you sleep during those times. I could say the same for you, sir. Get out before I consider making you go another round. I don't hesitate to run out while saying bye. Dumb and Dumber group chat. 9 p.m. Wannabe dad, stiff Joji Foams Fmavoy. Help, Yagi, what did I tell you about attempting to type? Your hands are too goddamn big. Use the voice feature. Wanna be dad? Ah yes. Thank you my boy. Help, what do you need? You don't normally text me first. Wanna be dad? I'm currently planning your funeral, and I was wondering if you wanted a traditional or more your style. Help, I'm not going to die, does. Also, my family can't afford a DMN funeral. Wanna be dad? It's in case you do. Don't worry about the cost, young Midoriya. I shall pay for your funeral. Help, I'm trying to decide if I should be flattered by that or not. Help, you know how I roll. Wanna be dad? Understood my boy. Wanna be dad? Are you sure you want to do this, young Midoriya? I can get you out of it if you don't want to face him. Help, I'm more than willing to walk towards death. He's gotta be more useful than you with your quirk at least. Wanna be dad? Rude. Sheet, in English. I didn't mean to send that. Sorry. Help, you are slowly becoming more cultured my man. Wanna be dad? I've been working hard my boy. Now, I must continue the planning. If you ever need help, call me and I will be there as soon as possible. Help, even with Gran Torino? Wanna be dad? Absolutely not. Otherwise, yes. Well, good night. Wanna be dad? Good night, young Midoriya. Day of internship. So after Aizawa reminded us to follow the laws, which are unclear. Like, what if I dress like Superman? Is that illegal? We were shipped off from the train station to our new SLV owners. My internship has landed me in front of a very SUS apartment. If there was a place to be murdered, this is it. Still, I must move forward to figure out my quirk so that I can stop injuring myself and kick Kaken's butt. I knock on the door only to find the door unlocked. I enter the building only to see an old man, presumably Gran Torino based on the costume, on the floor covered in blood. I click my tongue as I casually kick the body. This murder was carried out horribly. Who leaves a body in the middle of the floor and the door unlocked? Please, you need to dispose of the body by burning it and dash. Suddenly, the old man wakes up and jumps to his feet, raising his hands. I'm alive, I'm alive. Geez, it was just a prank. You didn't need to point out the faults of it. I knew from this moment that this man and I are either going to get along great because of the prank or horribly because he doesn't know how to accurately fake a murder scene. But I did. Gran Torino huffs. What's your name, kid? Midoriya. Alright, get your stuff upstairs and come down in your hero costume. I follow the instructions without hesitation, still expecting to be murdered at any moment. Hatsum is getting way too comfy with my sheet. She adjusted my hero costume. Actually, I shouldn't be complaining. I trust her enough. It's just weird. Effed chill it. Defeat me and I'll consider chilling it, Tashinori. Now use one for all. He's lost it. You can't be that dumb, OW. Move it. I hate it here. This old man is abusive. It's only been a minute. The minute I came down, he kicked me in the face. Well, after asking me to use one for all, and that's a hell no because I happen to like my limbs, thank you very much. That set him off. Did I mention that Gran Torino here is the fastest hero in the world? Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do jack shit here. Logically, I start reversing to the stairway, climbing up backwards. Some impressive but talent I have. What are you doing, Tashinori? Tashinori is All Might's name, by the way. I don't know what he is talking about. Shut it. The stairway was my target for a reason. Gran Torino can't move as much there due to it being covered by two walls. At this point, I went with my gut instinct and just punched right when I heard a whoosh since he goes faster than light or something. Going against someone super fast with idea is still dumb when he just kicks me right in the face. I grabbed the railing to keep myself from getting concussion. Gran Torino lands in front of me. You treat one for all like a special attack, but it isn't. After that, it's lunch time. I'm going to go pick up some food, and you clean this place up, Tashinori. How else am I supposed to treat it? I interrupt him just as he is going out the door. What type of quirk is one for all? He doesn't even stop walking out when he calls, emitter. Then he's gone. Are you FING kidding me? I thought One for All was a transformation quirk because of Yagi becoming all might and sheet. You're telling me that this quirk is just an op enhancement quirk. Okay, maybe I should have come to this conclusion sooner, but goddamn. My dumbass thought that I had to learn how to transform body type or some shit, but no. It's literally just a strength quirk on steroids. That means I can control the output. I'm not All Might who goes from 0. Actually, does he control his output? I mean, it would make sense as he doesn't have as much property damage as you would think as someone with his power would. If he does and never told me this sheet, I am going to American smash his butt back to America, grab a shotgun, and shoot him 19 times in the chest. Either way, I'm as flexible as a wet noodle when it comes to the output apparently. Out of curiosity at this resolution, I decide to try my theory out on my legs. As it turns out, it works. Does it require focusing? Sure, but after some practice, I should be able to do this at the back of my hand. I would just like to say that this old man taught me more in 10 minutes than Yagi has in over a year. If that's not disappointing, I don't know what is. Well, time to clean. As soon as that old man came home, he ate and went to sleep. That leaves me with time to experiment. With my newfound knowledge that I could have easily received if All Might was not such a dumbass, I decided that I should use the quirk to attempt to climb the alleyway next to the apartment we are at. The basic idea is that if I use the quirk at the right time on my legs, I can hip-hop to the top and take over the world. When I smash my face within the first jump into a brick wall and fall into trash, you can tell this isn't going to be so hot. And if I don't get sleep tonight, you know why. The next morning. What happened, Toshinori? Gran Torino has the nerve to say to my face that is bruised AF. The eye bags are probably not helping. First off, Midoriya. Second off, I was practicing and time slipped from me. Practicing smashing your face? The quirk, W. What did you kick me in the face for? You were being disrespectful. Didn't someone tell you to respect your elders? If they did, I forgot. How did you get chosen again? I ran to a slime that was attacking a hoe and attacked it because it wouldn't be my therapist, and All Might thought that was good enough for me to be his successor. To be fair, he could have done worse. He could have done better with the attitude too. Hey Dash. Ding dong. Go answer that, will you? With a huff, I opened the door to see a Dielvoy boy. I guess I looked suspicious because he immediately shoves this heavy box at me and runs. All right then. I go over to the old man and drop the package on the ground. Why? Gran Torino immediately opens the box, and you can practically feel the excitement flowing off of him. The new microwave is here. The old microwave broke for some reason, so I got a new one. I can have my taiyakis. I relate to this old man on a personal level. It broke because you jumped on it like a child. Don't remember that. Why are you faking? I don't know what you were talking about, Toshinori. Now hook it up and grab those frozen taiyakis from the freezer. I pick it up and put it on the counter where the old one was. That's the first relatable thing you have said. I'm never going to understand your speech. Now hurry up. Beach, I will throw a frozen one at you. Curse one more time and I will make sure you nearly die. Not a full death? Why would I? Okay then, moving on. Apparently, I don't know how to microwave sheet because it was still frozen when I pulled it out. Gran Torino whacks me hard on the head. Don't you know how to microwave food? You don't put a large plate in there. You have to put it on a small plate so it heats evenly. Toshinori, are you okay? Oh my gosh. Why am I like this? Of course I discover the ways through food like a dumbass. I don't need to use the quirk through just my legs. I can use a small percent of it through my body instead so it doesn't overwhelm just one area. I step back from the man and immediately test the theory. Within a snap, I feel the power coursing through me, and you can see electricity coming off of me from the excess power. Of course, like with the previous experiment, it's hard. However, once I practice with it, it'll become as easy as eating food. When I look up, I see Gran Torino grinning. You catch on quicker than I thought. You think you can move while keeping that? With practice, yeah. At the moment, it's like learning how to walk all over again. Want to give it a try? I'll give you 3 minutes to try and hit me. I mean, not like I have anything else to do with my life. Simply put, it takes too long for me to actually activate the quirk. The best way to describe it is it's like a build-up in a video game to let out your ultimate move. But, did I slam the door in his face to get powered up and still miss? Of FING course. I try people. After eating edible taiyakis, Gran Torino and I worked on making that sheet right. Get your hero costume on, Toshinori. We're going out, Gran Torino tells me suddenly. I mean, better than being trapped in this place with the grumpy old man. I quickly change and return, where are we heading? Hosu. It has an increasing crime rate, and you'll be working in a city environment a lot for what you are aiming to become. Yeah, they have plenty of strip bars to accomplish that. Gran Torino looks at me like I have lost it. I meant as a hero, brat. OH, that's why I'm here. Maybe I do pass out too much information. You really need help mentally, not physically. I know, right? I've been trying to tell everyone this, but they are like, you're fine. I am not fine. Come on before I lock you in. I feel like he is ignoring me at this point. He is ignoring me. God FINGDMN it. Currently, we're on a train. Logically, to Gran Torino anyway, this means the chance to attempt to bully me. You kids and your phones. Always think you need to be on those devices. You old people and your Karens. Think you're entitled to goddamn everything. Seriously? Attack me and I attack back. This is not complicated. I was just kidding, Toshinori. We both know you lying. Toshinori is so much easier to tease. Wait, why are you texting Recovery Girl, and why is she in your contacts as Grandma? She's fun to text. The more important question is, why are you looking at my phone? Even more important, how do you recognize her number? Toshinori is an idiot. You have to know that lady's number to make sure he doesn't die. You can just tell me if you two are together. We aren't, Brett. We don't even get along. That's gotta be hard dash. Suddenly, the intercom of the train turns on and a voice filters through. Everyone please remain calm as we are currently in the middle of an attack dash. Boom. The train suddenly gets shoved to the side, somehow not falling off the edge. Why me? When I turn toward the source of the destruction, I see what looks like a Nomo from the USJ attack crash through a part of the train. The only difference is a different skin tone and multiple eyes. It seems smaller too. Similar enough to make the connection, so I'm sticking with it. What is that? Gran Torino asks, presumably the world. I turn to him, that is a Nomu. The shitheads we dealt with at the USJ? That's them. The one we had to deal with had shock absorption, a strength quirk, and other shit as well. Good to know. Now stay here. Despite Gran Torino hearing about this near-invincible beach, this man still kicks the Nomu with so much force that they crash out of the moving train. I quickly stand and face the people around me. Is everybody all right? Everybody nods. Good. Now don't do something stupid. Actually, don't follow my example for what I'm about to do. Stay here. Did you really think I was going to stay in one place with the tea going on around me? That's like leaving a candy bar in front of me and expecting me to leave it. Like, even if it's poisoned, I'm still going to eat it. The train is stopped, so that's one problem fixed for me. Using the quirk on my body with the special move Full Cowl, I hop off the train and sneak off from Gran Torino. Around me, people are running away from a source that I can't really see at the moment. However, I can make a guess that it has something to do with that Nomu. It makes me wonder if there are multiple Nomu here. The Nomu on the train look different from the one at the USJ. Didn't one of the League of Villain members say that they were created? How fast can they be created then? It must be at a decent speed if they already have another one. I got away from most of the civilians and suddenly have to stop when a large bus on its side slides toward me. It stops right in front of me. I look around to see flames, and that this is where the heroes are at. However, one catches my attention. Why did you have to run off now of all times? Ida. One random hero says. Wait, what? Ida just up and left this hero? Ida is becoming me. I'm so proud. I'm gonna give him a hug the next time I see him. Why is he becoming me though? Maybe he is finally going through his emo phase since he nearly lost his brother. Hold up. Hold my ties. Ida wouldn't do what I think he is going to do, right? That's too much of me. He's logical, right? For those unaware, back at the sports festival, Ida's brother, the hero Ingenium, got paralyzed by the hero killer Stain because apparently he's a sheet hero. I'm not going to question that, but alright. Since then, Ida has been FANG depressed, which would make sense. If the two are close, he's probably going through some trauma, and trauma leads people to do stupid things. Just look at me and you have the perfect example of what it would do. I don't usually keep up with these sorts of cases, but Stain caught my attention because he's going after heroes only. He would kill a couple in a town and move on to the next and so on and so forth. His intentions are unknown, but it's definitely there compared to other psychopaths. Well, he is one. It just should have some logical thought, hopefully. If not, sue me. Last time I checked, Stain was in Hosu. He could have moved on, but there's a chance he hasn't. With the luck of Class 1A, I activate full cowl, climb on the roof of one of the buildings, and start roof hopping. Ida better be just entering his emo phase and smoking a blunt, or else he is going to FANG suffer under me. Like, I will put Aizawa punishments on his butt. That's how mad I will be. As I run, I feel my adrenaline pumping. If Ida's luck manages to find Stain, he's dead. If his brother couldn't get him, what makes this boy think he will? Finally, I find the T. Of FNG course, Ida found the hero killer. I hop down into the alleyway next to silently and listen. I make sure to send my location with a caption, "Somebody come get yo mans on it." As soon as I seen the message, I peer around the corner to see Ida on the ground with a sword in his shoulder and Stain on top of him with a foot on the boy's head. Stain is an interesting-looking specimen, to say the least. He wears what looks like an attempt at ninja clothing, except the sleeves are cut off to reveal his muscular AF arms. He also wears a red ninja mask to match with it. His black hair looks like sheet. Then he's covered in all sorts of blades from knives to swords. Heck, he even has spikes on his boots. Stain basically is a walking arsenal. I will kill you. I will avenge my brother. Ida yells. Well, I thought he was just going to arrest the man, but to FING kill? That thought didn't even cross my mind. I'm curious if he will get therapy after this if we survive. If that doesn't get therapy, I'm suing UA. I really should be focusing on this exchange in case I need to step in. Who you should be focusing on is the injured hero over there. Stain signals to OH, I didn't see that dude there. He looks kind of frozen. Is he alive? I'll worry about that in a moment. That just proves you aren't a hero. Focusing on your selfish desires instead of someone else. Perish. As soon as I saw Stain adjust his sword, I activate full cowling and dash towards the man. As soon as I get close, I punch the man in the face, causing him to slide back a few feet. I land in front of Ida. Here's the thing. If this guy can beat pro heroes, he can beat my butt without a problem. That means I can't face him in a fight. However, I am great at distracting. What the actual F-Ida? You're supposed to be the logical one, not me. You don't go after people just to kill them. That's effing illegal. You especially don't go after someone who beat your brother's butt, who happens to be an experienced pro hero. Did you lose a few brain cells? I snap at Ida to create a scene. It takes everything not to kick him in the head. Get out of this, Midoriya. He is mine. Oh, you dumb boy. You can't do jack shit if you can't move. Which reminds me that I need to figure out what this dude's quirk is, but seeing as he uses lots of sharp objects, I assume it has something to do with that. I then turn to Stain, and you're supposed to go after heroes, not kids. That's not on the goddamn hit list. What are you even doing this for anyway? Stain looks at me like I am prey. I'm eradicating the hero system from users like him, the man says as he points his sword at Ida. He only focused on his own selfish desires instead of saving the injured hero. So you plan on killing a kid because of that? Not that I will let you anyway, but I digress. No offense, but he still has room to grow. Everyone does. By killing them, you are neglecting their chance to attempt to be a better person. He will just infest the hero system with a thought process like that. I mean, you're deleting people in the hero system. What's the difference? I'm very well aware that I'm starting to push it. He's getting mad, which means he will not hesitate to kill me now. It would be a dream come true if nothing else. I'm removing those who become a hero for fame and glory instead of saving others. They're all fakes. Can I have an example of a true hero? All Might. Only he can truly kill me. Oh boy. If only he knew. So if I were to call him up dash. You're just trying to distract me, aren't you? DM'd. Stain saw through it. I mean, I got valuable information from it that can be used to help in your capture in case you do escape. I would consider that the highest reason now, since that means I can save more people if the information is applied correctly. However, it's mostly for a distraction. You really think I'm dumb enough to try and fight you? I was hoping these idiots would move by now, but I guess you paralyzed them with your quirk. The reason I implemented the whole saving people spiel is because I want to attempt to get on his good side. If I'm on his good side, maybe I can save those two while sacrificing myself. Also, I don't think they can move anyway. Even if they weren't paralyzed, if they took the risk and tried to run, he would have got. He seems quick. Stain grins freakishly. Well, he has had that vibe the whole time, but it's worse now. Smart. Maybe you're worth saving. However, I still have a goal to complete dash. What about the Nomu? Can you tell me if they were a part of your plan here or not? Keep distracting, Izuku. Help has to be close by now, right? Stain snaps. Those are the League of Villains. They are worse than those fake heroes. Ever played Mario Kart with the leader, though? It's kind of fun. I'm begging for anything at this point. Bam. One moment, Stain was there. The next moment, the man is won the ground with Gran Torino standing on top of his face. That works. Gran Torino quickly ties Stain up while taking his weapon, and then proceeds to kick me in the face. What were you thinking running off like that? Oh, you think I think. Plot twist, I don't. Gran Torino sighs. You're just like Toshinori. How did you not get yourself killed? I talked to him. You don't always need to beat someone up to get what you want, you old man. You're honestly going to kill us, kid. Now, since you forced me this way, you have to drag his body. Ozchva forced. Excuse me? I wasn't the one who purposefully went after his butt. Blame Ida. Yes, I'm throwing the boy under the bus. Ida, now that he is safe, stands up. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I thought that I could take him, but I failed. You were trying to kill someone who paralyzed your brother. Gran Torino face palms. Is everybody in your class like this? No. At least, I don't think so. I go to grab Stain when the hero I totally forgot about intercepts me. Let me take him. It's the least I can do after all the trouble. I mean, I won't stop you. We are about to walk out when Gran Torino calls. You can come out, kid. Wait, what? All of a sudden, Todoroki rounds the corner with a blank face. I didn't even know he was there. I'll take the emergency backup, though. When we exit the alleyway, a bunch of heroes surround us, in shock that we have Stain with us. Honestly, you should know that my life is not easy at this point. Something has to F up. Suddenly, I feel myself get snatched up off the ground and get carried away. When I look up, I see that it's another Demon Nomu but with wings. From there, everything moves too fast for my brain to comprehend. A loud squeal nearly deafens me as I feel a hand grab the collar of my costume and snatch me from the creature's grip. The Nomu crashes onto the ground and I am thrown beside it. When I look up at my savior, of all people, it's Stain. I hate this show. You could have given me someone my age so that we can do a Disney remake, but nope. You gave me someone old and ugly. Why does the air suddenly feel thicker? You false heroes. Just come on and stop me, you fakes. There's only one man who can kill me, and that's All Might. And him. Stain growls, aiming his knife. Didn't we take those off of him? At me. The air suddenly lightens up. And I am the first to talk. Does that mean you're taking me away? What? I mean, if you want to make the perfect hero, then you should kidnap me and train me in order to do so dash. Bam. Stain falls to the ground, once again suffering the tragedy that is Gran Torino. Gran Torino glares at me. You don't ever tell a villain to kidnap you. It gave you the chance to get him, didn't it? Yes. But you could have said anything else. To be fair, I was curious. He could have been my new dad for all you know. You know I don't see my dad often? Gran Torino just ignores me from that point. The hero killer Stain is officially arrested and sent to the most terrible prison in Japan, Azkaban. Wait, that's not right. I meant Tartarus. Ida and I had to go to hospital. The claw marks were nothing major, so I got to go back to Gran Torino without a problem. Meanwhile, Ida has nerve damage in his hand that requires him to get surgery. How relatable. I'm the hand crusher, Todoroki says suddenly while we sit in Ida's hospital room. What? I raise my hand. What? Anytime I am involved, there have been hand injuries involved. Therefore, I am the hand crusher. I start chuckling at the sheer ridiculousness. Todoroki, you child. Ida joins with me in laughing, but Todoroki seems so confused, but I'm a teenager. I can't help myself. I am laughing at this point, almost screaming, oh boy, there's so much missed potential here. Don't worry, sweetie. We'll use it now. What? Todoroki shall see soon. I'm so going to bully him now. Internships have officially finished. Besides for witnessing the class president become nearly a murderer and be murdered, it was boring, abusive experience with Gran Torino. However, he actually got me to learn, so I can't say jack shit about that. Am I still calling Yagi a PP though? Absolutely. He taught me jack shit while Gran Torino actually got me to use my quirk without feeling like I am about to die. Well, physically. We know how I feel mentally and emotionally. Now, Class 1A and I are back at UA and ready to destroy this place. Babe. Sweetums. My bitches. Kaminari, Ashido, and I scream as soon as I enter the class last out of them, and we hug it out like we all just died and came back to lives. I missed y'all. I obtained more trauma. I complain as I hold them close. We missed you too, dear. Do you need another attempt at a therapy session? Ashido asks as she pats my head. Yes, please. After school? Please. Alright. Kaminari, get the goods. Kaminari grins as we separate. Got it, boo. Of FNG course, we get interrupted. Sit down. DMN, I forgot Aizawa existed. Honestly, I am still trying to decide if he's worse than Gran Torino or not. With a quick moment, I figured out that Aizawa is still worst purely because I'm stuck with him longer. Otherwise, they are even. I need to pray to somebody because Aizawa already looks ready to kill me. Like, I have done nothing wrong but... Alright. For once, I am excited for Hero class because I'm not going to break my bones. Hello, heroes. I welcome you back to UA. Today, we shall see how much you have improved during your internship. I will be hiding somewhere in this field, and you must find me. A group of 5 will be racing one at a time to see who gets to me first. When you hear the air horn... Now, the first round is between Ashido, Ida, Ojiro, Siro, and Midoriya. Please give me a few minutes to hide. All Might exclaims. With that, he hops off to somewhere. Great. I don't even have to wait long. We wait at the line and wait. Then the air horn goes off. Vroom vroom bitches. I scream as I activate full cowling and hop away. Yes, I am very excited. I finally have a chance in something for once in my life. Well, more in this goddamn class, but I digress. I can bounce off of sheet. I have speed. I'm finally Lightning McQueen. However, there's one major downfall with this. I have to focus on the output of the quirk. You see, I can't use 100%. I don't feel like making my entire body explode. Instead, I activate a mere 5%. Any more and my bones go boom boom. So imagine doing a math problem while running for your life and you have me. I currently have the league, though I can hear Siro close behind me. I want to cry. I just ran into a FANG pole. Why was this pole here? This is illegal. I can hear every go past me and it just makes me want to cry more. Eventually, I make it to All Might dead last. I am FING heartbroken. Good job, everybody. Please start returning back to the beginning. Midoriya, a moment. All Might commands. Everyone but me leaves. I'm proud of you, my boy. You're doing so much better. Now, I need to speak to you after school about One for All. I nearly cry. Someone is proud of me. However, I don't. Beach, you're hiding information from me? You'll see why, young Midoriya. Now please join your classmates. I will beat your butt if this is something significant. Well dash. I am not willing to listen to it. I have already started hip-hopping my way back to the start. Since I injured myself, I get to visit my favorite old later. Recovery girl, I am back. The lady immediately comes from her office. If you are already injured, I'm going to block you. Okay, never mind, bye. Midoriya, get over here. But I don't want to be blocked. Recovery girl sighs, how are you injured? I just slipped and ran into a random pole. I have no broken bones, promise. Fine, I won't block you. But I miss you. At least you appreciate me. Who do I need to talk to in order for you to feel more appreciated? Nizu. No offense, ma'am, but I don't want to die. I don't blame you, dearie. Your favorite food is chicken noodle soup, right? Yes. I'll get you some. How about that? I would appreciate it. Thank you, dear. No problem. For once, I can be fully healed because I did not break any bones. But, Yagi, I am going to beat your. But, young Midoriya, let me explain dash. You're just now telling me after you gave me your quirk, that I now have a rival that has killed everyone before me. Beach, this is the standard to stupidity. This is significant information. I should have been told this before you made me eat your hair. I am sorry, my boy dash. An apology is not going to be enough, dumbass. You realize that through the sports festival that I practically revealed that I am your new successor. This man ain't dumb. I don't care if you thought he was dead. If he can go to Walmart and pick up whatever the F he wants, he is going to do it without hesitation. You get me? Yagi sighs, offering me a nervous smile. Better late than never? Heart been broke so many times dash. Have some dignity, my boy. You're right, sorry, but DMN. That's a mess and a half. I am aware. Young Midoriya, I promise that I will do the best of my abilities to remove this man so that you do not have to face him. If that is not possible, I will help you the best I can to eliminate this threat. That's comforting, I guess. We'll see what happens. I'm still salty with you, though. I'll bring you Katsudon after detention. I love you. That's easy. Just don't accept food from strangers like that, okay? Already have. I already have a napkin at hand for him to cough blood into. We really need to go over stranger danger. Go off, I guess. Oh, and since you are getting me food, can I make a food request? You don't want Katsudon? All Might looks so worried over that statement. I know I love Katsudon, but I'm not addicted, right? I do. I just want to make an additional order. That makes sense. What would you like? Chicken noodle soup. I told Recovery Girl I would get her some, but if you're getting food, I can just make you get it for me. That's awfully considerate, my boy. I am willing to do it. Thank you. Now what about stranger danger? I'll tell you that I did not pay attention to a lick to hat, he said. If there's food, I'm accepting it, especially if it is poisoned. So you may be wondering what the information about One for All is about. Well, as it turns out, there is another quirk and villain called All for One. Basically, this man can take quirks and give quirks like it's candy except One for All. Turns out, One for All's original successor was thought to be quirkless and he was brothers with All for One, so All for One donated the power-building quirk to the man. However, One for All somehow realized that he has a quirk that passes quirks onto other people and did because All for One, and here we are. Obviously, I did not pay full attention to the story. I just know that this dude is an extremely dangerous man because he killed all the One for All successors and severely injured Yagi. Yeah, it's complicated with the names being so similar, but basically, this dude is OP and it's One for All's job to do it. aka, Yagi's and I's job. I could have a worst way to die. That's future me's problem. Right now, I'm getting food and therapy after detention, and I am so excited. Detention went horrible as always. I don't think Aizawa missed me, which is sad but expected. Actually, you think I can bribe him with food? I'll try that later. Yagi brought me some bomb-ass food. I delivered the chicken noodle soup to Recovery Girl, and she loved it, and that smile is worth it because she's overworked. Ashido's and Kaminari's therapy session was something. We may or may not have gotten a hold of some alcohol. We may or may not have gotten drunk. We may or may not be hungover right now. I love these beaches. However, then Aizawa had to drop it on us that the midterms are in 2 weeks. Why didn't he tell us this yesterday? Honest to God, I swear he told us this because he noticed that the three of us looked like sheet and wanted us to suffer more. While Ashido and Kaminari cry, I make the logical decision and text Yagi to ask him if he will pay for my funeral. Midoriya, what are you doing? Aizawa asks from his sleeping bag. Beach, he's supposed to be sleeping. I'm asking if someone will still pay for my funeral. You know what? I'll just deal with you later. Stay quiet. Okay. Ida looks back at me and sighs. You should really take your education more seriously, Midoriya. It's the disobedience for me. I can't really call him a murderer when he didn't murder anyone. What dash? Just shush. The day I do that is the day I'm 6 feet under. Ida doesn't have anything to say to that as he turns around and goes back to studying. Maybe I should attempt to help Ashido and Kaminari, but I'll let them freak out for now. On the bright side, Yagi says he will still cover my funeral costs. But the day before the midterm exams start, while everyone else was freaking out, I took the logical route that could save my life. I was going to bribe my teachers. Now if it had only FING worked. And you want to know why? Aizawa somehow knew that I was going to do this and told all the teachers that I had to take their exam. I could not escape it. Thanks, man. So learning the entire Hamilton musical, which I consider one of the hardest due to all the raps. That was an absolute waste of my time. I still have to take the English test. I had collected all the tea on the hero students and willingly donated it to Midnight only to learn that I just went overboard with my job. Well, that needed to be done anyway due to our previous deal. I just overboard in hopes for extra credit. By the time I got to Cementos with blackmail, I decided to give up on my hopes and dreams. I'm not that much of an a-hole. I was going to skip Aizawa's detention to go to a job interview for Walmart, but before I could walk out, the man snatches me up in his stupid scarf and drags me to the gym. Sir, can you please let me go? I have a job interview at Walmart in a half hour, I requested. The man looked at me like I have lost it. You should be studying for your exams. Not getting a job, problem child. I already know I am going to fail, so I'm making my safety net now before my standards drop further. You're being illogical. The time you could have used for studying you used to attempt to bribe the teachers. And it could have worked if you did not interfere. It was against code. It's not against code if you don't get caught. But you did. Wait, so if you didn't know, I could have done it? If the solution was there, yes. What the flip does that mean? It was never there in the first place. I would have checked anyway to make sure you were not doing anything. That's so mean. Stop wasting time. You're lucky I'm not making you work out today. You're studying. What about my job interview? You're not going. If you get expelled over this, I have enough evidence to arrest you. What evidence? If you say you're going to be a vigilante if you get out, that's plenty, kid. You just want me to die, don't you? I want you to shut up and start studying. K. Since I didn't want to go to jail, I studied every breathing moment. Sleep is irrelevant anyway. I was determined to not go to jail. And you know what? When I took those DMN exams, I'm confident that I didn't fail any of them. Honestly, the information wasn't that bad. I just had to get my life in order. At this point, I have taken most of my exams. I have one more, which is the practical exam. I am just glad I don't have to write anymore. From what my classmates and I have learned, the practical exam involves destroying robots. That's it. I happen to like destroying many things, so this works out great. I have enough confidence to not break down in tears like I have done all week. I get on the bus and sit with you Rarika and Ida since I haven't hanged out with the OG squad in a while. However, when we arrive at the testing location, the vibes are off because all the pro-hero teachers are there. They shouldn't be here. Aizawa stands in the middle. I expect that many of you have gathered information and believe that you have some idea of what you will be faced with. Of course, my OP squad doesn't seem to realize the situation as Kaminari announces, We're fighting those big old metal robots. Fireworks. S'mores. Here we come. Ashido joins. Sheet, I forgot to mention that if you pass the exams, you get to go on camp. Look, I've been traumatized for the last week, alright? I'm more focused on the punishment of jail than the award of camp. Besides, Aizawa announced it. It's probably secretly a torture chamber. Suddenly, there's a shuffling in Aizawa's scarf and FNG rat pops out of it and talks. Actually, this year's test will be completely different for various reasons. Principal Nizu. You're changing things. My fellow classmates scream. Somehow, I should have known it was him, but I didn't. I even knew of his existence. My brain just wiped it out for some reason. I watched this rat slide down from Aizawa's shoulder using his freaking scarf, and I can't help but be amused by that. The tests now have a new focus. There will be hero work, of course. However, instead of robots, you will be fighting actual heroes. I want to die. We're not fighting robots. We're fighting pro-heroes in pairs based on our FING weaknesses. I'm going to die. After the stupid explanation, Aizawa tells everyone they're pairing and who they will be fighting. I'm not going to be announcing, but I will tell you that the guarantee group that is going to lose is Kaminari and Ashido because they are facing a really smart rat. It's not that I want them to fail. I just don't want to be unrealistic. If it makes everyone feel any better, I walked over to them and said, "May God bless yo dumbass." They appreciated it because they were going into a war and coming out barely surviving. At this point, everyone has been called out except me and, hell nah, I ain't working with Kaken. Aizawa announces our pairing and he gets ready to call out our killer when I am here. Nah. Aizawa paired me with my enemy Kaken and decided that we should face All Might. I can deal with a lot of bullshit. I deal with Aizawa's constantly after this. This is crossing the F line. I have self-preservation. Actually, that's a lie. I don't have self-preservation. I just don't want to die a painful way. I make the smart decision to turn around, put my hands behind my back, and get on my knees. Midoriya, what are you doing? Ida asks. I'm request Aizawa to arrest me because I don't feel like dying today. I can practically hear Aizawa's tone of doneness. You are not going to die, Midoriya. No FNG offense, but I am making a logical decision here by withdrawing now. Kaken does not help one bit. I don't need Deku's help. I can beat All Might by myself. Aizawa sighs out loud. Bakugo, the point is for you to learn teamwork. Midoriya dropping out is out of the question. That's effing dumb. I join Kaken on this one. Yeah, that's effing dumb. Stop copying me, nerd. Never. Yeah, this is going nowhere. However, then I see the rat standing in front of me. Midoriya-kun, correct? I have heard much about you. You are certainly a fascinating specimen. I should respect him because he is the principal, but I don't. Just get to the point. I see a gleam in his eyes as he smiles. I will offer you a therapy session with Hound Dog if you commit to this. Of course, if Hound Dog believes that you need more, we will kindly provide those for you as well. It took this much to receive a therapy sessions? That's bullshit. That doesn't mean I'm going to ignore it, though. I probably look insane right now. Okay, but why are you offering it in the first place? I believe that you will become a hero that our generation needs. A psychopath? Not every hero has the same moral compass. They just believe that. You can change that belief based on your actions. Dudding, you really are insane. I quickly hop up. I'll take it. Let's beat this hoe, Kaken. Bakugo growls, Deku. Aizawa just sighs louder, questioning his life choices. Can you two attempt to use appropriate language? Nope. Do you want to start the detentions for next year? No, fine. Thank you. Everyone should know their order and testing ground. You can discuss with your teammate of strategies or watch others take their exam with Recovery Girl, who will be judging. Well, I don't think Kaken is willing to work with me, and I happen to like Recovery Girl, so hanging out with Recovery Girl it is. Recovery Girl, I am going to die. Will you come to my funeral? Yeah, I started this conversation in an interesting way. You're not going to die, dear. As long as you don't do something stupid. Ma'am, I want you to look at me and tell me that I won't do something stupid. I have faith in you, Sonny. You know what? I'll take that confidence. So just in case I do die, will you come to my funeral? I would come anyway. Ignore me tearing up, please. Thank you. Love you. She pats my shoulder and gives me a smile. Love you too, dear. Now I'm crying. She offers me a handkerchief. I can die in peace now. I was right about Kaminari and Ishido failing. They put two idiots against a genius. I don't know what they expected. Rockboy and Sugar Buzz also failed. I don't know why they thought that going head-on against a teacher who has no limitations is a good idea, but they did. Tape Boy also failed because he passed out from Midnight's perfume, but the FING pervert passed. Alright then. Everyone else passed though. Well, except Kaken and I. We haven't taken ours yet, but we are about to take it now. And I. Okay, I know that I have been told multiple times by multiple different people that I am not going to die from this, but you put me with a dude with anger issues and a teacher who SCKS at being a teacher. This is literally asking for death. You can't change my mind on this. I don't even care that All Might has FING weights on because we all know that's not going to stop him. He will break me somehow. And if he doesn't, Kaken will. Our battleground is in the city, which would make sense seeing as that's where All Might mostly fights. I deny he knows this place perfectly, so that's something I could work with if it wasn't for the fact that Kaken won't listen to me. Kaken and I are very different. One runs on emotions while the other runs on the not wanting to die this way, energy. You should know who is who by this point. Kaken wants to beat the sheet out of All Might while I logically want to sneaky to the exit. If All Might is smart, he knows that Kaken is going to fight him head-on. However, he has no idea what the F I plan on doing. Kaken and I are dropped off in a random part. Practical exam 10 can now commence. The announcement echoes across the city, and Kaken is already stomping away. I quickly run after, Yo, I know you have a plan. Tell me. Beach. I'm going to beat All Might up, and you're going to run. Kaken growls as he continues searching for the man. For real? Yes, for real. Are you going deaf too, you stupid No. I just wanted confirmation. I'll let you do that. See ya. I have no idea how this thing is actually judged, but I personally believe that separating is good in this case. I can just tell the teachers that I followed Kaken's instructions. That should definitely get some points. I activate the quirk, Full Cowl, to go through the alleyways and start swerving through them to stay out of the way. If Kaken wants to be a lovely meat shield, I'm not going to stop him from achieving his dreams. In the distance, I can already hear the place being destroyed with explosions and pure strength. As long as I stick to the alleyways, All Might should have some difficulty finding me at least. Where are you, Deku? All Might suddenly shouts, and that sounds way too close for comfort. I get that this is expected, but I also expected Kaken to survive a minute longer maybe. I will worry about that issue later. Right now, I need to have a plan. I decide to deactivate the quirk as that beach is loud, and run by foot through them. It does not take me long until I find a viable weapon. Garbage bags. Full garbage bags. Hello darkness, my old friend. I'm not going to ask why they are there, but I shall take them with me. I snatch a couple of those beaches up and keep running. There you are, I am here to give you a piece of your sheet. While All Might took way too long at monologuing, a way too common of a problem, I threw a garbage bag at his face. I forgot All Might cursed in English, though, so that's entertaining. I activate the quirk and hop up to the roofs to find Kaken because no matter how much I hate him, I need him to even have a chance of beating All Might's butt. It does not take long to find him as there is a huge butt crater. His dumbass just happens to be pinned under a goddamn fence, which he is trying to explode himself out of. Typical, Kaken. Before I get a chance to actually go grab him, All Might instantly snatches me up. You think you will take me down that easily, you little hero? Will think again. Then proceeds to bring me back to Kaken. Like, a hard way. I couldn't save myself because I created a hugeous crater. All Might is supposed to have weights on, but he is still up. Dimen, the pain ain't pretty. I am even more sad that I lost my other trash bags. I quickly get myself out, zoom over, and kick the fence away from Kakin before All Might can stop me. New plan because your plan A through Triple Z failed. You should have gotten out by now, you stupid nerd. Kakin yells as he tries to attack me, but I hop back. You should have fought harder, but not the point dash. All Might lands directly across from us. Arguing is not going to help you measly heroes. I am desperate for what I am about to pull out of my butt. Nope. However, blackmail will. All Might is about to attack us, but he suddenly stops. Blackmail? What kind of blackmail could you have on a villain like me? I have no idea if this is legal, but I'm rolling with it as I grin sadistically at the man. I know all about your quirk, remember? Hero, villain, or vigilante, your quirk never changes. I can easily spread that information to the other heroes. How would you think they feel? They would obviously go after your butt. Kakin shouts, "What are you going on about, Deku? I deny you have blackmail on All Might of all people. I have more blackmail than I should have." All Might falters. You know you wouldn't do that because it would risk your safety too. Now perish dash. Glad that meme is coming to use now of all times. Against me. I can start this off by telling Kakin. Hey, Kakin, All Might's quirk isn't dash. I start trying to tell my ex-best friend, which is a horrible idea in all ways because when I start to, All Might punches me in the chest and sends me flying into another building. IP my ribs. However, I proceed with screaming, All Might's quirk isn't what you think it is dash. Suddenly, All Might is right in front of me as he picks me up by the arm like a rag doll. You should know better than to spread that news. Oh if dash, that hurts. I am coughing because my lungs are going to die. Bold of you to assume I care when you are beating the shit out of me. I will tell Kakin unless you back down now. We both know I don't lie, All Might. All Might starts to break character, which makes some sense given what I am saying. Young Midoriya, that's taking things too far. Sir, you have broken multiples of my ribs. Tell me what is too far again and I will throw hands. All Might's voice goes stern, something he has never used on me despite the sheet I pull. Midoriya dash. Kakin suddenly interrupts, die. An aggressive boom rings in my ears and most likely All Might's too as Kakin aimed an explosion right at the man's head. All Might drops me, and I stumble back to realize how physically broken I am. I need to end this now. All Might yeets Kakin away, and he looks ready to throw hands as he watches me carefully like I am the villain here. However, I can see that he is still somewhat disorientated. I'm not willing to deal with it. Despite having broken ribs, a broken heart, a broken mind, and so many other things broken, I activate the quirk and start bouncing all around him. During this time, I pull out the HNDCFFS. I can either handcuff him or run. I rather handcuff him, but as I am watching him, he is too aware for me to pull it off. I have to run, grab Kakin for emergency, and get out. So, I do the logical thing and smash through a wall. More specifically, a support wall that causes the building above All Might to collapse on him. He doesn't have a chance to move before it topples like a tower of Jenga. At this hope, I just hope All Might and I are on talking terms by the end of this. This isn't going to stop him, but it is going to slow him down. It doesn't take long for me to find Kakin, grab his leg, and start zooming to the exit. Kakin does not stand this because he immediately pushes off me and blasts next to me. What the hell Kakin yells. I always wanted to go there. That's not the point. Do I even want to know how you have sheet on All Might of all people? I'm just effing amazing, ain't I? No, you aren't. You're just AF creep at this point. Look, I would love to attempt to chat with you. However, that building is not going to keep him down for long. When he attacks us, he's going to try and push us back. We need to trick All Might into flying us through that gate. We might have to hug and sheet, but we're going to be bros so that we can pass this and not look like sheet. Also, I don't have to go to jail. Kakin grunts, so I have no idea what that means. All Might suddenly appears in front of us. Brilliant idea, but IT won't keep me down for long. At this point, even for how worn our friendship is, Kakin and I manage to share a brain cell by looking at each other. I offer my hand, and even if he looks like he's going to die, he takes it anyway. Texas Smash. All Might screams as he punches the air, pushing us back. Kakin and I fly together, but we keep a grip together. With our free arms, I bring the cork to it and push the opposite direction, and Kakin causes a huge explosion. This reverses our flight. We fly over All Might's head through the gate. You have officially passed the practically exam. The announcement notifies us. Kakin and I crash hard into the ground, and we immediately let go of each other. Before I can get a word in, Kakin screams at the top of his lungs, "Don't you dare assume that just because I worked with you one time means I will work with you again, you stupid nerd. I only did it so I can beat your butt after this. I can't do that if you're INF jail, you dumbass. I mean, I wasn't planning on working with you anyway, bitch-ass." Of course, I can't say this out loud because I feel like I am dying, but it's the thought that counts. Kakin manages to get up, but I decide to sleeping is way more valuable. The last thing I see is All Might approaching me quickly. "You went too hard on them, Toshinori. Both of the boys had broken bones that I had to heal. You're too reckless and you need to be careful." "I am aware. I'm sorry." "You better be sorry. You better apologize to Midoriya especially. Bakugo may have taken a few hits, but you did not bother to hold back on Midoriya." "I will." Well, this is an interesting way of waking up. I get to wake up to Recovery Girl lecturing Yagi. I'm not going to say that's the best way to wake up, but it isn't the worst, to say the least. I open my eyes to find myself in the familiar nurse's office. I don't give Recovery Girl a chance to continue lecturing when I interrupt her. "Hey, Recovery Girl." All the woman can do is sigh. "I'm not even surprised you woke up at now of all times. How are you feeling, dear?" "Dead inside." "You know I do not understand your modern language, boy. The pain could be worse, but I am emotionally tired. I can't do much about that because I already have you on a lot. I could already have you healed by now if you slept like a teenage boy your age should." She is really calling me out. I'm sad. You have no proof of that because I haven't been texting you at that time. You would be healed by now if you had a normal sleeping schedule. Also, Lunch Rush told us that you're texting him at 2 in the morning. Snitch. Though, I'm not surprised. Touche. However, you can't blame me. I might have a chance in the culinary career. Is Kakin still here? If you mean Bakugo, no. Unlike you, he has a normal sleeping schedule, so he is completely healed and left before school was over. But he didn't get beat up as much either. That may be true, but a healthy sleeping schedule is still very important. This is especially true for you for how much you get injured. It's not like I ask for it. I see what you do. Sometimes you do. Rude. Unless you want me to block you, I recommend you just listen to me. Sad face. Toshinori, you deal with him. Recovery Girl does not hesitate to leave me with the man that I just threatened to spread his secret about mere hours ago. I decide to take the bull by the horns and just say it. Sorry for blackmailing you. Especially for something very important. Yagi coughs up blood, having to pull out a handkerchief. No, I should be the one apologizing for injuring you so badly. I'm sorry. But if I may ask, would you have told Bakugo the secret? Of course not. I would have just made him say that I told him. Yagi nods. I have to admit that's a smart idea. An odd one, but an interesting one coming from you, young Midoriya. I mean, it's between blackmailing you and having all my bones broken. You can't blame me there. I do not. It shows your ingenuity. Just be more prepared next time in case it doesn't work. Most villains probably would have killed you to kill the information that you had. Understandable. I'm just working with what I got until I get better, sir. Yagi gives me a genuine smile. I know, my boy, and I am proud of you for it. You're going to make me cry. Thank you. You worked hard for this, young Midoriya. Don't let anybody stop you. Do what you need to do somewhat legally. You know that it's bad when you need to add the word legally by the end of it. I said somewhat for a reason. Sometimes, heroes need to mingle where they aren't meant to be dash. Knock knock knock. Knocking interrupts Yagi. Immediately, he becomes all might and calls, "Come in." The door opens to reveal Aizawa of all people. If you're done talking to him, I need to tell him if he has passed or not. All Might rubs the back of his neck, embarrassed. Of course. See you later, Midoriya. I get that Aizawa is a jackass, but he makes the #1 hero zoom out faster than the eye can see. I mean, it's relatable because I work with him, but DM in. I don't bother to keep that to myself. You made him run. Aizawa sighs, taking a seat in All Might's original place. I don't know why nor do I care. Alright then. What time is it? I deny you would see me otherwise. 5 in the evening. I already told your classmates their score. I just haven't told you since you slept through it. And you would too for a check. Aizawa ignores that. Everyone in your class passed their academic exams. Given you decided to try and blackmail the teachers instead of studying, you did well. As for your practical exam, you passed that with some points abducted due to your usual reckless ways. You're not being removed, problem child. It takes me a moment to process that. I passed, bitches. Take that, God. I can work with that. I pipe up. Also, blackmail works. It worked on All Might for a bit. Aizawa facepalms. I am not surprised at this point given what I read in the book you gave Midnight. You read that? Midnight forced me to. Honestly, you should use your head more. The stuff you found out about students is impressive for someone your age. But you're giving me a compliment. Unless you want attention to expand into next year, I recommend you shut up and let me finish. I shut up. In 2 weeks, Class 1A and 1B is going on a camping trip. Everyone is going. Ask Ida for the supply list and do not bring anything more unless you want to never see it again. I will be checking your bag specifically to make sure you don't. The lack of trust. I'm ashamed. You should have stayed out of trouble. Then, Aizawa stands up, and actually sleep. You can't say jack shit. I can't. I'm just saying it so Recovery Girl doesn't come after me for it. Stay out of trouble until then, problem child. Aizawa doesn't even give me a proper goodbye. He just leaves. Fine then. Two can play at this game. A few minutes after that chat, Recovery Girl comes back and dismisses me with strict instructions and goes straight home and sleep. Obviously, I don't follow that at all. I head straight to the teacher's lounge because I want to tell some people goodbye since we are going on summer vacation. I knock on the door, and it takes a couple of moments for it to open to reveal Vlad King, the teacher of Class 1B. Vlad King looks down at me and already looks down with me. My God, what do you want? Are present Mike and Midnight in the house? Yes. Why? I want to say goodbye to them before I leave. Vlad King takes a moment to consider my offer. You can't cause that much trouble if there are multiple teachers here. Come in. With that, he steps aside. I step in and scan the room until I find present Mike and Midnight chatting at one of their desks. I walk over to them. Hi. Both of them turn toward me and they look surprised to see me. Present Mike opens his mouth first. Hey, little listener. Shouldn't you be heading home by now? I should, but have I ever followed instructions? Besides, I wanted to see you too before I left for the holiday. Midnight immediately snatches me up and pulls me to her chest as she coos. You sweet little thing. I don't know why Eraser doesn't like you because you are so adorable. So considerate. Excuse me, ma'am. I didn't ask for this. And I am not. And I didn't ask for you to be so cute. Present Mike laughs. We really do appreciate you coming to see us, little listener. I'm still sorry about not accepting your Hamilton musical instead of the exam. Midnight finally lets me go and proceeds to fix my hair quickly. Honestly, you will be a deviant when you enter the hero world. Just like me. I can't stop myself from saying, I don't plan on dressing anywhere near like you did. You don't need to with that little attitude of yours. Present Mike adds an agreement. Yeah, I can see the HC, Hero Commission, coming after you for the sheet you pull. I huff again, crossing my arms. I'm not that reckless. Both of them at the exact same time somehow say, yes, you are. The audacity. Now all the teachers are looking at me. Language, little listener. Present Mike tries to correct, but he is covering his laughs. You should head out before Eraser makes you suffer. Sheet, you're right. Got it. Bye, Present Mike. Bye, Midnight. I will miss you both. Bye the rest of you. I holler as I run out before anybody can stop me. I head straight home and pass out in my room. Sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Sweetest, Ashido sorry Mido. We tried to wait for you but Aizawa kicked us out. Dames, Kaminari sorry please forgive us. Sweet S, sorry is spelled with 2 Rs not 1. And you forgot the E. Dames, stop bullying me D. Sweet, never. Love you though. Dames, red heart. Sweetest, red heart. A few hours later. Smartest, I'm alive, beaches. I'm not too worried. I slept for a while. Perfect FING nap. Dumbass, understandable dude. Hope you feel better. Smartest, I don't, but I appreciate the love man. This, sis. 2 norms plus a psycho. Deku, Ida, I need listuwu. Uravity, Midoriya, you're alive. Deku, if I haven't died yet, I don't think I'm dying anytime soon. Anyway list? Tenya, I am glad that you are safe. I shall send you the list now. Since you are here, the class is setting up a date to meet up at the mall to grab the items together if you would like to come. Deku, really? Heck yeah I want to go. Tenya, language. Deku, we ain't in school pages. Let me know the date and I'll be there with my broke butt. Ida takes a few minutes to respond, probably recovering from me. Tenya, will do. A week later arriving at the mall. The amount of self-control I have is astronomical, and it's not because I have good self-control. It's because it is non-existent in my little head. As soon as we arrive, I run ahead of the group, turn around, and walk backwards. Midoriya, you should not be running in a public place or walking backwards. It's dangerous. Ida attempts to lecture me, but nothing is going to stop me from this moment. In the worst accented voice I can manage while singing, I take it as the perfect moment to show off my abilities. Let's go to the mall, everybody. We are at the mall already, Midoriya. Shut the f, Ida. Come on, Ashido. Come on, Kaminari. I signal for both of them to join my side, and they do with slight hesitation since I am acting drunk right now. Let's go to the mall, you won't be sorry. Everyone is looking at me like a psycho, but we all already know how unstable I am. Well, at least the class does. I'm getting all the eyes on me now. Put on your jelly bracelets and your cool graffiti coat. At the mall, having fun is what it's all about. Ida chops the air. I have no idea what you are doing, but you are in a public place. That's okay. Ashido steps in front of me to look me in the eyes. You don't look drunk. Ida hears that. What? Whatever. That was perfect moment to use that line. Not whatever. Have you been drinking, Midoriya? I ignore him. I don't care, 'cause all my friends are gonna be there. Let's go to the mall today. Yaoyorozu gently grabs Ida's shoulder. He'll calm down in a moment that I think. I pull out my awkward dance moves. Everybody, come and play. Throw every last care away. Let's go to the mall today. Ashido cringes at my moves while Kaminari tries to copy with failure. Wait, does nobody recognize this song? I stop and revert to my normal self, ignoring the looks from the other people. Wait, so none of y'all recognize that song? Class 1A takes a moment before answering at the same time. No. I am so effing disappointed. Ida chops the air hard. Language. I don't respond to that. I assume I have everyone's attention? Everyone nods. Good. Now, I believe we should pair off based on what everyone needs. Then we will meet at the food court at noon. Let me see your lists and what you have marked. Midoriya, where are you going? I have never seen this boy so disappointed in his life. I do care for the man, but I lack control over myself. I had already started walking towards somewhere. Don't ask me where because I have no idea. I can't be near any of you. I'm so disappointed right now. Yaoyorozu pats Ida's shoulder again. He will be fine. You know where to meet us and when, right, Midoriya? She calls out to me. I am trying to decide if she's trying to save Ida's feelings or if she is just done with my sheet. Either way, it works in my favor, so I don't care. Food court at noon. Very good. Be safe. Yaoyorozu sounded like just a proud mom there. I don't think I caused that much sheet. Will do. Either way, I head off to find a board with a map. As it turns out, I need practically everything on the list. Therefore, I'm just going to find a Walmart in a mall somehow to get all the stuff in one place. I don't need specialty stuff. I just need cheap. Not saying that Walmart is cheap. I'm just saying it's cheap compared to the specialty stuff that other stores sell. Obviously, there isn't going to be a full-blown Walmart inside of a FING mall. That beach would take the whole mall, though that makes me wonder why we didn't just go to Walmart. I guess we just want the feels of going to a mall. After finding the board and trying to decipher every single number of pi because of how complicated it is, I found that the closest thing to a Walmart in this store is a Target. Not a personal preference, but I can work with it. Just as I am about to walk away, an arm suddenly slings over my shoulder and a familiar voice fills my ears. "Oh, you're that kid from the sports festival. I was wondering if I could get an autograph." I look up to my left to find Shigaraki grinning down at me like a goddamn child predator. He should have brought the hand with him because damen he is ugly. No wonder he has his black hood up. The arm that is slung around my shoulder moves up to my neck, and he grips my neck tightly except with one finger extended out. Midoriya Izuku. Sheet, he even talks like this. Something tells me that I shouldn't mess with this guy, but I need to act natural. Wait, why is nobody reacting to this? Stupid bystander effect. I huff. Shigaraki Tamura. You haven't raced me since that day on Mario Kart. Shigaraki talks way too sadistically. Well, I have been busy. Busy thinking. I recommend you don't struggle unless you want your throat gone. That means death, right? Sir, I want to die, though. Let me tell you that this is the worst thing to say to a villain. However, this is me. Shigaraki hums. If you die, I will have to kill every witness here. I could probably kill 20 to 30 before the pro heroes show up. This is a dangerous situation. A really dangerous one. One fuck up and who knows how many will die because of me. The pressure, man. God FINGDMN it, what do you want? I just want to chat. Alright, let's chat. Shigaraki drags me to a seat, which is not pleasant on my neck, and sits down, forcing me to sit with him. Shigaraki does not hesitate to start. This is nice, but the hero killer pisses me off the most right now. And that's my problem right now. Everyone is obsessed with that stupid hero killer instead of me. What do you think the difference between us is? I click my tongue. You know, if you need therapy, you can join me in my therapy sessions. I don't mind having a therapy partner. The hand around my neck instantly tightens, causing me to nearly start choking. Don't push your luck, Midoriya. I think for a moment. Okay, so this man wants me to compare one psycho to another psycho? Alright then. However, that's practically giving him answers of what he needs to do to some extent, I think. Honestly, Shigaraki is weird AF. All I know is that he wants to kill All Might. Wait, that's... You want to kill All Might while the hero killer wants to be killed by All Might. The amount of confidence I have in that answer with a hand on my neck is honestly disturbing. I really need therapy. Though, I'm not going to say there isn't other reasons. For example, Stain worked on his hero presence while Shigaraki hasn't, but I don't think that's something I should be telling him. Shigaraki taps my neck as he grins, laughing like a effing psychopath. That's it. All my anger is because of him. All Might. While he makes this idiotic explanation, the hand around my neck tightens, starting to choke me. Thank you, Midoriya. It's All Might's fault that I feel like this. I nowhere near implied that. What am I thinking? I should be getting out of this. I attempt to move, but Shigaraki casually tightens his grip. Don't move unless you want your neck gone. But I do. I just want a faster death. This man is FENG choking me. However, luck does something. Midoriya, there you are. I was wondering if you wanted dash. Uraraka suddenly comes out of nowhere. As she approaches, she notices the strange man next to me with a hand around my neck. Fear enters her face. Is this your friend Dash? No, it can't be. It's you. Get away from him. The hand disappears from my neck. However, I am holding my breath despite being ready to pass out because I am watching Shigaraki. I see Shigaraki raise his hands and stands up. I didn't realize that you were with friends. I shall leave you be then, but know that I will kill you the next time I see you. With that, Shigaraki disappears. Finally, I breathe in and out greedily. Uraraka runs right in front of me. Midoriya, are you okay? He didn't hurt you, did he? I speak between breaths. I'm not fine. Call the police. Uraraka nods quickly and does as I asked her. F-I-N-G hell. Why am I always encountering villains? I just wanted a relaxing day and this happens. I hate my life. I am not saying that meeting up with Shigaraki was a good thing. It's not. However, I have been told to always look at the bright side of things. For one, I learned that I don't want to be choked to death. It's too slow and painful. I rather have my neck snapped for a quick one. That's not the main thing I learned. As it turns out, the detective who got to ask the questions was an associate of All Might's in a close way. In other words, this guy, the true man, I did not pay attention to his name so I just gave him that, knows about All Might's quirk to some extent. He knows Yagi. The more you know. Anyway, even though that's a major factor, that's not what kept me there for many hours. No, it's because I got way too curious about this guy's quirk. You see, the true man's quirk allows him to know if a person is lying or not. I was really curious about the boundaries despite the previous trauma. I have decided at this point that my trauma is irrelevant, so I shall just roll with it. Either way, I learned quite a bit despite the man looking ready to give up the whole time. Once the detective finally got me to focus for more than 5 minutes, I answered his questions without too many problems. When I finally get out, I find that it is not my mom that picks me up but Yagi. Yagi's eyes dart between True Man and I before looking back at the detective and offering a sympathetic smile. Hey, Tsukachi, oh, so that's the detective's name. I hope young Midoriya was not too much trouble for you. The True Man sighs. He didn't purposefully cause trouble, but he's way too curious about the wrong things. You certainly picked someone. He didn't insult you or anything? I huff out a hey, but that gets ignored. No. He was too focused on my quirk. I'm slightly surprised. Good job, my boy. I join Yagi's side suddenly. Wait, so if I don't insult people, I get validation? Yes? Let's start with not insulting the adults. I make a sad face. Why is getting validation so hard? Maybe you should put a little effort into it, young Midoriya. That's nearly impossible. Anyway, thank you for taking care of him until I arrived, detective. The True Man nods his head. I wish you luck with him, Yagi. He's not that bad. Don't worry. With the conversation coming to a conclusion, we step out of there and start heading to my place. Are you okay, young Midoriya? Yagi asks while we are walking. Yip. I learned how to avoid his quirk. The man hacks up blood onto a handkerchief that I offered him before saying that because he's predictable now. Please tell me you were honest with him about the run-in. I was. I wouldn't lie about that. Yagi sighs in relief. Good. That's a serious help to our case. I wasn't trying to help y'all. I just wanted to head to Target, and he comes up and just starts chatting. Of course, the boy puts his hand on my neck and says, yo, if you ignore me you die. And I was like, yo, I want to die though. And he was like, then all these fuckers around me die. And I'm like, God, if I'm doing fine. Ignoring your death wish, what you did was brave, my boy. I'm proud of you. I am FNG preening over the amount of validation I am getting. Thanks, sir. Oh, I have a new meme to teach you. Yagi eventually manages to take me home despite me distracting him with memes. I wave Yagi off and go in to have a chat with my mom. Today is the day of the camping, suffering, trip, and it is already going terribly wrong. Sir, please. Problem child, if I let you anywhere near practically half the class, nobody is going to survive this bus ride. You're projecting on all the other students, Aizawa. It is the truth. Then why do Kaminari and Ishido get to sit together? Because they will just watch videos on the internet the whole time. They are easy to satisfy by themselves. Not with you. I feel like you are blaming me for everything wrong in this class. Stop being dramatic and go where I told you. Can I at least sit in the seat beside you rather than sharing a seat with you? You will just try to sneak out. The lack of trust in me. Problem child, please. Fine. I have to share a seat with Aizawa of all people. He advertised this as a fun time, Yet he puts me next to the most boring and painful person I know. I already knew that the trip was for a bad reason when he said that everyone was going on the trip, including the failed ones, as they wouldn't gain experience otherwise, but still. At least keep the facade up for a little bit. I feel like I am being blamed for so many issues that I have no part of. Anyway, just because I am stuck next to an old man does not mean I am going to let him stop me from having fun. We have the internet, after all. You want to know what that means? Uno, bitches. I convinced most of the class to download it, and that is probably the best way to ruin friendships. Let's just say I have been practicing for this moment for my entire life. However, we only get in one game when there is trouble on the arise. What the hell do you? What gets you off to believe that you can beat me? Kaken suddenly yells from the back of the bus. Well, I guess it wouldn't be so suddenly since I just beat all their buttes in Uno. For those curious about how I convinced him to join me, I just riled him up a bit. However, I really need to save my hide right now. I sit up so that I look over the seat to the back. It's not my fault that you see Kaken. Explosions immediately fill the bus. Get over here, you piece of sheet dash. What is going on? Oh bless. The one time that I need the old man, he comes. Kaken's just mad that I beat him in Uno. Are you serious, problem child? As serious as you. Aizawa has the nerve to look at me for a solid minute before sighing. Bakugo, settle down. No more Uno. Aw man. Kaminari speaks up from a couple of seats behind me. If we play without Bakugo, can we continue? Aizawa pinches the bridge of his nose. You have to exclude Midoriya too. Hold up, what? I spin in my seat to face him. What did I do? I was just playing a friendly game of Uno, and Bakugo got pissy. Why can't I play? You aim to anger Bakugo. Give me your phone. But Aizawa dash. No. You can write a 3-page essay on why you should not anger people. It's due before we get off this bus. Or else. Do you want sleep tonight? That depends. Do I get my phone back? You're working out the whole night. Wait, seriously? I don't get an answer because he passes out. I don't know if that means that I'm doing that anyway or if I should do the essay to avoid that. I don't feel like dying, so I'm doing the essay. Don't even ask me how I got it done. Everyone get off. We're at a rest stop, Aizawa announces as he steps off. However, he decides to drag me behind him by the scarf. At this point, I give up on life. When we step off, I immediately realize that I need to get back on that bus. Everyone else is ignorant to Aizawa's bullshit because they haven't had detention with him. Don't know how they are ignorant when we are in the middle of effing nowhere, but I'll let them stay in their world for now. I'll save myself first. I will consider saving the others later. I start tugging out the stupid scarf, and Aizawa does not hesitate to glare at me. Don't think about it, problem child. My jaw dropped. What do you mean don't think about it? You are about to flipping Toenvo. Idan o, Dinelif. This has the F nerve to mute me. Excuse me. This is unacceptable. What is Midoriya talking about, Aizawa-sensei? Ida asks. At least someone notices. Ignore him. Offended. I am completely right to assume that we are about to be ditched when two heroes from the group Wild Wild PP Cats come out. Yes, it is a group based on cats. That's not the important part, though. The important part that will probably get us killed is that we are having to go through the forest to get to camp. Not too bad, right? First off, we can't even see the camp from the mountains. Second, one of the beaches is a flipping earthbender and is going to shove a bunch of rock monsters in there. Third, we are expected to get there in 2 hours, which is clearly impossible unless we run. Actually, that final idea is not bad. The smart people will run. The dumb people, Kaken and anyone who wants to help him for some reason, will suffer. After the explanation, the ground under my classmates collapse, and they fall into the forest. For some reason, Aizawa still has me next to him in his scarf. One of the ladies, Pixie Bob I believe, looks over at me. Shouldn't he be down there? Aizawa grunts. Yeah, but I have to tell him something to make sure he actually does that exercise. What the flip is that supposed to mean? I ask. I already know that you will just leave some of your classmates behind and run, and that's not the point of this. You need to practice fighting. That's why everyone must return together. If you leave somebody behind, you have to go get them. That's bullshit. Can I leave my Neta behind? Detention and no. Now have fun, Aizawa says with his creepy grin. In one fell swoop, he snatches the scarf off of me and kicks my butt off the cliff. Literally. This is my life now? Is that even legal? Whatever. I spin myself around to land gracefully on top of Kaken, who was just standing up. Get off of me. Kaken screams as he starts exploding the ground below us. I giggle like the non-straight man I am. You were supposed to catch me, silly. If you don't get off, I will explode your butt right back up that cliff. Aizawa will just kick my butt back down. He's like an emo god in a way, since God really doesn't want me. Nor does Satan, now that I think about it. Ida chops the air. Bakugo, please do no threaten your classmates. Midoriya, please get off of Bakugo. Why does he always have to ruin the fun? I get off of Bakugo and stand up. Clicking my tongue, I look into the forest to find those earth monsters staring back at us. All right then. I clap my hands together as I face my classmates. All right, everybody. We need to stick together unless we want to come back in here. And before anyone asks, I already asked to leave my Neta behind, and he said no. Hey. The Great Beach has the nerve to say, but he is ignored. At the same time, I hear Hagakure and Ishido say, from here. Anyway, I need my tanks at the front and support in the back. You should know who is who. Let's go to it. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. My classmates and I scream. With that, Class 1A goes into the forest to fight for their life. Side note, I don't see 1B here. I swear if 1B does not have to do this, I'm reconsidering my life choices. Beach, it's night, and I am ready to motherfucking die. Rephrase, that's been there a while. However, this is one of those moments where if I swear that if I make one wrong move, I'm going to become a manugget. We are just getting to the camp and we all just want to die. I see you made it. Good job. Especially you four. Some lady, the memory, I'm ready to die here, says as she points to Ida, Todoroki, Bakugo and I. It's bad when Bakugo doesn't care. Anyway, other sheet is said, but all that is ignored as soon as we hear the word food. We all go straight to it. Honestly, it is a blessing that nobody dies getting to it. As soon as we eat, we pass out only to wake up to a FING gong the next day. God hates us. And you want to know what else? Vlad King just drove 1B here. They got AF vacation compared to US. I am betting my life savings that Class 1B is filled with some bitches students. How did I figure that out? I heard them talking about it. You know it's bad when I attempt to start a fight with an entire class of students before breakfast. I honestly wouldn't mind the punishment I received if I had actually got a punch in, but, of course, Aizawa stopped me. Anyway, as soon as we get breakfast, we get to work on our individual assignments. You see, the whole point of this camp is not about giving us a vacation, it's the goddamn opposite. We are expected to break ourselves. Except my bones and I, but it is a considerable offer because that means I get out of it. Back on topic, we are pushing our quirks to the limits in order to become stronger. For example, Ida has to constantly run in order to gain speed. It sounds simple, but it gets complicated for some people. Kaken is a great example in this case as he has to shove his hands in water and then lift them in the air to explode them. The whole reason is to expand the sweat glands in his palms in order to produce more nitroglycerin, which sounds painful AF, but I broke my bones for a while so that is PP work. My goal is to become stronger. Okay, maybe that's a bit bland. You see, one for all can be used more the more muscle mass I have. Right now, I can only use 5% of the quirk. That is alright, but it could be better. My job is to beat up anyone I can. No, I'm not lying. Most of the time, I have been fighting Tiger, another one of the wild PP cats. If Tiger is not available, I annoy my classmates while beating up on a tree so Aizawa can't call me out. Let me tell you something, using a quirk constantly is a beach. A quirk is basically an extra muscle, and when you are constantly using that extra muscle, you are going to suffer. That lasts from sunrise to sunset. When the sun sets, We are then expected to make our dinner and eat together. We are DMN lucky that the food is edible. After that, we pass out. This goes on for 3 days. By the 3rd day, we rather talk to Shrek than do this. However, we keep going for some dumb reason. Thankfully, something is going on tonight, so maybe I can finally get the entertainment that I need. Off it. I wish we were doing a dance tonight. Imagine how fantastic that would be. There is no laws in this area besides for the teachers, but that's irrelevant because teachers are underrated. Either way, I would be having a twerk-off with Kaminari and Ishido where I would obviously win. Maybe try to pick up tables with my teeth. Wait, if I break my teeth, does that mean I get to go home early? Aizawa dash. Go back to your other classmates. But I have a question. What? At least he is listening. If I break my teeth, do I get to go home early? No. I will ask the bus driver to go slower just to make sure you suffer longer. Dimin. So mean. Unless you want to join your classmates tonight, I recommend you get back to work. Fine. That's worse than a no. That's hell. Let me revert back to the topic. We are not doing a dance. Tonight, we are doing a forest fright. One class will go through the forest in pairs while the other will hide in there and try to freak out the walking class. I understand that this is supposed to be fun. However, this is not my type of fun unless it is Halloween, which it isn't. And what's worse is that I'm not going to be with my homies. Kaminari and Ishido have to deal with Aizawa's bullshit because they failed. Why do I have to be so lonely? Currently, my class is waiting around while the bitch-ass class is in the forest preparing their scares. We have already been paired off, though I plan on leaving my partner behind. Then it starts. Uraraka and Tsu go in first, and we wait for them to go ahead a bit before the next pair goes. Everything seems alright, but something has to F up. A little bit after the two go in, we see blue flames. Now, as far as my knowledge goes about the bitch-ass class, nobody has a fire quirk. We are being attacked. Everybody go to the building and be prepared for defense. Mandalay demands through our heads due to her quirk. Why can't we be left alone for once? I start walking about with my class when I hear Mandalay call out from a distance behind me, Koda, where are you? Koda. Isn't that the little kid that we saw when we first arrived? Honestly, I barely remember him because I was close to death at that point, but I do remember seeing a kid running into the forest multiple times. If he is actually a kid, he is probably heading to a secret hiding spot. Despite my logical decision, I call back. That's the kid with the red hat, right? Yeah. Have you seen him? I have an idea of where he might be. Can you go get him without running into villains? No promises. Did I really just sign myself up for a kid hunt? Sadly, I look around for a moment to find the path that I saw Koda take. Once I find it, I run to go find him with One for All activated. Mother luck is on my side for once because there is a goddamn path, so I just follow that. The path leads to a mountain trail, which is a beach to climb, but I make it with few troubles until the top. When I reach the top, I see Koda standing frightened in front of a large man wearing a cape. Why, you're the one that killed them. Koda screams at the man. Oh boy, I'm dealing with a boy who has trauma. Your parents must be the water hose duo. You see this? The man signals to his robo-eye, they did this to me, so I had to kill them. I'll let you join them real soon. Before the man has a chance to land a hit, I zoom forward to snatch Koda up and get him out of the way. I land in front of the man. You're the kid from the sports festival. Midoriya. The boss wanted you. The man says. I sigh, of course I am wanted. And you're muscular, right? Either way, I'm leaving. You can just go back him and SCK your D, or something. See kids? This is why you should watch the news. That way, you know your local murderers. I attempt to walk away peacefully, but that doesn't work. Now you're really pissing me off. I don't care what that boy says. I just want to kill, and you're going to be my first hit. Huh, so that's your K&K, huh? You're effing pedo, you know that? I set Koda down, bending down to his height to speak to him. Okay, so no matter what happens, you are going to run back home and not die because that makes me liable. Got it? Koda looks at me like I am insane. I grab his shoulders and spin him around to face his starting direction. Not butts, booties, or buttes. You're running. I'll be something. I don't bother to make sure if he runs because I'm pretty sure Muscular is ready to rip me in half. And, since the dude is big, he'll probably snatch Koda and me without a problem. I stand up and turn to face Muscular. So what happens to my body if I die here? It'll be ripped into shreds until there is nothing left. Duh. Good to know. Just so everyone knows, I am slow AF compared to Muscular because he has no problems whiteying me into a wall. I didn't have time to react to that. Here's the thing. I would describe the fight, but I have some trauma associated with that. More specifically, my arm became a goddamn noodle. What do I mean by that? All the bones in it were shattered. Pleasant, right? Honestly, this whole thing is trauma. I'm just going to explain what happened by transferring the audio from my therapy meeting with Hound Dog in place. Yes, that finally happened after everything. Either way, I forgot I had a story about me, so I wasn't commentating in my head as usual unless you are interested in hearing just me cursing away. That's why we are using audio. And yes, you are currently talking to future me technically. I am done with life. The audio starts now. My butt was being beaten. I was losing. Then, the kid apparently never left and squirts some water into Muscular's face to distract him. I would be a horrible parent, but he did distract him enough to where I can beat his butt. Also, I can go beyond the believed 100% of my quirk. I can go to 1,000,000%. However, wouldn't that make the 100% not a 100%? 1,000,000% would be 100% then, right? Honestly, it was confusing me then and it is still confusing me now. I basically destroyed my FNG arm to save this kid. I don't know if it was worth it or not. Let's just say I am officially left-handed now. The other significant detail I learned about that fight is apparently Kaken was wanted. I don't know who wants a human with rabies, but I would sacrifice him for it if I wasn't a hero myself. Back to the story, after defeating Muscular, I put Koda on my back and started evacuating him back to the cats. On my way there, I ran into Aizawa. Aizawa went, "I see you broke your arm again." I felt, and still feel, valid about saying, "Glad you aren't ifn't blind yet." Surprisingly enough, he doesn't complain about my language. "You found Koda?" "Yeah, I'm taking him back to the cat's place." "Got it, and you need to stay there." "Why?" "You look down for the count." "I want that number to go into the negatives if it deletes me from this hell then." Tell Mandalay that the students have the right to fight back. And be careful. "You too, old man." And we continued our separate ways. Now that I think about it, why did Aizawa tell me to announce that? Were we not supposed to fight back at first? Beach, there was no way to avoid those villains. I don't know why they thought we could, but I digress. The only student who probably followed that rule until that announcement was Ida, and I don't even know where he was during the whole thing. Or maybe I did. Yeah, I'll worry about it later. Anyway, I got Mandalay to send that message out along with the fact that Bakugo was a target, completely ignoring the fact that I was also a target. I dropped the kid off in the building where some of my smart classmates were to protect him. Then, my dumbass ran back into the forest to help my other classmates. Honestly, since I was near dead, I only remember some parts. Shoji carried me. He is buff AF, and he can hold me whenever he wants now. There was a magician. Shoji became a FING bird with our other fellow colleagues. Tokoyami and Bakugo were taken at one point. All that's irrelevant besides Shoji's muscles. In the end, we got Tokoyami back, but not Kaken. Personal opinion, I think he FING deserves it. It's a taste of his own medicine. That's not to say I didn't reach for him to try and grab him. I'm just trying to defend myself after it. I don't remember sheet after that. Time to revert back to the current timeline. Goddamn, that sheet feels loopy in my head. The whole camp raid led to multiple students being injured and Kaken being taken. To be honest, that sheet could have been way worse. Of course, the media doesn't see it that way, but if they can't cover a virus in the 2000s correctly, how can we expect them to get this right? It's the day after the 9th ring of hell, and I am in hospital since I needed surgery on my arm again. Thank above my arms are stuck with me. Otherwise, They would be arguing for an amputation to obtain their rights and freedom. Irrelevant topic, but it came to mind. I didn't end up hitting my head hard enough to get rid of my distractibility. Jesus Christ, focus on the story. It is boring in this room because it is a hospital. The TV doesn't even work, and that's the only thing that provides entertainment here. People die here because of boredom, not of anything else. As I am waiting for Recovery Girl to come by for company, and healing me I guess, one of the nurses comes in and tells me that I have guests. I was expecting my mom. I was not expecting my whole DMN class. Oh, thank God y'all came. I was getting so bored that I was about to pull the 4 to see what happens. I exclaim dramatically as I collapse on the bed. Ida sighs, please don't do that. It doesn't take me long to notice that the air feels stiff. Not even Ishido and Kaminari are laughing at my jokes. Is everything all right? Silence. Then Kirishima breaks the silence. I want to go save Bakubro, but nobody wants to come with me. We're heroes. We're supposed to help people, not wait around. This quickly explodes into an argument between classmates. Most of the class does not seem interested in going except for Kirishima, though they understand his thoughts. I consider it for less than a second. I'll go. I just want out and to do something. Everyone looks at me like I have lost it. What? Kaminari asks, are you insane? Yip yip. I exclaim. Silence. I'll join if Midoriya is coming along. We all turn to the voice to find F. Todoroki of all people supporting me. This is a plot twist of the goddamn century. Momo steps in between everyone. You can't just do this. You'll get in trouble. Midoriya has created multiple issues, and he is still here. I have confidence he can get us out if necessary. That is way too much confidence, but he is also not wrong. For the sheet I pull, I am effing surprised that I have not been expelled and or jailed yet. Kirishima smiles at Todoroki and me. Thanks, you too. I huff. Better have a plan for how we are doing this, Rock Boy. We'll figure it out. The rest of the class is still arguing, but I got tired of it and asked one of the nurses to escort them out except Kirishima and Todoroki. However, Kirishima asks Momo to stay back. Kirishima does not hold back any punches once everyone is gone. You have a GPS tracker on the Nomu, right? Hold up, there was an MU there. I am glad I forgot that. Or maybe I didn't see it. Probably the second. I don't think I was that bad. Momo sighs heavily. I can't just make one for you. I'm not going to lead you into danger. We're doing this no matter what with or without it. It would just be appreciated if you did provide it to us. I see what he did. Smart. Momo just ends up leaving. After a discussion of what we are going to do, Todoroki and Kirishima leave me alone. Tonight is the night we save Kaken. For some reason. Honestly, it is surprising what kids can get away with these days. I get that I am smart, but nobody should trust me. That's like asking me if I need an abortion and I say yes, not knowing if I am aborting my life, individual parts of my body, or my livelihood. Somehow, I managed to trick my mom into believing that one of the teachers at UA is going to pick me up from the hospital tonight and bring me home for protection reasons. She didn't even question me. I love her, but I feel like she puts way too much trust in me. Either that or she has given up on trying to babysit my dumbass. I wouldn't blame her. That sets me up well for the Steal Kaken Back mission that is happening tonight because that means nobody can stop me. I even aggravated the nurses to the point they are just going to wheatie me out of the hospital as soon as my time is up. Speaking of tonight, it is tonight. The nurses are currently dragging me out without permission from a legal adult, so that further cements my plan. I can already feel the lack of trust one will receive after this operation. The nurses shove me out, slam the doors on me and lock it. I can taste the hatred. A few feet from the entrance, I see Kirishima and Todoroki waiting for my self-destructive butt. However, it's not just them. Ida and Momo wait there as well, the two people who were against this the most. I mean, it's good news if the cops aren't here, right? Yo 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 my family. I squeal as I rush over. Finally, I am getting my well-deserved attention. Midobro, you ready to save Bakubro? Kirishima asks as we fist bump. Absolutely not, But we are doing this anyway. What are you two doing here? I ask the question to the two innocents in the crowd. Momo clears her throat. Seeing as you three are going to do this, Ida and I had a chat and decided to support you to keep everyone out of anger. But we can't use our quirks or get into fights. The moment it gets too dangerous, we will retreat. Understood? There is silence between us. The only reason I am not running my mouth is because I am shocked that Momo is willing to do this. I would say Ida too, but he went after a serial killer that disabled his brother, so nothing is out of bounds for the boy at this point. Momo has just earned some respect points from me. Sure, there are boundaries, but they are reasonable. Todoroki interrupts the silence. Okay. Ida chops the air. So what is the plan? It's my time to shine. We are first going to go to the nearest costume store to make up a disguise for ourselves so we don't get recognized. Then, using Momo's tracker since that is now on the list, we will go to the location and hope that Kaken is there without getting caught, I explain. With full agreement, we head to work by approaching the nearby costume shop. I am not helping anyone but myself there, so I get to work and hope that everyone can figure their own sheet out. I will tell you at the beginning that I have a good outfit together. I easily found black sweatpants and a hoodie that easily matches the current-day teenage demographic. As I was going to the wig section, my idea for a decent outfit goes out the window when I see present mixed glasses and mustache in the clearance aisle. Neither of those items deserve to be there, so I picked them up. That completely ruins my outfit because the mustache is blonde. I was originally going to get black hair, but that wouldn't match now, would it? I managed to find present mix wig too. I would send him a pic if it weren't for the fact that we are about to do something illegal. I get my outfit, pull the hood up, and come out to face the world. Let me tell you that I do not look recognizable. However, everyone else does except Todoroki. He did well matching in with the broke community we are probably going to enter. Your disguise is SCK except for Todoroki's. I can recognize y'all from a prison cell. Ida looks at me confused, but you would not be able to see us unless we visited you. That's the point. If anything, they are drawing attention to themselves. Well, except Kirishima, he looks normal out of the three. However, Ida and Momo look like rich beaches, and that is going to get us attention. Their problem, not mine. If they get in trouble, I ain't saving them. We pay for our disguises and head to the possible location of Kaken. This is the place. Momo? Are you sure? I don't see Bakubro or heroes nearby. Sweet, so we can watch the whole show. That's not what you are supposed to gather from this, Midoriya. We are here to save our friend, not to make entertainment out of a serious situation. Honey, that's been going on way before I existed. It's called reality TV. I just happen to be the newest host. What? That's completely irrelevant, sir. The whole point is, they should be here soon dash. We all duck down behind a wall. Welp, they're here now. It is becoming a disaster zone right next to us. Crumbling buildings. Screaming. The smell of dust and blood covers our nose. It isn't pleasant. Boom boom boom. That sounds familiar. Cautiously, the squad and I peek over our wall to see All Might and an ugly potato arguing. More on our right side, we see our victim, target. Actually, I'm just going to sound suspicious no matter what. All around him are familiar people. Maybe they were at the camp attack? I'll ask later. There he is. Kirishima points out the obvious. Ida clears his voice. Yes, but we need to get him out of there. But how? Without facing them or using our quirks too, Momo adds. They wait a moment looking at me. I look back at them. What? Midoriya, you are well known in our class for executing workable plans, odd plans, but well thought out. DMing, putting me on the spot. I mumble as I look over at my allies then my surroundings. Is my minigun idea out? It was never viable in the first place. So boring, Momo. Plan B. We can use our quirks since we aren't using them against people. Curveball in the law that they never noticed. They are dumb like that. Anyway, the best way is to convince Kaken to come with us. However, we have to worry about the people around him. Therefore, we take it to the sky. What? Everybody asks me like I have lost it. Kaken can fly with his quirk. We just need to fly over them too. Kirishima, Ida and I will latch onto you while you use your quirk and use our quirks to ET ourselves off the wall. With Kirishima's quirk, it breaks the wall. When we are in the air, Todoroki will create a ramp as high as possible to get us above the villains as they are FING low lives. Then we fly. While we are flying, Kirishima, you need to call out to Kaken to get his attention. Momo, you're stuck here. Kirishima looks at me confused. Shouldn't you do it? You two have known each other since you were kids. He also tried to snap my neck in 3rd grade, so that should be telling of why that idea shouldn't work. Besides, he deals with your sheet. If that doesn't represent anything, I don't know what will. Surprisingly, despite how extravagant it is, they agree to it. As we get into position, Ida asks, "Are you sure this will work?" I click my tongue. Nope, because he might be too stubborn to come with us. However, we tried. If he dies, he dies. I received a shocked look with no words. We get into the perfect position, and I watch for the perfect moment. Narrow focus takes over, and all I see is that fight. Come on, I need that perfect moment. It feels like time is slowing down yet speeding up at the same time when I give the signal. Now! Ida and I kick off, and with Kirishima's solid body, we manage to break the wall. Ice crackles below us to create a ramp. We start running until we fling ourselves over the edge, having enough force to fly like the boss but beaches we are. Kirishima reaches a hand out to Kaken. Come! That certainly gets the villain's attention. However, it also gets Kaken's. Boom! Kaken blasts himself from the ground high into the air. Another changes his protectory to come right at us and grab Kirishima's hand. You stupid or something? Kaken calls. Yes, but I won't say that out loud. Bakugo, release a blat when I say dash. You match my mark. Guys, this is not the time. No sheet, it's not the time. It's even more impressive when I am not saying anything. We hear villains arguing for a moment when the snap of a rubber band is heard behind us. Titan Cliff. A huge Mount Lady appears behind us, and she gets hit in the face by one of the villains. I can't contain myself. Ha 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 ha. Plop, lol dash. Shut up, both of you, settle down. Focus on the rescue mission that you stupid kids. Mount Lady mumbles as she collapses on the ground. Honestly, if that hit was all it took to knock her out, she is a PP. When we are far enough from the hell zone, we land on a roof and somehow get down. We start searching for Momo and Todoroki when we see All Might on the big screen, causing everyone to stop. Then he disappears, revealing the man I personally prefer, Yagi. Shock weaves its way through the crowd, creating anxiety. This weak piece of sheet is the #1 hero? If they were asking that last question, I would say yes, but his teaching is worse. Off topic. Now that I actually pay attention to the screen, something slams into my gut when I see Mr. Potato Man. It's the feeling that this guy is FING dangerous. Wait, is this all for one? If so, he looks like sheet. Didn't realize he was that F-ed in the head. They exchange punches, demonstrating that this man is equal to Yagi in power. People are crying and screaming and chanting for Yagi to win. I watch the fight with my heart pounding because I know that this weighs so much. Eventually, a large tornado wrecks the area from Yagi's upgraded power. Dust holds for a moment. When it disappears, All Might stands with his fist in the air. The crowd screams with tears, and I sigh in relief. Even Kaken is in tears. We should take Bakugo back to the heroes to let them know he is safe, Ida points out. Us boys agree and start moving. As I am walking away, Yagi's voice picks up among the crowd. Next. I turn around to see Yagi bloodied and facing the camera. Next, it's your turn. I gulp because I know that's for me. Nobody else does, but it is. It might be suspicious as that's really FNG vague and cause something, but I'll give it to the man this time. We get back to work. Mission, save Kaken, was a success. Was it necessary? I have no idea, but I am going to say it is just so I didn't waste that much time of my life. Also, Yue figured out what we did. Everyone is screwed except Kaken and I since he was F-ed anyway and I keep denying it. Denial is the way to go sometimes. Though, Aizawa still doesn't support me. In fact, he threatened to expel everyone because nobody told him that we were doing the stupid stunt. Due to the ever-growing dangers and my ever-growing shitty luck, UA has decided to become a boarding school. Basically, we are staying at UA instead of going home. We are to stay in a little dorm system together as one big happy trashy family. That required parent permission. First, of course, my mom was against it at first, but after bullying Yagi, she gave her approval. Right now, we are being lectured by Aizawa about how we are idiots basically. Then, he tells us where our rooms are in sheet. He finishes his list, completely forgetting me. Excuse me, sir, where am I saying? I ask in the most polite way possible. I don't know why, but I did. Aizawa faces me with a grin that scares me. There is a room in the teacher's dorm for students that need to be watched closely. You will be staying there so that you don't get in trouble. Nah, I'm dropping out. Sorry, All Might. I can't do this. Nope, nada. Why you do this, Aizawa? I am innocent as the day as I was born. I ramble all of this while attempting to leave the property, but the scarf around me stops me from doing so. I hate this new family.